Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The legend of the wheel-turning Sage King. Not long after Hart had finished his conversation with the Baron's successor, an unusual scene unfolded. Tap, tap, tap. Red, flat feet timidly trod the dirt path. The claws were blunt, and the legs were short and petite. Each ray of sunlight filtering through the leaves made shiny scales glimmer brilliantly. Coo, coo. A dejected cry seeped into the ground. Unlike before, the creature had now grown large enough to easily carry a small child on its back. Its identity was, unmistakably, a bloody dragon. Tina stopped in her tracks and looked up at the sky, bewildered. How did it come to this? She retraced those hazy memories, revisiting the past. This mess was clearly born of curiosity and energy that couldn't be contained. About half a day after the hunting festival began, Tina had pleaded with Alphisia, holding her hand. "Mom, can I go play in the forest too? It's so boring here." "No." Why not? "It's dangerous, and you might get lost." As expected, Alphisia flatly refused like a responsible guardian. But Tina wasn't one to back down so easily. "But I'm stronger than Julian. He's playing over there, so I'll be fine too. That child is with adults. Grandpa said I'm stronger than those adults." Father, really? Telling Tina about racial differences could wait until later. Revealing the reality at such a young age might plant seeds of immaturity in her mind at novel bin at. Phew. Still, even accounting for that immaturity, Tina likely wouldn't be in physical danger. They may have released some ferocious beasts, but to a half-dragon, they'd be mere predators. If worst came to worst, Hart was there, so the worst-case scenario shouldn't happen. Following this line of thought, Alphisia reluctantly gave permission. "You must return within 1 hour. If you can keep that promise, I might allow it. Of course, I might even come back earlier than that." "All right. Thank you, Mom. I love you." Tina threw herself into Alphisia's embrace. The moment that soft, warm touch unique to children wrapped around her waist, Alphisia froze up. Without even a proper send-off, she could only stare blankly as she watched Tina leave. "I wonder who she takes after," blurting out such embarrassing words without a filter. In truth, Alphisia's nemesis was Tina rather than Hart. The prim and proper Julian and the introverted Glenn maintained an appropriate distance on their own. The still awkward Echo was the same. In contrast, Tina was like a puppy with a tail spinning like a storm. The accumulated guilt tugged at Alphisia's neck as she tried to physically endure Tina's bubbly and proactive attitude. Unaware of Alphisia's concerns, Tina was peacefully enjoying a walk in the hunting grounds. If she happened to find Hart, Julian, or Glenn, it might be quite fun. But fate's mischief suddenly touched her. Pushu. White smoke rose from her entire body. For some reason, her center of gravity started tilting forward. Tina was all too familiar with this sensation. Why now of all times? Her questioning was brief. Tina's appearance completely shed its human form and took on the shape of a dragon. However, judging by how her eye level was now higher than when she was human, she seemed to have grown quite a bit. King. Oh no, what should I do? I'm going to get in trouble. She had persuaded Alphisia to trust her. Even if she called Hart in this state, the story would eventually reach Alphisia's ears. She didn't want that. If she lost trust here, she wouldn't be able to play freely next time. For now, she'd try to endure. It's not like this hadn't happened since her first transformation. With time, she would return to human form on her own. Today too, if she could just hold out, she'd surely regain her human appearance before long. Tina's course of action was decided, and after crawling around avoiding people's eyes, she had arrived at her current situation. Moo. It was sad that she couldn't speak human language. As she let out that sentiment in a cry, crack, the bushes in front of her shook violently. Then, a black figure leaped over from beyond the green foliage, growling. It was a beast of the wild boar family, with pitch-black fur standing up like a mane and bloodshot red eyes that made it look ferocious. Its hooves looked as hard as steel, and the pair of horns on its face were solid and threatening. Thump, thump. The creature stomped the ground with its hooves as if showing off. It seemed to have already entered a combat stance. "I can't lose." The 11-year-old half-dragon Tina resolved to show this beast its place in the pecking order. From the start, even before being taken in by Hart, Tina had been sucking the blood of beasts as a meal substitute. A situation like this was neither funny nor scary. Coo. She glared at the beast before her with blue eyes wide open. She also put forward her blunt claws, emphasizing that her own hooves were just as solid. Growling. Muyu. It was truly a powder keg situation. As the psychological warfare between them continued, the moment finally arrived for the hierarchy to be determined. Kwaa. Kut. When Tina stood up on two legs like a bear and puffed up her size, the wild boar's eyes were consumed by fear. Then, without even time to groom its bristling fur, it turned tail and fled. Tina's eyes sparkled as she watched its behavior. The instinct of beasts to bow their heads when she's in dragon form. Among those, her hunting instinct had blossomed. Krong. Stop right there. Tina ran well on all fours, which she had grown accustomed to by now. Tap, 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 tap. The dirt path was pressed down by her weighty steps, leaving footprints. This would become the starting point of a legacy that would later be referred to as the footprints of the divine dragon and preserved for ages to come. How long had she been chasing the nimble wild boar, a mere beast? The moment she leaped out, parting the tall undergrowth, she heard a familiar voice. Whoa, King. Thud. The boy who encountered Tina's massive form sat down hard. His golden hair, seemingly saturated with the morning sunlight, shook, and his eyes, which had absorbed all the greenery blooming in the hunting grounds, blinked slowly as if time had slowed down. It was Yulian's appearance, just as she had seen him since this morning. He was staring at Tina, unable to hide his bewilderment. What? Why are you here? No, more importantly, why have you transformed into a dragon? Kuo. Damn, I can't understand a word. King. Tina thought Yulian was being too harsh. Heart understood everything, but it was vexing that her friend Yulian couldn't understand. She had expected him to understand now that he was a year older. Mew. But something felt off. Yulian, who had been with his attendants when they set out, was alone here now. Could he have gotten lost? Even the clever Yulian might find this dense forest challenging. Peek. Mew. Cute. Well. Tina asked why he was alone, but Yulian gave an answer that was almost irrelevant. You've grown a lot, Tina. Cute. I don't know what, but I must be wrong. Fortunately, Yulian was perceptive enough to realize that much. Just then, the sound of horse hooves was heard nearby. Moreover, the sound of two people talking became increasingly clear. I heard some kind of sound around here. I heard it too. It was an unusual cry, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought I was hearing things. In an instant, Yulian pressed down on Tina's neck, guiding her to lie flat. Luckily, the nearby bushes were thick and tall. If they lay flat, they could hide until the others passed by. Stay still until I give the signal, Tina. Mew. Perhaps due to the tension, her heart was pounding. She didn't want to be caught like this. Everyone at the orphanage had accepted her as a half-dragon, but she couldn't guarantee others would do the same. If rumors spread, she felt she might be ostracized. Has it already run away? At this point, it should either jump out or flee if we make noise. Someone might have already caught it. Hey, wait. This. Thump. Tina and Yulian's backs flinched. It seemed one of them had discovered something, judging by their reaction. Look at these footprints. Have you ever seen anything like this? What is this? I've never seen this shape in all my hunting experience. They lead this way. The men dismounted and walked precisely in the direction where Tina and Yulian were hiding. Unless they were fools, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. No matter how clever Yulian might be, he couldn't perform the miracle of hiding Tina's enlarged body. Tina. I'm sorry, but trust me for now. Cute. Tina nodded. Since that gesture was translatable, Yulian put his desperate measure into action. Then, after an extremely short time had passed, the sound of the undergrowth parting gently brushed their ears. The footprints lead here. Hup. What? What's wrong? Let me see too. What? The men who gradually parted the bushes and emerged froze in place. And for good reason, for the sight before them was so sacred. It was as surreal as witnessing a scene from the nation's founding myth. They couldn't help but swallow the words that had risen to their throats. My name is Ascalion Arteria. As a member of the imperial family, I hereby form a blood pact with the divine dragon. Peek. You shall accept me as your master. Cute. Vivid red blood enveloped them like a Mobius strip. Then, as it tightened as if to bind them, it eventually dispersed into the air as red mist. Next, Yulian turned his eyes to the two men witnessing the birth of a legend and spoke, sounding tired. Oh my, you saw it, didn't you? PR Prince. This is a divine dragon, you say? The men offered truly stereotypical responses. To this, Yulian merely muttered to himself. Phew, what a mess. I didn't want to be discovered yet. The two men before him were sons of moderate nobles who hadn't yet pledged support to any imperial successor candidate. Therefore, Yulian decided to brainwash them on this occasion. You've discovered a secret that even my own people don't know. Prince, do you mean? Are you truly saying you've contracted with a divine dragon? Yulian dismissed them as if they were talking nonsense. If you doubt me, trust your own eyes and ears. This can't be. We might have witnessed the legend of a sage king. It took less than 30 seconds for Yulian to subdue the two men and receive their oath of loyalty. Of course, they agreed to take the scene they witnessed today to their graves, having become fanatics. Cute. Are these people idiots? Tina felt somewhat sorry for them. Run away. Ha. By the time I'd endured the splitting headache, the sun had already begun to set. As I came to my senses, it was the hour when the midday blue mingled with the twilight. I faced the end of the hunting festival without having done any proper patrolling. I prayed no serious incidents had occurred. All I could do now was return to base and observe the award ceremony. As I retraced my steps, I fell into thought. What on earth was that? The rainbow-colored bubble was a characteristic of His Holiness the Pope's divinity. I, of all people, wouldn't have mistakenly perceived it. If his divinity had flowed into me while sealing the baptismal name, it would make sense. But if so, why had I seen cracks in that divinity? My thoughts deepened, but I ultimately returned to base without reaching a conclusion. You're late, Alphisia said. Alphisia. As always, Alphisia addressed me with a face devoid of emotion. Yet, the woman facing me was different from usual. Though Alphisia likely hadn't changed at all since the start of the hunting festival, she now appeared strikingly beautiful to me. Perhaps that's why I dared to attempt something that would have been impossible this morning. Just a moment. Excuse me for a second. Pardon. Without further explanation, I pulled Alphisia into an embrace. Immediately, her warmth filled my arms. Not only that, but her unique rose scent bloomed intangibly, wafting from her auburn hair. This feels oddly familiar. It felt natural to embrace Alphisia. Though surely just an illusion, a strange sense of déjà vu lingered like an afterimage. At that moment, I sensed Alphisia's strength completely leaving her. Belated worry surged through me. Had I broken her somehow? Alphisia. I called her name. But Alphisia didn't respond with her usual prim reproach. She only let out a faint moan. Red. Everything was red. From her auburn hair swaying in the breeze to her ruby eyes trembling like seismic waves. And the side of her porcelain white face engulfed in crimson flames. Every visible part was tinged red, creating a peculiar impression. As if unfamiliarity and familiarity coexisted. Alphisia. Just as I was about to say something. The hunting festival's events had finally concluded, and it was time to present awards to those who had performed exceptionally well. So I had no choice but to close my mouth and move, along with my wife who maintained her silence to the end. As we arrived at the award ceremony venue, Tina came running, holding Echo's hand. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Tina found you both. She really wanted to watch the award ceremony on someone's shoulders. From what I heard, Tina had played briefly at the hunting grounds before returning to chat with the Duke. Echo, too, seemed to have spent time comfortably by his side. I offered to Echo, do you want a shoulder ride too, Echo? No, it's okay. I wouldn't be able to see well even on shoulders. You're always so. I lifted the hesitant Echo semi-forcefully. Then I steadily placed her on my shoulders and let her survey the surroundings. Realizing the situation, Echo let out a shrill cry. Eek. How is it? Better. Well. But it's fun, right? Echo quietly affirmed. Yes. Well, it's not like kids would have much interest in an award ceremony anyway. As long as they're enjoying themselves, that's what matters. Meanwhile, with Echo occupying my shoulders, Tina's gaze naturally turned to Alphisia. Mom, I want a shoulder ride too. Ha. Her face color now fully settled, Alphisia stared blankly at Tina before sighing. As expected, Alphisia's training was no mere show. She lifted the 11-year-old girl, who had grown considerably, as easily as she would a 3- or 4-year-old. Thus, with both parents giving shoulder rides, Tina's competitive spirit ignited. Echo is taller than me now. The response came from Alphisia, who caught the stray. Sorry for being short. Eek, that's not what I meant. Mom. Tina vehemently denied. In truth, Alphisia was quite tall. Even without heels, she could meet the eyes of most men. It was just that I happened to be exactly 1 forehead taller than her. Is only the award ceremony and evening party left now. 3 people would receive honors at the award ceremony. The Emperor called out the names starting from the lowest rank. 3rd place. Rainer's Arteria. Oh. As soon as the 2nd prince's name was called, low cheers erupted from the surroundings. The once unattractive 2nd prince, whose entire body had been buried in fat, had changed beyond recognition and claimed 3rd place in the hunting festival. This extraordinary transformation was truly a remarkable achievement. Well, I'll be. It's like the Chandler Viscounty found an uncut diamond. Indeed. I know weight loss is important, but to change this much. As if that weren't enough, my daughter complained. Asked why we hadn't proposed marriage earlier. The irony is rich, considering how vehemently she refused before. That's what I'm saying. The audacity. She even threw a fit, asking why we didn't force it through despite her objections. The conversation flowed, revealing the father's tribulations. Rainer's had undeniably changed. With his appearance complex gone, he seemed to have gained confidence. It felt as if the person himself had been possessed by someone else. Even the Viscount Chandler's daughter, gazing at him, no longer showed disgust in her eyes, though they remained downcast. The next name the Emperor called was quite unexpected. 2nd place. Glenn. What? I reflexively echoed in disbelief. I had been certain Glenn would take 1st place, so 2nd place was unexpected. Many others seemed to share my thoughts. I saw it myself. That boy took down a bear 5 times his size. And this is 2nd place. As expected of Duke Luminal's former disciple. But if this is 2nd place, does that mean something even more ferocious than that giant bear was roaming the hunting grounds? Whatever it was, we're lucky we didn't encounter it. What on earth did the Duke release for a mere festival? A chill ran down everyone's spine. It was fortunate enough that there were no serious casualties here. The participants' curiosity and anticipation converged on the Emperor's lips. As if responding to their hearts, the Emperor's declaration swiftly followed. 1st place. Repehit Arteria. This time, no one dared to speak hastily. It seemed everyone was first verifying whether what they heard was true, and I was no exception. After the prolonged silence, someone finally broke the ice for discussion. So, the 1st prince. Seems that way. Why? One could bring along an escort for protection. Driving game using these attendants was also allowed. But the hunting itself had to be carried out solely by one's own abilities. That's why it made even less sense. Has anyone here encountered the 1st prince? I haven't seen him. Me neither. Not even a glimpse. The participants gradually noticed something odd. No matter how vast the hunting grounds, the space was still limited. It should have been normal to encounter at least one participant, yet no one had directly seen the 1st prince. Hey, can't you all be quiet? 1st Prince Ropehit shouted from the podium. Since he was still a prince after all, silence immediately dominated the award ceremony. If you have eyes, you can see my hunt. The first prince stammered. Even after finishing his sentence, he continued to ramble incoherently as if his soul had left his body. The emperor furrowed his brow, apparently finding this strange as well. Even so, the emperor wouldn't have designated the first prince as first place without verification, so there must have been sufficient grounds. Indeed, several men from the other side were dragging the first prince's hunt. It was a wheeled, mobile iron cage, covered with a white cloth that hid its contents. The bearers stopped and removed the white cloth. Immediately, unrestrained exclamations leaked out from here and there. My word, isn't that a tiger? Indeed, while smaller than a bear, it's far more ferocious. It's only slightly smaller than a bear, but nearly at the same level. Amidst the exclamations flying back and forth as if a gathering of connoisseurs, Echo, perched on my shoulders, asked me, Director, is it true? Is what the first prince caught bigger than Glenn's bear? I couldn't affirm or deny Echo's question, because the situation was too confusing, even for me. Honestly, I thought I had gone mad. So I turned to Alphisia, seeking final confirmation. Heart. However, Alphisia shared my state of mind. I could tell immediately just by her eyes that clearly, we were the only ones who hadn't gone insane. Everyone. Unable to believe the truth I was witnessing, I shouted recklessly. What? What are you all looking at? Inside the confidently revealed iron cage, there was neither a ferocious tiger nor even a tiny cat. Only a chilling void transparently filled that space. People cheered for a space filled with undeniable emptiness. Oh my, we've been found out. At novel bin at. As that sinister voice rang out in alarm. Splat! A fountain of blood spurted from the podium, and the emperor's head flew into the sky. Karma. Let's turn back time briefly to the afternoon of New Year's Day. This is a good story. A woman with a concealed appearance visited First Prince Ropehit's bedchamber. Ropehit eyed her warily but calmly asked, Who are you? Just a simple apothecary, but one with extraordinary abilities to aid your highness. Aid? You, me. That's right. Even if Ropehit's judgment was clouded, he wasn't foolish enough to blindly trust the words of a stranger who suddenly appeared. So he remained vigilant and interrogated the intruder. If you truly wish to help me, start by explaining how you infiltrated this place. As I said, I'm a capable apothecary. A potion to temporarily turn oneself invisible. Given enough time, I can produce as much as needed. Such a thing exists. Why would I lie about something so easily disproven? If you're skeptical, I'll gladly demonstrate. The woman removed her hood, revealing her face. Ropehit had been eyeing her suspiciously, but upon seeing her visage, he struggled to control his expression. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her sharp, slanting eyes and vibrant lips stirred desire. Even the famed holy maidens Ibria and Alphisia Luminal would likely pale in comparison to this woman. When she then swallowed the liquid from a vial, Ropehit witnessed an incredible sight. Is this real? The woman's form gradually vanished, replaced by empty space. Her beautiful appearance disappeared so suddenly that it left him feeling stunned. About a minute later, the woman's beauty regained its color and radiance. Do you believe me now? Of course. I believe you? The usual Ropehit would have been more suspicious. But beauty has a strange power. The more attractive someone is, the more it clouds one's judgment. That was Ropehit's current state. Half entranced by her beauty and faced with a convincing demonstration, his doubts evaporated. So then, how do you intend to help me? If things go well, I'll grant you any position you desire. Even if what I desire is the position of Empress. That would be even better? No, never mind. Ahem. I promise. I'll give you anything. Ropehit had no idea that the potion the woman drank was merely plain water, and that he had fallen under the spell of her charm ability. Love allows one to do anything for the other person. When in love, even a deer can be believed to be a fine steed. Likewise, it's not unreasonable to deeply believe a perfectly visible person is actually invisible. Essentially mind control. The moment Ropehit felt lust for the woman, the queen of succubi, he had already surrendered his mind. Your highness, take this medicine. What is it? A potion to make you sharper and stronger, your highness. Charm isn't all-powerful. If one notices too great a contradiction, the spell risks breaking at any time. Moreover, once broken, charm doesn't work a second time. Therefore, to maintain charm stably, the target needed to be broken. For instance, if not relying on drugs, making proper judgment impossible. And please take this as well. Is it different from the medicine you just gave me? Of course. She smiled with what seemed like pure benevolence. Even a single drop will do. Mix just a tiny bit of this into the food that will be served at the hunting festival. What will happen if I mix it in? Everyone will react exactly as your highness wishes. More precisely, they would see the illusions the woman intended. After all, this drug was also a medium to amplify the effects of charm. And so Ropehit used drugs to recruit people and realize his conspiracy, leading to the present, as the hunting festival drew to a close. Ropehit regained focus as he witnessed the fountain of blood before him. He then observed the current situation, devoid of any sense of reality. What was this sticky, warm liquid covering him? Blood, gushing from a cleanly severed throat. What was that round object floating in the sky? A human head. The head of the man who reigned supreme in the empire and was praised as the wisest monarch in history. Then, what was the heavy object gripped in his hand? The name of that thing with a ghastly sharpened blade stained crimson red was clearly a sword. Connecting these three elements like drawing lines, Rupehit reached a single conclusion. What have I done? He killed. He assassinated. He beheaded the current emperor, who reigned as the empire's absolute ruler, with this sword. But why? This body, these arms, these hands moved on their own like a puppet on strings, compelling him to commit this unfilial act. Who in their right mind would commit the foolish act of murdering the emperor here, where everyone's eyes were upon them? What on earth happened? Clang! The sword he was holding fell, and both hands clutched his head as if it might shatter. That's when it happened. Zing dash! A deep blue light traced an elegant curve on the ground. The process unfolded too quickly to intervene. Thus, a circle surrounding the hunting grounds was completed, and strange hieroglyphs were etched into the earth. Special grade magic device, Dimensional Barrier Eldorado. It was a demon treasure that the charm-afflicted Rupehit had buried in the hunting grounds, originally meant to be used in pairs. Its effect was spatial transposition. Within the range of the magic circles drawn by the paired objects, it swapped their spaces. In other words, at this moment, a large number of troops waiting in the demon realm were indiscriminately summoned to the hunting grounds. Ravage them? An icy voice rang out. Thunderous roars followed immediately after. Dash. It was pandemonium. Terrified people pushed and trampled each other. Demons and demon beasts charged in with bellowing roars, and the hunting grounds, which had been a festive scene just moments ago, transformed into a hellscape in an instant. Ugh. Throb. Another splitting headache struck my skull. As it did, I experienced a hallucination where the current situation seemed to be overlaid with a frame, like a photograph from the distant past. Heart? Wake up, heart. Papa. Alphisia. Tina. I had to snap to attention as Alphisia said. I had to move, thoroughly ignoring the pain in my body. I was irritated. Anger welled up inside me. Without even knowing what was provoking such emotions, I took a step forward. But a rough hand held me back. Son-in-law, Duke. You must quickly escape with my daughter and the children. Leave this place to me and the knights. But you're the only one who can protect the remaining people and evacuate them, so go now. It was frustrating, but he was right. Moreover, in my current strange physical state, I might even end up being a hindrance. So, I quickly leapt towards the platform where Julian and Glenn were. Director, are you all right? Kids, the details. In that instant, the sound of tearing air brushed past my earlobe. A subtle presence approached with agility that made it difficult to even perceive. I reflexively drew my sword to defend against the stranger's blade. Clang, clang, clang. Still as the man crossing swords with me tried to say something, but time was of the essence. So I pushed back hard against his blade, then swung forcefully to send him flying far away. Thud 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 thud. Lord Demon King. Someone called the man tumbling along the ground Demon King. Regardless, I leapt while tucking Julian and Glenn under each arm. Thanks to the Duke and Knights working together to hold them back, evacuation was smooth even amidst the chaos. Director. Just now, they said Demon King. It doesn't matter. The Duke will take care of it, so you two focus on staying safe. My tone came out aggressively, perhaps due to my frayed nerves. Julian, with his characteristic perceptiveness, sensed something was off and nodded. The forest path is ahead. Taking carriages would be suicide. Once the horses get spooked, it's all over. But fleeing on foot would also lead to annihilation. Then there was only one way to get the maximum number of people through this crisis safely. Divine power. I had to borrow the power of miracles to protect people from the demon invasion. If that happened, the demon side would also have justification for a holy war. Perhaps once a holy war begins, we'd have to kill all the demons, until no more children of the demon god are born, forever. It was a scenario worth considering. Last time, the demon side preemptively established a plot to divide us using their holy maiden's divine power, so the authority to end the holy war rested with humans. Back then, we ended it by simply executing the demon's holy maiden. But if I become the catalyst, will they try to avenge their holy maiden on me? What if they don't give up until I die? Selfishly, I have no intention of suicide. People who would be saddened by my death have appeared. Sadly, I've come to know the warmth of family. What should I do? Heart. Flash. Alphesia's cry suddenly pulled my consciousness back to reality. She grabbed both my shoulders and urgently conveyed. I know what you're thinking. Don't use your divine power. Absolutely not. Do you understand? Alphisia. But there are too many people. At this rate, we can't protect everyone. This was different from the vampire incident. Back then, at least a one-on-one structure was formed, but now we were overwhelmingly outnumbered. Moreover, some demons as strong as those vampires could be seen. If I don't use divine power, people will die. Nevertheless, Alphisia firmly opposed it. No, absolutely do not use it. Use it for trivial, silly things if you must, but right now, please stand down. I'm begging you, Alphisia. Amidst the chaos consuming my mind, I tried to persuade her somehow. Even though I myself was still conflicted about using divine power, I was unconsciously doing so. But Alphisia forcefully cut off my words. I told you not to do it. She truly shouted at the top of her lungs. Probably for the first time since we met. The logic I was trying to piece together to persuade her turned blank in an instant. Though it wasn't the time to be caught up in sentiments, I couldn't help it. Alphisia was crying. Tears flowed down her cheeks, which were usually flushed with passion. It was truly a sight I never wanted to see in my lifetime. This time, I don't know what I did wrong or where. I don't understand why you have to be forced into such a choice. Is it my fault? Did this happen because I was too greedy? Or is even this my karmic retribution? Alphisia, please, listen to me. Heart. Prioritize yourself over those strangers, damn it. Even family shouldn't be more important than you. That's how it should be. I was shocked to hear Alphisia actually say such things. The Alphisia I knew was always a good person who acted for others, so I never imagined she would speak so directly like this. Right then, a nobleman who had been eavesdropping on our conversation nearby desperately clung to me. What are you saying? Divine power, you mean that amazing miracle? Use it quickly. People who can be saved should be saved, shouldn't they? It was a natural logical conclusion, but Alphisia's gaze was as fierce as if it had been stabbed. Shut up. Whoosh. She drew the sword at my waist and thrust towards the nobleman begging for mercy. Hi, Hiek. No one can force Heart to do anything. After all I've lost. After all I've seen. I can't lose it again. Even if I have to cut off every clinging hand. Not even I am an exception. Alphisia muttered incomprehensibly, as if she had lost her mind. Moreover, her focus was blurred as if her psyche had been scraped away. I grabbed Alphisia's hand and lowered the sword. Then I forcibly turned her face towards me. Calm down, Alphisia. Heart. Let's go. We need to move quickly. The knights will soon send reinforcements. Alphisia. It's okay. Everything will be alright. I reassured her without revealing the invading headache. Yes. It will be okay. It will definitely be okay. At the same time, I manifested my divine power. The golden aura harmonizing with the setting sun gently enveloped our surroundings. Now I just needed to recite the holy words to transport everyone at the hunting grounds to Luminal Manor. Heart. I fully embraced Alphisia, who was almost screaming. I wished she would listen quietly, if only for a moment, so that she could detach herself from me, who worried her so much. Hey, you know what? Alphisia. I told a lie. No, I've been lying quite often. We signed that contract so solemnly, but I was certain it would be kept. I had been convinced that it was impossible for me, who had intended to remain celibate for life, to develop feelings for a woman. That's why I hate myself for having to say these words. I don't think I'll be able to keep that contract after all. What? Instead, I'll pay the price for the handkerchief. I lightly kissed Alphisia's lips, which had frozen in bewilderment. It was a brief kiss, like a butterfly fluttering by for a moment. So the soft sensation of our lips meeting was short, but the lingering feeling remembered by the body was long. Can I slowly repay the sin of daring to commit adultery without knowing my place? Wait a minute. Heart. Whoosh. Before Alphisia could finish speaking, the whole world filled with golden light. The omnipotence embraced all those celebrating life and removed them from the pandemonium. As the divine radiance faded, the world that became peaceful was quiet at Novel bin Adat. I remained behind, as someone had to defeat the demons. Karmic retribution, perhaps. No other words came to mind to express it. I mean, isn't it? The one who appears is the demon god's proxy. That old demon who suddenly attacked me from behind was the high priest. However, the holiness seeping from his very existence far transcended the ravages of time. The high priest, I presume. His silence was affirmation enough. The man granted a role equivalent to the Pope in the demon realm had personally descended here. Neither the Pope nor the high priest have baptismal names. For the heads of temples are vessels inhabited by God. Their names are the same as their chief deities. Child who has twisted causality, I shall erase you and set right the providence. That's troublesome. I haven't fulfilled my contract yet, you see. No further expression of our intentions was necessary. Pop, swish, pop. The sound of giant soap bubbles bursting. The somehow familiar sound tapped at my ears as the high priest's divine power manifested. His divine power took the form of dark red bubbles. The deep crimson aura floating about mixed with golden particles as they battled for dominance. Ugh. Suddenly, the strength left one of my knees. As my headache worsened, hallucinations overlaid reality. This was my first time witnessing the high priest's divine power, yet I was certain it felt familiar somehow. Moreover, my memories were jumbled, as if I had caught some mental illness. HNNGH. In the instant I dropped my head and widened my eyes, what flowed into my mind were memories that should have been forgotten. From a vanished future, reminiscences riddled with irredeemable regrets. 5/5 enjoy the chapter? Click here? Clean it up. Huff. He had already known. He was well aware of his strength. That's why he had schemed and made thorough preparations. But, to this extent, the high priest of the demon race surveyed the devastated area bewilderedly. The once verdant forest had lost its vitality, now mixed with soil and debris. Dust clouds had risen to the sky, causing a massive sandstorm. If the high priest had delayed his decision to withdraw the troops, they would have been annihilated on the spot. Nevertheless, he's weak. Weaker than during that incident 10 years ago. The current Heart was weaker than when he was 12 and had killed the Holy Maiden. The manifestation of miracles using divine power had noticeably diminished. It seemed as if something was hindering his baptismal name. Moreover, he was staggering even before taking a hit. Yet, what was this result? Just what the hell are you? The hierarchy between their respective gods was clear. For some reason, the god of humans had fallen lower in rank than the one worshipped by the demon race. But for a vanguard of a lower-ranked god to be this strong defied the natural order. HNG. The high priest observed his own body, which was regenerating more slowly. Though he was the god's proxy, this was the price for drawing upon abilities that transcended biological limits. Meanwhile, Hart was barely clinging to consciousness out of sheer stubbornness. One more step. Just one more push and it would be over. If he could manage that, there was a real chance of putting humanity firmly under their feet. Pong. Torong. Tong. A clear, melodious sound rang out, like soap bubbles popping. This next clash would surely kill humanity's strongest guardian. Just as the high priest was about to smile in satisfaction. Quaya! A bolt of lightning from the heavens carved a deep furrow into the earth. The high priest had no choice but to divert his miracle manifestation towards defense against this unexpected attack. Flap! A pure white, massive body descended slowly to the ground with a flap of its wings. The divine dragon with awe-inspiring golden eyes coiled around Hart's body protectively. That's far enough, proxy of the demon god. Are you here to interfere? Divine dragon. I may not look it, but I'm this child's nanny. If you intend to continue this holy war, I'll shoulder the child's burden from now on. The divine dragon Airhite delivered an elegant threat. This was a form of blackmail. It meant that after exhausting yourself to your limit in the duel with Hart, you fight me next. The high priest squeezed his eyes shut. He lamented the reality of having to let such a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. One step. Just one more step and the demon race's forces would have become superior to humans in every aspect. To think a single moment could be so precious. It wasn't for nothing that the demon race had been unilaterally provoking with military force. Excluding holy wars, human forces were far inferior to those of the demon race. Unlike demons who wielded their race's innate abilities, humans had to protect themselves solely through training. Even including holy wars, if Hart were to disappear, an all-out war would have been feasible. But, given the current circumstances, even if we fought to the death, there'd be no future for the demon race. The holy maiden, who was supposed to become the next high priest, had been killed long ago. Therefore, if he were to throw away his life, the demon temple would practically disintegrate. So, the high priest made the bold decision to sheath his drawn sword. You insufferable lot. The high priest muttered a curse as he concealed his divine form. The crimson droplets vanished without a trace, and only a faint golden light flickered like dying fireflies. You did well to face such an opponent, Hart. Airhite, his bravado now stripped away, shuddered. Indeed, the high priest held a rank equal to that of a god. It was only natural, as he was like a window through which the demon god observed the world. If he had decided to gamble right then. The next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hart's presence vanished completely. Hart? Answer me, Hart. Sensing that something had gone terribly wrong, Airhite called out Hart's name. But only silence answered. Ka. Immediately, he took flight with Hart on his back. If they could reach the temple in the capital, they might find answers. Above all, Hart needed to see his family. For him, the presence of family might be the most effective treatment in the world. Pong? The massive wings pushed against the air, creating a sonic boom. The holy war that had left deep scars on the mortal realm thus entered a brief lull. Dash. Dash. Hart. Hey, are you listening? Hart. Ibria. As Hart, who had been momentarily lost in thought, responded to the call, Ibria's face blossomed into a bright smile. She then twirled on the spot to show off her appearance. What do you think of this? It's the outfit the imperial family sent for founding day. Isn't it pretty without being excessive, while still maintaining the dignity of a clergy member? Right. That's how it was. Today was the first day of the founding day celebrations, and the evening of the imperial palace ball was fast approaching. Despite both of them having aged considerably, Ibria remained as innocent as ever. It must be due to living confined in the temple that her unsullied personality was preserved. Ibria leaned forward, hands behind her back. Well, am I pretty? Yes. How much? Like usual. That won't do. Wasn't it enough that he said she was pretty? What more did she want? Even after being childhood friends for so long, Ibria's inner thoughts remained a mystery to him. What's the problem? If I'm wearing special clothes, I should be much prettier? If it's the same as usual, that's totally an insult. You don't need to be bound by the notion of something special. Because you're Ibria, who everyone admires. Is that so? Hehe. In fact, Ibria was known as the most beautiful woman in the empire. Due to her position as holy maiden, she had many opportunities to appear before the public. Thus, Ibria's beauty was a subject of objective interest. You know what? During last year's founding day, someone called me one of the two great beauties of the empire. That's surprising. It would be rare to find a beauty comparable to Ibria. Moreover, those with baptismal names don't allow impurities to taint their bodies. In simple terms, their skin always maintains its best condition. For someone to rival Ibria like this, though he had no intention of committing adultery, it inevitably piqued his curiosity. After briefly recollecting, Ibria suddenly clapped her hands. Right. It was Duchess Elphesia Luminal. She's famous for being the Empire's first female duchess. Was there such a person? Anyway, take some interest in worldly affairs. Don't you get tired of just looking at me every day. I have no intention of bringing personal emotions into my work. It goes against the rules. As Hart recited his personal moral code, Ibria pouted and narrowed her eyes. Ah, I see. Even though Ibria should understand as someone who serves the Lord, the reason for her displeasure remained unclear. If only he could guard her emotions as well. This was an insurmountable problem that eluded his capabilities. However, he wasn't given much time to ponder. The moment when the reddish sunset would be filled with deep indigo was approaching. It's time we left, Ibria. Ha, all right, my knight. The founding day Imperial Palace Ball was about to begin. As it was a national event, the Holy Maiden would be in attendance. Not even the slightest error could be allowed. Hart escorted Ibria into the carriage. It was the same job as always. The annual event of inhaling the scent of perfume infused with aristocratic decadence was about to begin. Meanwhile, Ibria kept fiddling with the outfit gifted by the Imperial family, seemingly pleased with it. Her beautiful face, even when grinning, was completely unaware of what changes this cloudless festival night might bring. Hart's free time came when Ibria had a brief private audience with the Emperor. Ibria had persuaded Hart, who insisted on fulfilling his duty as her guard knight. She didn't want to be a woman who constrained him, or something along those lines. Honestly, he inwardly monologued that it was a ridiculous thing to say, but he didn't show it outwardly. Seeing her speak like that, it seemed she wanted to have a conversation she'd prefer to keep secret even from him. That was why Hart finally agreed to give her space. It's sparkling? Hart had come out of the banquet hall and was admiring the well-maintained landscaping. The lantern lights in the garden creating a lyrical atmosphere and the brilliant light from the chandeliers pouring out of the Imperial Palace were contradictory yet harmonious. This scenery could rightfully be called a kind of miracle. At least, that's what Hart thought. Both the architectural skill to build an awe-inspiring palace and the landscaping skill to create an eye-catching garden were miracles he didn't possess. As he continued his stroll, Hart's keen hearing picked up a noisy conversation. It was an argument taking place on the terrace of the banquet hall. That's why evidence. That kind of thing. You, Prince. The distance was too great, so the conversation was heard in fragments. He could hear it clearly if he focused, but he deliberately chose not to. Eavesdropping is wrong. That was morality and common sense. Or so he had judged, until that moment. Bewilderment cut through the cool night air. A woman's startled moan finally reached Hart's ears. Quickly turning his eyes to the terrace, he saw a woman in an elaborate dress floating in midair. A man with his hand awkwardly outstretched, as if he had pushed something away. And a woman falling, her long hair fluttering. Hart quickly pieced the situation together. Oh no. At novel bin at. It was undoubtedly an impulsive murder. Hart ran swiftly, but sadly, the distance was too great. No matter how extraordinary his physical abilities were, it was physically impossible to respond at such an interval. So, Hart chose a desperate measure. Pot? He lifted his body very low and leaped. He propelled his body forward like a frog swimming. Somehow, he stretched out his hand as far as he could to catch the woman. Ugh, reach. Indeed, God was infinitely merciful and granted the earnest wish of their vanguard. With that tremendous spirit of self-sacrifice, Hart managed to get within arm's reach of the woman who was nearing the ground. Just as his fingertips were about to touch her. Whirlick? Huh. The woman, who had been falling with transcendent detachment like a leaf carried by an autumn wind, adjusted her posture and balance as if performing a circus act. Then, she landed on the ground with perfect form, without any unnecessary movement. An unexpected turn of events. Hart's face stiffened rapidly. And for good reason, as Hart had stretched out his hand in a very low posture while gliding through the low air. Even for a bearer of a baptismal name, it was impossible to change trajectory mid-air. Hart's hand, stretched out low and long, ended up exploring the thigh of a woman he had never met before. At that moment, Hart's cognitive abilities malfunctioned. His mind went blank, having made physical contact with a female body for the first time in his life. The woman's thigh boasted an incredibly mysterious sensation. The soft skin warmly enveloped his fingers as if sucking them in. At the same time, the elasticity trying to return to its original shape seductively pushed against the intruding fingers. With the simultaneous wrapping and pushing, the thigh proved to be an utterly coy existence, defying verbal description. As he marveled at this reality that was linguistically challenging to articulate. Quack! The woman with ruby-like eyes looked down at Hart imperiously, tightly folding her fan and infusing it with killing intent. Soon, stars sparkled in Hart's vision. Remove it. The woman struck Hart's temple with her folded fan. Hart fell over ungracefully and rolled on the ground. That was the end of it. Having finished her punishment, the woman haughtily walked away. Meanwhile, Hart remained sitting in place for a long while, still in shock. The shocking sensation still lingered on his entire palm. That after effect wouldn't easily dissipate. What is this? He muttered once more. What kind of feeling is this? Hart's mind was filled with question marks, as if he had encountered a mathematical problem requiring astronomical calculations. And his heart, lacking all sense of propriety, kept pounding loudly, interfering with his search for an answer to this phenomenon. This, what on earth? Though he couldn't immediately produce an answer, it would have been an incredibly simple problem for any third-party observer. For a man who had vowed chastity for his entire life, it was an experience like being struck by lightning. The man's name, Hart. His age, 32. An unmistakable virgin. This man, who should have been the furthest from carnal matters. For the first time, his eyes were opened to sex. The villainous, Elphesia luminal. Hart had spent the past few days in a daze. Even on the morning after the Founding Day festival's excitement had completely faded, he spent the entire day sitting and staring at the ceiling. His duties as Holy Knight Commander had long since taken a backseat. The Holy Knights gossiped about Hart's behavior. What's gotten into the commander lately? He's the last person you'd expect to slack off, yet he's openly goofing around during work hours. I thought someone was dressed up as him to mess with us. When the commander grew lax, it was inevitable that discipline among the Holy Knights would loosen. Though everyone at the temple noticed the change, Hart's attitude remained unchanged. Ibria, who felt compelled to see Hart at least once a day, was the first to notice his change. Her concern for him ran especially deep. Erhite, why do you think Hart's been acting so strangely lately? I'm puzzled by it too. Didn't it start after he attended the Imperial Palace ball with you? You're right. But I can't figure out why. When I asked him, he just shook his head like he was flustered. Could it be? As Erhite made a thoughtful sound, Ibria leaned in closer. What is it? Do you have an idea? Well, I'm not sure if it's just a guess. But isn't it something that all humans naturally go through? Is there such a thing? There is. Erhite narrowed his golden eyes, gazing at the Holy Knight's quarters. A terrifying condition called burnout. What? Think about it. Is there anyone else in the world who lives as transparently and honestly as Hart, ignoring their own needs and only fulfilling their duties? Whether dragon or demon, such a person would be unheard of. That's true. It's hard to believe because it's the Hart, but I think this time has come, as it would for any human. Your words make sense, Erhite. Hart held himself to an incredibly high standard. In contrast, he showed a lenient side to others, not because of his understanding nature, but because he simply assumed everyone else lived like him. In this respect, Hart's worldview was surprisingly self-centered to an extreme degree. Aware of this, Ibria's curiosity grew even more intense. I wonder what Hart is thinking right now. He's such an extraordinary person, I have no way of knowing. Ibria and Erhite sighed in unison, united in their concern for Hart. They say when a person suddenly changes, it means they're about to die, but since Hart was unlikely to die, it only made them worry more. Meanwhile, back in the Holy Knight's quarters, Hart seemed to be counting the ceiling's lattice patterns. The strongest defender of humanity and an irregular existence himself. A man who had lived up to his baptismal name all too well. Worthy of all these accolades, he sat on a chair as rigid as his nature, lost in deep thought. Thighs. Dash. Dash. On a night when the chirping of insects invaded the silence. After the former Duke Cardi chose seclusion and Alphisia inherited the title, the atmosphere of House Luminal completely transformed. First, the talkative servants were fired en masse, leaving only those who could keep quiet to continue their work silently. With even these drastically reduced staff members staying quiet, House Luminal became an extremely still place. Thus, the dim night was perfect for concealing the hidden side of House Luminal. Is this all for today? Alphisia surveyed the bloodstains and corpses strewn across her bedroom. Still warm blood dripped from the sword in her hand, and the scent of blood seeped from her red chemise dress. The assassins who stubbornly kept crawling in, seemingly without tiring, had become almost routine. She wasn't even curious anymore about who sent them. Surely each of her political opponents had attempted at least one assassination. Since Alphisia took over as head of the family, the duchy's course had changed dramatically. She turned to business with their vast accumulated wealth, creating success stories with everything she touched. Currently, there was virtually no family that could challenge House Luminal's power. The problem was that the process had been ruthless. The family's expansion, which disregarded human rights and morality, bred numerous enemies. Among them was even the Empress Dowager, who held the highest power in the land. Having finally put the first Prince Rupahid on the throne as emperor, she viewed Alphisia, who threatened her position, with displeasure. The only one who still doesn't know when to give up and sends night visitors must be the Empress Dowager. Adat Novel bin Adat. Alphisia snapped her fingers nonchalantly. Suddenly, a robust man dressed entirely in black appeared and bowed his head. You called, Your Grace. You've cleaned up outside properly, right? Yes. The black-haired, black-eyed youth, Glenn Baskhill, added dispassionately. I've cut all their tendons and locked them in the basement. Alphisia stared at her seemingly obedient assassin. His utter stillness suggested he had made all preparations. Realizing this, Alphisia violently struck Glenn's face with her scabbard without hesitation. Thwack! The brutal impact echoed through the death-filled room. Glenn staggered briefly before regaining his balance. Though his ears rang severely, he didn't show it. Glenn only hoped his mistress would tire of venting her frustrations quickly. At last, Alphisia spoke in a low voice. I told you to kill them all. I thought they might be useful. We have a prophet here. I'll give you a task worthy of your considerate foresight. Go to the dungeon immediately and torture them to reveal who's behind this. Glenn maintained a motionless posture, remaining silent. Not out of disrespect for Alphisia, but out of shame for having his true intentions exposed. Alphisia was his benefactor who had rescued him from a hellish childhood. Thus, he had lived with the mindset of carrying out anything for her sake, even if that duty came back as endless killing. But at some point, he began to feel reluctant about hurting people. If there was a turning point, it would be Ascalon, formerly known as the Third Prince. His presence gradually emerged like a sprout in the light, his actions helping people shining brightly. It was completely opposite to Glenn, who acted as a human butcher in the shadows. The emotion he felt upon facing Ascalon seemed to border on self-loathing. He suddenly felt relieved that a half-dragon was guarding him. After all, Ascalon was the first target Glenn had ever felt reluctant to kill. Of course, the price of failure was harsh. What are you staring at? It's an order. Torture those people you saved to find out who's behind this. Yes, Your Grace. They would soon spill the truth. But Alphyssia would deny that truth to the end and order repeated torture. It was one of her methods of taming Glenn. When he disobeyed orders, she didn't punish him directly, but rather forced him to hurt others. Each time, Glenn was overcome with the urge to be tortured in their place instead. Though his senses had dulled after piling up countless killings, even his inherently good nature couldn't be completely overturned. Even when he felt on the verge of collapse, he couldn't escape. Alphyssia was the only place Glenn could return to. She had long since investigated and confirmed that Glenn was of Basque Hill lineage. There was no way to break that strong collar. I'll take my leave, Your Grace. Glenn pulled his hood over his face, swollen from the scabbard blow. That night, Glenn beheaded all the assassins he had locked in the dungeon. The time arrived when the crisp morning sunlight penetrated the pre-dawn dew. The Holy Night Order's schedule was tighter than that of ordinary priests. They participated in worship services just like priests, but also trained on top of that. Perhaps if not for the high salary, there would have been a flood of resignations. Of course, Hart, the Holy Knight Commander, was no exception. He sat in the front row worshipping the Lord, hands clasped tightly and eyes closed. At least our commander pulls himself together during worship. He's consistent in this way. I wonder if I'd be like that too if I had a baptismal name. Various comments circulated, but the consensus was that Hart's devotion remained unchanged. Their interpretation wasn't entirely wrong. Indeed, Hart was undoubtedly pleading to the Lord for answers. Oh Lord, is this truly a trial? Or is it a revelation to venture into the secular world? In my ignorance, I simply cannot fathom your will. But what truly needed divine revelation was something else entirely. What in the world are thighs? What are thighs? I, who have cultivated 32 long years of discipline, have lusted after a woman. What's more, that woman occasionally appears in my dreams. Hart, having lost his reason, had no restraint. Forgetting even that the subject was too embarrassing for the omnipotent Lord to answer, he begged and begged again. Midway through, Hart noticed something odd. Wait. Begged and begged again. At that moment, Hart, who had been engrossed in prayer, abruptly stood up. Bang! The knights were taken aback by his unexpected action. See Commander. Wait. Commander Hart, where are you going? Thump. Thump. Thump, thump, thump. Leaving behind the stunned knights as if they'd seen a ghost, Hart left the chapel. His destination was near the evergreen where Ibria rested. Ibria furrowed her brow slightly at Hart, who approached with a serious expression. Huh, Hart? Isn't this when the Holy Night Order should be at worship? Something more important came to mind. You have something more important than worship? Yes. Ibria was genuinely surprised by his unequivocal answer. Ibria, you mentioned before that you know a lot about worldly matters. Mentioned is a bit much. I probably know more than you, though. That's fortunate. Hart took a couple of deep breaths before continuing. I think I'll rely on that knowledge of yours. Well, you need to tell me what it is first. Ibria should have pretended not to know. She would come to deeply regret her naive response at this moment. I want you to help me identify a specific person. Hart's sincerity. Ibria listened intently as Hart described the woman he'd encountered. Auburn hair and red eyes. A woman in an elegant yet understated dress with a modest hem. Likely a high-ranking noble with exceptional athletic ability. Few people fit that description. Ibria's answer came quickly. That sounds like Duchess Luminal, doesn't it? Duchess Luminal. You mean Alphyssia Luminal you mentioned before? Yes, good memory. But why her? I think I may have made a terrible mistake. No, I definitely did. What? Ibria's face contorted with displeasure for the first time in a while. Rather than disappointment in Hart, she was curious how he'd managed to offend someone they shouldn't even cross paths with. The very idea of Hart inconveniencing anyone was unimaginable. Hart, what did you do to the Duchess? Hart couldn't bring himself to tell the truth. But since lying would be a sin, his only remaining option was silence. I can't say. Come on. How am I supposed to help if you don't tell me? It's fine. This is a problem I have to deal with alone. What could it possibly be? For a moment, Ibria wondered if Hart had done something to Alphyssia. If so, it would certainly be an impossible dilemma to seek help for. But Hart would never do such a thing. True to his vow of chastity, he'd always viewed women as if they were statues. Ibria liked that about Hart. Come to think of it. He doesn't react much to me either. Even if I danced naked, he'd probably just frown. Blessed with extraordinary beauty, Ibria had become aware of her own allure. Whenever she ventured outside for national events, she felt piercing gazes of reverence all over her body. At this point, pretending not to notice would be a sin. Hart, who'd always been by her side yet maintained a friendly distance, was the abnormal one. Ibria firmly believed this. That reminds me. This had brought a memory bubbling to the surface of her mind. Ibria sat across from Hart and began to complain. Hart, listen to this. You know, after I sent you away that time, I kind of regretted it. The Emperor kept subtly trying to seduce me, even with the Empress right there. There's a limit to chasing after women, how could he do this to me? If only the missing third prince had become emperor instead. Why did we establish the separation of church and state? If not for that, I would have appointed the third prince as emperor in an instant. Would I get scolded if His Holiness the Pope were here for saying that? Anyway, that day I was so. As Ibria vented her frustrations, Hart quietly nodded along. The problem was that he was letting her words go in one ear and out the other. Normally, Hart always listened attentively to others, simply because it was the right thing to do. So for Hart to disregard this virtue was clearly unusual. Neither of them noticed this oddity when the bell rang. It signaled the end of the Holy Night Order's service. At the clear sound reaching their ears, the two parted ways, each to their own path. Hart was indeed diligent. No matter how urgent his business, he always completed his duties as the Holy Knight Commander. As a result, it was already 6 in the evening when Hart left the temple. The sky was still blue, as the temperature would soon start rising. As Hart shaded his eyes to look up, a guard at the temple's main gate gasped. Commander Hart. Guard? Is something the matter? Hart asked casually. The guard quickly shook his head and explained. And no, nothing's wrong. It's the first time I've seen you leave without the Holy Maiden. In other words, he was surprised to see Hart, who never left the temple except for national events, out in the world. Finding the opinion reasonable, Hart readily accepted it. I plan to come out more often from now on. Oh, I see. Hart bowed politely after speaking, and the guard returned the gesture as he sent off his superior. The guard who'd conversed with Hart was an older man in his prime. This meant he'd been working at the temple since Hart and Ibria were young. This man spoke in a low voice to a younger, newly recruited guard. My goodness. I thought I was seeing things in my old age. What's the big deal about him going outside? Anyone would want some fresh air if they felt cooped up. You'd be right in most cases. The man shared a fact the new recruit would come to understand in time. If they were human, that is. It took Hart less than an hour to reach the luminal mansion from the temple. With his superhuman leg strength, he was 3 times faster than a horse at full gallop even at a moderate pace. As soon as the luminal mansion came into view, he gradually slowed down and walked to the main gate at Novel bin Adat. Just as the temple had guards, the luminal ducal house also had gatekeepers. The luminal family had martial roots, so the gatekeepers' gazes were particularly sharp. Of course, to the worldly inexperienced Hart, a house was just a house. In other words, he thought they'd welcome him with open arms if he just visited and asked for permission. That is, until the gatekeeper made an exasperating request. Please show your invitation. Pardon. If you don't have an invitation, a letter permitting your visit will suffice. Hart was quite confused. To think one needed a prior appointment to be a guest at a mansion. He felt dizzy from this newly learned social norm. Meanwhile, the gatekeepers facing Hart were equally bewildered. They'd simply asked for something completely normal and logical, yet their counterpart was genuinely breaking out in a cold sweat. Even street ruffians and peddlers didn't react like this. It was as if a clueless child had received a shock. Judging by his attire, he's neither a ruffian nor a peddler. Isn't that the uniform of the Holy Knights? There's no way he doesn't know this is a ducal residence, right? As the two gatekeepers stared at the dazed Hart, a knight patrolling inside the mansion noticed them. The knight waved cheerfully as he approached the gate. You must be the Holy Knight who was scheduled to visit today. Pardon? I did come to visit, but I heard about it. Come in quickly. Gatekeepers, he's not a suspicious person, so you can let him through. The gatekeepers exchanged blank stares. They soon concluded that since the knight worked here, his words must be true. If the Sword King unit says so. Yes, let's go then. Hart was practically dragged into the mansion by the knight's hand. He was too confused by this turn of events to speak. What's going on? Did Ibria hear about this and make arrangements in advance? If so, I owe her one. He'd somehow stumbled into a peculiar situation. Before he knew it, Hart was guided to a reception room and found himself facing a steaming cup of tea. Judging by how kindly he was being treated, it seemed Ibria must have put in a good word for him. The Duchess will be down soon. Remember to be on your best behavior, all right? Of course. That's how everyone should act. Wow, you're really well disciplined? Though we've just met, I like you. So, I wish you the best of luck. I understand. The man patted Hart's shoulder encouragingly before leaving the room. Now he was alone in the quiet reception room. In this environment, Hart was shocked by the incredibly soft chair he encountered for the first time. This is amazingly comfortable. Looking around, the interior was dazzling enough to make his head spin. The walls seemed gilded with gold leaf, and unlike the temple's reliance on oil lamps, intricate glass chandeliers emitted strong light. He thought such luxury was exclusive to the imperial palace. The fact that a mere noble's mansion flaunted such wealth was almost a culture shock. That's when it happened. Click, click. The sound of heels striking the floor grew closer. Soon, the mansion's owner approached the reception room and flung the door open without hesitation. Simultaneously, Hart snapped to attention. He barely managed to suppress a sigh. Alphisia Luminal was exactly the same as that night at the imperial palace. Her glossy auburn hair flowed down her back, and her red eyes burned with passionate color like raging flames. The slender dress that hugged her waist and hips, its hem just where his hand had touched. Hart banished the thought and shouted thunderously. Good day, your grace. What? Alphisia uttered a brief question as she stumbled to a stop. For reference, the person accompanying her was the mansion's head butler, who involuntarily trembled. The Duchess is flustered. Alphyssia always restrained her emotions and displayed an inhuman demeanor. In this respect, she was no different from the previous emperor, who was likened to a machine ruling the country. For someone who'd long served the liminal mansion, this was astonishing. Meanwhile, Alphyssia had valid reasons for her cracked expression. The Holy Knight Commander is conducting the final interview for a new Sword King unit knight. That's right. Today's meeting was the final interview for a Holy Knight's transfer to the Sword King unit. Alphysia's involvement in recruitment was limited to this final interview. Thus, she'd arrived without even reviewing the relevant documents. As long as they were a Holy Knight, their background would be certain, and prior documentation could create bias. But the man before her was not only certain in his identity, but his very existence created prejudice. Hence, even the sharp-minded Alphyssia found her brain melting, unable to gather her thoughts. What is your motivation for applying? She asked this purely innocent question before even taking her seat, to the point of appearing dumbfounded. 3/5 enjoy the chapit? Click here? What? Alphysia's brain melted like eternal snow in early summer, and Hart's mind was likewise liquefying. Application motivation? What on earth had he applied for? Surely Ibria hadn't secretly submitted a resume to the Duke's mansion on his behalf? After considering all possibilities, Hart arrived at his own rationalization. I see. The Duchess must have been flustered too. Of course she would be. When the man who touched her shows up shamelessly, it'd be strange if she didn't misspeak. It was a speculation worthy of 50 points out of 100. He'd correctly guessed that Alphyssia was flustered, but the rest was mere fiction scribbled by Hart's delusions. Oblivious to this, Hart slowly dropped to his knees. I'm truly, sincerely, so sorry. As he prostrated himself, forehead pressed to the ground, Hart's thoughts were simple. He interpreted the question about application motivation as asking why he had come. Thus, the only thing Hart could do was apologize. The one who raised Hart from this position was the elderly butler accompanying Alphyssia. Please stand up? No matter how intimidating the Duchess may be, there's no etiquette dictating you should kowtow during an interview. At novel bin at. Pardon? Interview? Interview. Hart repeated the word blankly, as if his processing ability had malfunctioned. What do you mean interview? What interview? My word, what's going on? At this point, even the elderly butler's brain began to melt. The conversation was going nowhere. The butler found himself doubting whether he had properly understood the schedule. In a world where everyone seemed to be turning into fools together, Alphyssia tiredly pressed her palm to her forehead. She issued an order to the butler. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Butler, you may withdraw now. And you, shall we sit down and have a chat? Alphyssia, having composed her wavering emotions, gazed at Hart with indifferent eyes. As she did so, she crossed her legs, the slender lines of her dress accentuating the movement of her limbs. Hart shifted his shoulders awkwardly and averted his gaze. The ensuing silence was unbearably uncomfortable. Yet he couldn't force the victim to speak first in this situation. It was Hart who broke the ice. I came to the Duke's mansion to apologize for the indecent act I committed during the Imperial Palace ball. Is that all? Yes, that's right. It wasn't uncommon for nobles to use their status to harass someone. But it was rare for the perpetrator to sincerely apologize to the victim. Of course, no man had ever dared to act on his lustful desires towards Alphyssia, the mistress of the Empire's most influential house. However, Hart was a high-ranking member of the temple. If he wanted, he could do whatever he pleased wherever he went without needing to apologize. If he's the bearer of a baptismal name, he'd be even less likely to. Alphysia's father, who had left on a journey after inheriting the title of Duke long ago, had repeatedly warned her. Never treat the bearers of baptismal names as equals. Common sense means nothing before them, he'd said. Considering how that strong man refused to attend even national events due to a single promise to the Pope, it was unlikely to be nonsense. But look at the man before her. Wasn't he more human than human, cowering and watching her every move? Is it really necessary to apologize so excessively for a mistake made while trying to save someone? Alphyssia found herself questioning. Her nature was far from merciful, but she was rational enough to know that making a mistake while trying to save her wasn't a grave sin. Especially since he was the commander of the Holy Knight Order, not some commoner, let alone being the bearer of a baptismal name that Cardinal praised daily. So Alphyssia decided to test the waters. She had heard plenty about bearers of baptismal names, but the only glimpse she'd had of Hart in person was him standing properly next to the Holy Maiden. She calculated that if she could confirm his true nature through a bit of physical contact, it would be worth it. I might forgive you. Really? Yes. Alphyssia steepled her fingers. But in exchange, show me a miracle that the bearer of a baptismal name can perform. That level of entertainment would be just right to forget that day's incident. A miracle. Anything will do. Turn water into wine, multiply a single loaf of bread, do as you please. It had been a while since she'd encountered such an intriguing subject. The prospect of witnessing an inaccessible miracle was tantalizing. Her heart, which had died in her teens, came alive and began to race. However, Hart directly betrayed Alphysia's hopes. I'm sorry. I can't do that. What did you say? Divine power shouldn't be used for personal amusement. That's the virtue our Lord desires. He recited the line with a rigid tone, as if reading from a moral textbook. Alphesia's heart, which had briefly warmed, turned cold again. The spark that had lit up her eyes faded, leaving them dull and disinterested. In the end, he's just a man with pretty words. As she leaned back against the plush sofa with a bored expression, Hart fidgeted his fingers as if ashamed. In contrast to Alphesia, he sat with his back straight, hands neatly placed on his knees. His next promise, tinged with responsibility, once again piqued Alphesia's interest. Anything besides divine power is fine. I'll do whatever it takes to earn your forgiveness. Whatever it takes. I can't do anything that would harm or hurt someone's feelings either. You exaggerate with every word, don't you? Ugh. Well, fine. A moment later, Alphesia prepared paper and pen, and began writing neatly. At a glance, it appeared to be in the form of a contract. Hart's gaze was drawn by curiosity. His head gradually leaned towards the paper filling up with writing. Sign it. This is a contract stating you'll become my knight for the next year. If you're not just all talk, you should gladly sign it, right? Alphesia knew full well how absurd and unreasonable this contract was. Trying to bind the commander of the Holy Knight Order for a year over an accidental touch of the thigh. No sane person would agree to such a contract. But Alphesia strongly sensed it. The man before her was likely an incredible pushover who'd simply lacked opportunities to show it. He might even agree to a contract that no one in their right mind would sign. And in reality, Alphesia's prediction came true disappointingly easily. I have to carry out my temple duties until at least 4 p.m. So I'll be your knight from 5 p.m. to 6 a.m. Is that all right? Good heavens, what the? Pardon. No, it's fine. Sign it as is. Thank you for your consideration. Consideration? What nonsense. From 5 p.m. to 6 a.m., he says. Presumably, 6 a.m. is when the temple's duties begin. That means out of 24 hours in a day, Hart would have less than an hour to sleep. Just the fact that a human could endure such a murderous schedule was already a living testament to miracles. Sleep. For me, sleep is merely a preference. Please don't concern yourself. Alphesia gave up trying to understand any further. He was a fellow who calmly stated facts with an innocent face. Now she could believe the exploits her father never tired of boasting about. Hart finished signing with a light heart, then extended his hand to Alphesia. With this, I've become your knight. I look forward to working with you for the next year. Right. Now, would you introduce me to the duties I'll be undertaking? He eagerly sought work despite having just been employed. His enthusiasm, rising without knowing the fundamentals even after taking on an unfair contract, was fascinating. Meanwhile, Alphesia, who was at a loss for what tasks to assign, spoke languidly. You'll attend to me. Sir Ascalon? We have an emergency. The supplies for aid have been cut off. What did you say? Ascalon furrowed his brow at his subordinate's report. He blinked his elegantly long lashes and asked for the cause. If supplies are cut off now, the slum improvement plan is as good as scrapped. Have you found the reason? Well, it seems Duke Luminal has co-opted all the related merchant groups. That person again. Ascalon heaved a deep sigh. Alphesia Luminal was always like this. Whenever he laid the groundwork to achieve something, she invariably demolished it. Like waves sweeping away a sand castle. As he pondered countermeasures, a woman emerged from the darkness. Why does she always interfere with you? Her crimson-tinged hair was tied back in a ponytail. Conflict lingered in her sorrowful blue eyes. The woman's name was Tina, Ascalion's personal guard. To this guard who still retained traces of innocence, Ascalon voiced the harsh reality. Because maintaining the current system benefits her. Even though people are suffering so much, just for that. To become emperor, I need to build my power. But in that process, I'm bound to clash with Duke Luminal. The Luminal ducal house had grown excessively powerful since Alphesia became head of the family. The imperial family was already half a figurehead, and it was no exaggeration to say that House Luminal was the empire. In other words, for Ascalon to increase his power, he inevitably had to absorb part of House Luminal's pie. Therefore, rather than lose it to an upstart royal, Alphesia Luminal intended to maintain the current empire. That was her intention. But can we win? She's too formidable. We must win. For the sake of our goals. While reaffirming his resolve, Ascalon fell into contemplation. If only we could find some weakness, something that would make the world turn against her. The time soon came when Alphesia began treating Hart almost like a newborn. Cough. The ever-dignified Duchess Luminal spat out the tea she had just sipped. As a result, the documents on her desk were stained with a greenish hue, and an unfamiliar sense of shame washed over her. Are you all right, Duchess? Does this look all right to you? I've never tasted such bitter tea in my life. Alphesia wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, visibly irritated. Hart, on the other hand, carefully avoided her threatening gaze. This only annoyed her further, prompting her to ask harshly. So, why did you lie about knowing how to brew tea? Well, not exactly knowing. I just said I'd tried making it before. Hart dipped his finger in the spilled tea on the desk. Then, naturally bringing it to his mouth, he sucked on it as if savoring the taste. Isn't this how it's supposed to taste? You. Alphesia's face turned bright red. It was a color thoroughly mixed with anger and humiliation. Understandably so, as the spilled tea on the desk was no different from Alphesia's saliva. From her perspective, it was beyond an indirect kiss, more like an indirect French kiss. Yet Hart, oblivious to the issue, was merely observing Alphesia's reaction. Get out right now. Thwack. Enraged, Alphyssia kicked Hart's shin with her shoe. However, Hart only slightly winced at the unexpected blow. His reaction, like being brushed by a mosquito, further fueled Alphysia's anger. Huff, huff, ha. Alphyssia, unaware that the hem of her wet dress was damp, leaned back in her chair and rubbed her face. Damn it. How can someone be so clueless? It had been a while since her emotions had been stirred so intensely. It seemed she had made a mistake in drafting the contract. She should have restrained her greed and simply had him perform as a jester before sending him back. At this moment, she truly regretted her decision. Hart, who had been kicked out without realizing his mistake, wandered the corridor. Since his duty was to serve, he limited his roaming to a radius from which he could easily return. During his walk, he encountered a hooded man in the hallway. The hood was pulled so low that Hart could barely make out the man's black hair. At first, he considered subduing the suspicious figure, but the man's confident stride made him hesitate. It proved to be the right decision. The man soon spoke with a youthful voice. I heard the Duchess shouting. Indeed. I wonder if she's too stressed. The hooded man nodded in agreement to Hart's near soliloquy. In a sense, you might not be wrong. Oh, you seem to know the Duchess well. I've served her for quite some time. Ah, I see. Hart sized up the man. He was certain the man was a highly skilled knight. The man had a habit of suppressing his presence at every moment. He also strained to listen to sounds over a wide range. This level of skill was impossible to achieve through ordinary training. Of course, for Hart, it was merely impressive enough to merit a single moment of admiration. So he spoke casually. If you've served her for long, you must know her well. Could you tell me what she likes? I don't know. As Hart hummed subtly, the man added, as if to excuse himself. But it seems unnecessary to try to win her favor. Huh? Why? It's been a very long time since the Duchess showed such human emotions. I think this change is somewhat positive. Positive or not, I still got hit. The young man said nothing more. He simply bowed his head deeply, still hidden under his hood, and went on his way. Is he one of those shadow guards that high nobles often employ? Even at a glance, he was different from the Sword King unit, the official knightly order of the ducal house. The sense of not fitting in with the group and his disproportionate level of prayer were telling signs. Hart only inferred this much before dismissing the thought. More important than the existence of a shadow guard was Alphysia's mood. If the recent conversation was true, it should be safe to return and resume his duties. Thus, Hart's steps led him back to the Duchess's office. It wasn't long before Hart received a slap from Alphyssia. The reason was that he had shaken a duster directly above Alphysia's head. Their rocky first day ended like that. About 2 weeks had passed since then. Alphyssia gazed at the setting sun, thinking of Hart. That clueless fool. Just how sheltered does one have to be to know so little? Truly, he was a specimen of human uselessness. And Alphysia's assessment was entirely justified. Just as she thought, Hart had indeed grown up in an unexpectedly comfortable environment. Cleaning was done by the temple's employees, as were cooking and tea preparation. Moreover, as the bearer of a baptismal name, he never got dirty or even injured. In fact, all Hart knew how to do was recite scriptures and change his own clothes. At this point, he had been raised more delicately than most noble heirs. The temple's educational policy must have gone seriously awry. Over 30 years old, yet barely human. The implications were clear and simple. It was undeniable proof that they had essentially raised a child through neglect. At this rate, she might end up making a proper person out of Hart herself. It felt like experiencing child care for the first time, with no prior experience. As Alphyssia was lost in thought, the oblivious man with his perpetual grin once again arrived to fulfill his contract. Hello, Duchess. I'm here. Right. Alphyssia looked as if she had a rough stone stuck to the roof of her mouth. Despite having the commander of the Holy Knight Order at her beck and call, she felt no joy, not even a hint of satisfaction. You're busy as always, Duchess. How long does it take to go through all these documents? A day. My goodness, you can't just skim through them. What if you fall for some terribly unfair contract? Are you really one to talk about that? Pardon. No, never mind. You might actually be right about that. To put it bluntly, this man was annoying. Overwhelmingly so. To properly suppress both the climbing Ascalon and the Empress Dowager's checks, she needed time to focus entirely. Yet recently, she found herself wasting unnecessary time accommodating this man. So today, Alphyssia had resolved to tear up the contract in front of Hart. It would be better for both of them to simply ignore each other. She chided herself for dragging this decision out for 2 weeks. Duchess. Oblivious to her intentions, Hart smiled his usual good-natured smile. Alphyssia had noticed from the corner of her eye that Hart was busily doing something in the corner. But when she actually faced the results, her expression soured. Have some tea while you work. I brewed it myself. Are you asking me to drink garbage? I'm sorry about last time. I thought you just put leaves in hot water, but apparently that's not all there is to it. One can only imagine how the divine dragon Erhite must have fainted upon hearing this anecdote. It was bad enough that Hart was serving Alphyssia, but hearing the tale of how he had served what amounted to trash in the guise of tea nearly caused Erhite to collapse. Subsequently, Hart underwent intensive training under Erhite's supervision. For about 10 days, the divine dragon lamented the temple's lax approach to education. Finally, Hart reached a point where he felt confident serving tea to others. This time will be different. Please, do try it. And why should I trust you? Because trust brings good fortune. What nonsense. Ha, fine. Alphizia rested her chin on her hand and cut off the conversation at novel bin at. It was going to be the end of their relationship today anyway. She could at least wet her lips once and spit it out. With that mindset, a clear light gradually appeared in Alphizia's eyes. Why is this decent? The taste was clean. While not worthy of praise, it was passable enough to swallow. As Alphizia set the teacup back on its saucer, Hart cautiously asked for her opinion. How is it, Duchess? How should she deliver a scathing review? While there's been some improvement, it's still far inferior to the dedicated tea maid's work. Well, the problem lay in the narrowing distance between them. The expectation brimming on his face felt heavy. Even after a decade of disregarding human emotions, his face was still burdensome. That's why Alphizia's decision wavered at the last moment. It's not bad. Really? You mean it? At this moment, Alphizia strongly sensed that it would take quite some time to completely erase this moment from her memory. Thank goodness. Hart smiled. Despite having lived the same 32 years, his smile was as pure as a child's. Alphizia had always dismissed the saying you can't spit on a smiling face as someone else's problem. But how about herself now? Faced with someone genuinely happy for her sake, she found herself unable to tear up the contract. TCH. Slurp. For some reason, her throat felt parched, and she hastily gulped down some tea. Seeing this, Hart's eyes sparkled as if overcome with emotion. His violet eyes shone so brightly they seemed to outshine the office's lighting. Damn it. Slurp. Alphizia took another sip of tea. For Alphizia, who had witnessed and countered all sorts of power plays, this was her first truly troublesome opponent. Her throat was burning. Because this foolishness was unsightly, because this stupidity was pitiful. Her throat kept burning. What it means to seep in. On a bright afternoon, near the massive pond inside the temple, Ibria called out to Hart. Hart, your face has brightened up lately. What do you mean all of a sudden? Hart asked, bewildered. But Ibria's pale face remained indifferent. Do you enjoy serving that person so much you can't even sleep? At first I thought she might have some dirt on you, but seeing your face, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Hey, dirt on me? It's absolutely not like that, Ibria. Hart shook his head vigorously. He was so flustered he looked like a fish flapping on a fishing line. I can't tell. Not to Ibria. Not to anyone in the temple. I can't say it even if my mouth is torn apart. He was a senior member of the temple after all, a clergyman who valued frugality and purity. Hart lacked the mental strength to confess that he was frequenting the Duchess's mansion because he had groped an unmarried woman's thigh. Anyway, is that what you were curious about? Whether she had dirt on me or something? Well, I'm curious about that too, but I wanted to warn you. Warn me? Yes, warn you? Ibria's expression darkened. She faced Hart seriously and offered sincere advice. You might not know this, but Duchess Luminal actually has a bad reputation. She's known as a villainess. What? Even so, I didn't think you of all people would, but just in case, I'll tell you. When you keep something dark close, you get stained without realizing it. I hope you will be a little wary of Duchess Luminal. Ibria was sincere because it was Hart she was advising. She didn't want to see Hart, who had been like an elegant white heron, soaked in ink. However, Hart's thoughts were completely opposite to Ibria's. Thanks, Ibria. But I want to believe what I've seen with my own eyes. Hart. The Duchess I know is just blunt, nothing more. So even if her reputation is bad, I want to trust her as much as I can. After all, it's our job to believe, isn't it? If you use work as an excuse, how can I argue? Being the holy maiden and all. Ibria let out a long sigh. Hart's opinion was the orthodox one. To refute it, whether as a holy maiden or as an individual, would invite criticism. The temple's daily routine was drawing to a close. About half an hour before Hart's arrival, at the Luminal mansion, Alphizia was in a foul mood. She was disgusted by Ascalayan, who was criticizing her inhuman behavior and waging a public opinion war, and the Empress who seemed to be jumping on the bandwagon with glee. She had long since cut off the supply lines delivering aid supplies. Thanks to this, the third prince, whose hands were tied, had no choice but to continue the fight in this manner. Duchess, what will you do? Glenn, who was attending her, asked quietly. In response, Alphizia asked, with eyes that seemed to be looking down at a chessboard. Do you know the easiest way to defeat an opponent? I don't know. Glenn gave an insubstantial answer after a moment's thought. On the other hand, Alphizia explained her theory without so much as raising an eyebrow. You just need to repeat the actions they despise. Actions that inspire such intense hatred. Originally, the right path was difficult and the wrong path was easy, and Alphizia was a woman who walked right down the center of the wrong path. For someone like her, perfect from her background to her own qualifications, there was absolutely no need to take the difficult path. Therefore, choosing the wrong path was the natural course of action. We should spread well-crafted gossip to the yellow press. Let's bundle Ascalayan and the Empress, who joined hands thinking this was their chance, into one side altogether. I'll carry out your orders. It was just as Glenn was about to take a step to carry out the order. The clock inside the mansion chimed 6 in the afternoon. At the same time, a foolish servant reflexively came to Alphizia's mind. That servant was, of course, Hart, who by now should have finished his duties at the temple and would be coming to fulfill their unfair contract. Ha, Duchess. It was an unexpected sigh. Glenn stopped in his tracks, concerned. And his judgment was excellent. Forget the order I just gave. Pardon? Yes, understood. And, instruct them to lift the restrictions we placed on the merchant guilds. You mean? Glenn tried to reconfirm her meaningful decision. But Alphesia's lips didn't open a second time. It seemed suspicious, as if he had heard things, but reality was undeniable. Therefore, Glenn bowed respectfully and withdrew to draft the official document to be circulated to the merchant guilds. With this, Ascalion's wish was fulfilled. The supply of aid to the slums would resume once again. The usual Alphesia wouldn't have yielded even if her feet were on fire. She knew this well herself, which is why she squeezed her eyes shut. Phew, it was an impulsive decision with no room for excuse. But that's not to say it contained intentions that even she couldn't understand. It was all because of Hart. Remembering that grown child who knew nothing of the world's filth made everything seem pointless. She didn't want to needlessly stain that innocent man. Moreover, when she saw him showing her infinite goodwill, she somehow felt bad for being mired in the wrong path. Damn it. Bang! Alphesia shouted and kicked the innocent wall. Why was she thinking of him on her own? Why was she ashamed of her own actions on her own? It's not like her ability to distinguish between good and evil had been dim. She knew all too well that she was closer to evil. That's why it was even more maddening. Meanwhile, Hart, who had just opened the front door of the mansion, witnessed Alphesia's outraged appearance in real time. Duchess. Thump. Hart bounded up the stairs in one breath. He immediately knelt on one knee and examined Alphesia's foot. Did you hurt your toes? Why are you hurting yourself because you're angry? Ha. Alphesia wanted to snap at him that it was because of him. But the words wouldn't come out smoothly. She had a feeling that if she vocally declared Hart as the cause, something irreversible would happen. Move. Yes, ma'am. Hart was faithful to her instructions. It was completely different from before when he would hesitate and get iron-fisted with her folding fan. Soon, he casually threw out a question. So what's wrong? Nothing. Come on, it doesn't seem like nothing. You're persistent. Now Hart was stroking his chin, pretending to ponder with an outright sly attitude. Alphesia's face contorted on one side at this rather drastic change. You seem to have gotten quite comfortable with me. I guess it's because you always treat me so well, Duchess. Alphesia had never treated Hart well. If anything, she had driven him like a whipping boy. You, really? Suddenly, she had such a thought. That if he left the temple's embrace in this state, he might have his liver and gallbladder eaten while his eyes were wide open. Unlike Hart with his innocent brain, the world was far too cruel. So it felt like someone needed to protect Hart. How did it come to this? What if the woman pushed against the railing at the Imperial Ball had been someone other than her? Probably, no matter who he had come into contact with, he would have wagged his tail like a stray dog and sought them out. And just like now, he would have signed such an unreasonable slave contract without hesitation and acted as they wished. His face is quite handsome. Adat Novel bin Adat. As a holy knight, he had a good physique that would likely be popular with women. An immature young lady might have used the event as an excuse to drag Hart into a swamp of lust. Even without a specific target, for some reason, her fists clenched just at the imagination. Is this a sense of responsibility? A sense of responsibility arising from the reality of having learned Hart's true nature. Also, a sense of mission that since she had drawn him into an unfair contract, she should make this person into a proper human being. It must be one or the other. At least, Alphesia was convinced of that. You. Yes. Do you do this to other people too? If someone is venting their anger by hitting a wall, do you rush over like you did just now? Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's painful if injuries increase. Hearing the answer, her mood seemed to sink. Alphesia gave a bitter smile. I should have known. But her bitter smile didn't last even a second. But Duchess, please don't try to break things. If you call for me, I'll just come running. Then I'll help you vent your anger. Even if your temple duties aren't over. Normally at times like this, one should lie to please the other person, even if it means stretching the truth. That's what having sense means, but strangely, she didn't feel offended. It was just so very hard that he couldn't gloss over even one thing with a lie. Am I finding this comfortable? She had lived her whole life suspecting others. When she stepped into social circles, her eyes would form crescents, but her lips behind the folding fan would remain horizontal. Because deception was her daily life, she couldn't trust anyone. In the midst of all this, the appearance of someone she could trust unconditionally was an encouraging change. I'll come running as fast as I can. Actually, I find it quite fun to talk with you, Duchess. That's enough. Alphesia turned around and tossed out a few more words. Do as you please. Future dreams. Linnea Cadidal. The former Viscountess Linnea Chandler now wielded power as a duchess. Her influence extended far beyond that of a typical noblewoman, largely due to her husband Rainer's early demise from lifestyle diseases. No one was particularly surprised. The obese second Prince Rainers, who had renounced his claim to the throne, could barely walk. It was widely predicted he'd meet an early end, whether from lifestyle diseases or by cracking his skull after a clumsy fall. Thus, Linnea, as mistress of the ducal house, held all the real authority. For all intents and purposes, she was the Duke of Cadidal, at least until she passed the title to her son, Helio Cadidal, born in the twilight of her husband's life. Ugh! 7-year-old Helio groaned as he noticed a nosebleed staining his papers. It was the result of severely weakened immunity and accumulated fatigue. Flip. Yet the sound of turning pages remained steady. The book Helio was reading was titled Understanding and Contemplation of Ethical Thought. Unless one was a prodigy on par with the third Prince Ascalon, once hailed as a child genius, it wasn't a text a 7-year-old should be poring over. Moreover, Helio's hands were covered in scars. He was frequently beaten by his etiquette teacher. His mother, Linnea Catadal, turned a blind eye to the tutor's harsh discipline. At times, she even encouraged it. Helio repeated the reason for his mother's actions like a mantra. I must become Alphesia Luminal. If life could be compared to a race, Helio's finish line was Alphesia Luminal. To be showered with praise from a young age, to graduate top of the academy with ease, to captivate attention with striking beauty, to act in a way that would allow House Catadal to overshadow House Luminal. Alphesia Luminal doesn't struggle. Alphesia Luminal could memorize this in one go. If he was lacking, he had to fill the gaps. If he pushed himself hard enough, he could become Alphesia Luminal. Helio firmly believed this. If not, the race called life would never end. I am Alphesia Luminal. Helio remained glued to his chair from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening. There were only 2 conditions under which he could rise. One was for bodily functions, and the other was to attend the Emperor's birthday banquet at the Imperial Palace today. The current time was 4 in the afternoon. Creak. The door opened. Maids entered, asking for permission, and seated Helio in front of a mirror. Numerous outfits hung on racks behind him, ready for dressing. The preparations were about to begin. That day, Hart hadn't set out for the Luminal mansion. Alphesia had notified him in advance of her schedule to attend the Emperor's birthday banquet. So Hart had planned to spend a relaxing time at the temple. That is, until Ibria expressed her intention to attend the banquet. Hart. Let's go to the banquet together. All right. Hart agreed without even asking for details. In truth, if Ibria was going somewhere, it was only right for Hart to simply follow. However, Ibria had expected Hart to at least ask about this unusual behavior. With little deliberation or preparation, there was nothing to hinder their steps. Moreover, the short distance between the temple and the palace meant they arrived very quickly. The guard who spotted them stammered. Oh, it wasn't unusual for the temple to receive formal invitations. But unless it was a major event like Founding Day, it was extremely rare for them to actually attend. Her Holiness Holy Maiden Ibria and Holy Knight Commander Sir Hart have arrived. As the doors opened, the scent of alcohol and perfume assailed their nostrils. The heated atmosphere felt unfamiliar. Hart suddenly realized how unaccustomed he was to such lively environments. And then he saw Alphesia's eyes widen in surprise across the room. He deliberately left her behind, yet running into her as usual felt absurd. However, this was merely Hart's perspective. Alphesia's inner thoughts were quite different. Why are you here? Alphesia hadn't left Hart unattended for no reason. She found it uncomfortable for him to attend the banquet while aware of her presence. This was, after all, a place where all manner of gossip circulated. Even a moment's distraction could lead to rumors. It was obvious what kind of words about her Hart might pick up in such a setting. Did the Holy Maiden express her intention to attend? Or did Hart? No, surely he didn't come because he wanted to see me. Thud. Alphesia's train of thought was interrupted as she slammed her drink down on the table. The harsh sound caused those nearby to glance at her nervously. What a foolish thought. Why would that dimwit want to see me? Above all, Hart's companion was the Holy Maiden. Her exquisite beauty seemed as ageless as ever. Alphesia had known her for years, and she still appeared untouched by time. Perhaps this was why Hart never showed any interest in her. Having served such a woman all his life, how could any ordinary beauty catch his eye? Alphesia clenched her fist as she watched men flock to the Holy Maiden like dogs in heat. Holy Maiden, might I have a moment of your time? Do you perhaps enjoy a drink? You remain as beautiful as ever. The men addressed her with undisguised lust in their eyes. But Ibria, unaccustomed to such gazes, failed to notice. Hart was equally oblivious. So he took Ibria's orders at face value. Hart, since we've come this far, let's enjoy ourselves a little. I'll be engaged in conversation for a while, so feel free to act as you please until then. Thanks, Ibria. Ibria was taken aback by the unexpected gratitude. The usual Hart would have simply acknowledged the order as a command to be carried out. In any case, Ibria began to enlighten the men targeting her. As the conversations progressed, their eyes filled with faith instead of lust. After all, Ibria was the Holy Maiden. Meanwhile, Hart walked straight towards Alphesia. As he did so, his somewhat rigid expression softened into the sunny one she was accustomed to seeing. This signified that he had finally learned to separate work from his personal life. It was truly an encouraging development. Hello, how have you been? It seems we meet again today, Duchess. Why are you here? Well, I'm not quite sure myself, but it seems Ibria had some business here. Ibria? Yes. So he calls her by name, not title. Alphesia knew they were childhood friends, but seeing this, their closeness seemed considerable. A twisted sense of rivalry tightened in her chest. You must be quite close. Close enough to use first names. Well, we've been together since childhood. For how long? To be honest, my childhood memories are hazy. Apparently, I was abandoned as a baby on the temple doorstep one day. I suppose we've been together ever since. So you were an orphan? Yes, I was an orphan. Alphyssia regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Seeing Hart's proud acknowledgement made her feel as if she had insulted his lineage. Ahem, anyway, her status must be far above yours, yet you speak to her so casually. Haha, I suppose it turned out that way. At novel bin at. By that logic, there's no reason you shouldn't speak casually to me as well. Alphyssia had only meant to tease, but Hart jumped as if struck by lightning. Goodness, how could I dare? You're noble, unlike me, Duchess. Besides, I serve you. But, isn't that the same for the Holy Maiden? Ibria is Ibria. Then Alphyssia is Alphyssia too. Alphyssia and Hart fell silent simultaneously. Alphyssia was mortified at unconsciously referring to herself in the third person. How was it any different from a child throwing a tantrum? This sudden regression to childishness kept pricking at her sense of shame. Hart, on the other hand, couldn't help but find Alphyssia cute, irreverent as the thought might be. Her flushed face and petulant tone were utterly at odds with her usual demeanor. The stark contrast to her normal behavior sparked unseemly fantasies. So, that is, Hart continued, scarcely daring to hope. Do you want me to call you by name, Duchess? NNG. Alphyssia averted her eyes. She didn't want to admit it, nor did she want to lie. She questioned why it even mattered if this fool, who could barely serve her properly, called her by name. And yet, she just wanted to hear it. This inexplicable desire threw Alphysia's heart into turmoil. Just as Alphyssia, backed into a corner, was about to shriek, "Miracle!" a commotion erupted. At the Emperor's birthday banquet, a young boy no less, had fallen. It was a major incident. On a day that should have been more auspicious than any other, misfortune had struck. Inevitably, curiosity and fear intermingled as crowds gathered. "It's gotten quite rowdy," Linnea Catadal remarked. "Indeed, Lady Catadal. No doubt an accident caused by excessive excitement," someone immediately flattered her. They too must have been curious, but not enough to forsake the power before their eyes. "Let's not act rashly. Others will surely gossip like busybodies, so we needn't concern ourselves." "How insightful, my lady. I'm ashamed I even considered diverting my attention for a moment." At first glance, Linnea's opinion seemed correct. She was exemplifying the demeanor of a proper noblewoman. But even for someone like her, her true thoughts differed. "I don't know whose child it is, but how pathetic. To dare sully the Emperor's birthday banquet. How negligent must their education have been to make such a blunder. It was an unseemly act her own well-mannered son would never commit. Of course not, her proud son would become the future Duke Catadal and surpass Alphyssia Luminal. He would never cause such an incident." But as time passed, the reactions grew strange. People's gazes increasingly focused on Linnea. Half were sympathetic, half scornful. By this point, even the noble women associating with Linnea couldn't help but notice the suspicious atmosphere. They made various excuses to leave Linnea's side, and eventually, she was left alone. Of course, Linnea, at the center of this maelstrom, was also aware of the peculiar mood. She sensed that it was likely related to the boy's fall outside. As she pondered this, her heart began to race. Anxiety quickened her steps and sent chills down her spine. Forgetting her composure, Linnea openly displayed her agitation, lifting her skirt hem slightly as she ran. When the Duchess finally arrived at the rear garden where the boy had fallen, the mask she'd been wearing completely crumbled. Dash. By the time Hart and Alphyssia descended upon the scene of the accident, Linnea stood petrified as if under a stone curse. She'd frozen, unable to process the storm of thoughts assailing her. "That's the Catadal heir, isn't it? As expected. I wonder if there was some kind of accident. Well, so much for the Catadal family's reputation." Reputation. Yes, that damned family reputation. Linnea, who had staked everything on it, was now racked with worry. What's going on? Why is my son like this? No, more importantly, medical treatment. But why did he fall? Surely he didn't jump of his own accord. No, I must treat his wounds quickly. But the people's gazes. While Linnea remained motionless, the flame of life Helio harbored continued to dwindle. Even as he wheezed out ragged breaths, his eyes took in his dumbfounded mother. The woman who, more than anyone in the world, had placed her expectations on him and loved him. Meanwhile, Alphyssia narrowed her eyes as she observed the situation. Was that woman always this stupid? If she's worried about the family's reputation, she should be rushing over and calling for a physician right away. It would have been better to faint outright than to remain frozen while conscious. But Linnea was stuck, unable to decide on a course of action. He's dying either way. He should have died instantly, but it seems the fall was somewhat cushioned by tree branches. As much as Linnea was conscious of Alphyssia, Alphyssia too kept Linnea in mind. She had always found it rather amusing how Linnea desperately tried to surpass her, and occasionally put her in her place. Yet Linnea persisted like a weed, never failing to raise her head again. To see that same Linnea unable to properly handle the scene before her, it made Alphyssia realize anew what an insignificant woman had been clinging to her. "Let's head back, Hart." "Hey, you." Alphyssia narrowed her eyes and urged Hart. But Hart didn't budge, staring at the dying boy. Finding this strange, she was about to pull his hand when Holy Maiden Ibria arrived from the other side. Unable to bear Linnea's neglect any longer, a bystander grabbed Ibria and asked, Holy Maiden, is there any chance that child could live? I believe someone of your stature must be able to hear the words of God. Please, take pity just this once and bless him. He's still just a child." Besides, today is His Majesty the Emperor's birthday celebration. They knew nothing of baptismal names. They had never even seen divinity with their own eyes. They approached with only a vague belief that there must be some reason she was called a holy maiden. Ibria's face darkened. In truth, Ibria's divine power could work miracles. But no matter how dire the circumstances of someone close to her, divine power must not be leaked to the outside world. While it wouldn't cross the line as a baptismal name holder, it clearly went against the will of the deity. As Ibria, destined to awaken as the next vessel of God, she couldn't help but be conflicted. I can't use divine power. This is why the temple rarely allows baptismal name holders out into the world. Outside the temple, countless people's stories are tangled like a web, and just as many temptations lurk. Greed, lust, jealousy, exhibitionism. Apart from these negatives, even justice and compassion were equally potent temptations. Thus, it was safest for baptismal name holders to remain within the temple, turning a blind eye to outside affairs. They only reveal themselves when humanity walks the path of destruction, or when the demon side spreads malice using divine power. It was right to descend only in these two cases. As Ibria wavered between virtue and compassion, it happened. Step, step. A man in pure white uniform cut through the crowd and walked to the center. It was Hart. His usual foolish demeanor had vanished so completely that for a moment, Elphesia thought she was looking at a different person. He passed by the kneeling Linnea and approached Helio, who was barely clinging to life with labored breaths. Thud. Hart knelt on the grass. Then he gently laid Helio's head on his lap. Hart and Helio's eyes met. Helio's eyes were a beautiful green. While his brown hair came from Linnea, those olive-like eyes were clearly Rainer's legacy. The child who resembled both parents equally shed tears. You must be in a lot of pain, Hart said softly. It doesn't hurt. Helio denied it with slurred speech. Because if this level of pain was too much, he could never become Elphesia Luminal. But Hart found the already dead Hart more pitiful than the dying body. Pain isn't just about the physical body. It doesn't hurt, nothing hurts. Then you must be invincible. I'm not invincible, I'm Elphesia Luminal. Ugh. Helio turned his head slightly. Behind his still-dazed mother, he caught sight of Elphesia Luminal watching the scene. At that moment, Helio realized that his dream of becoming Elphesia Luminal was nothing but a fleeting wish. Unlike him, she had an upright posture and eyes that seemed to look down on the world. Even a mere sidelong glance revealed her unique confidence. And she possessed a freedom that puppets like him lacked. Though just a 7-year-old child, he had realized this to a sickening degree. Hugh. Blood-tinged tears fell from Helio's eyes. Hart asked calmly, is there anything you want to say? Ugh, irk. Then, Helio's trembling lips voiced a desire for the first time in a very long while. Save me. It hurts. It hurts. Originally, he just wanted to get some fresh air. He felt stuffy and dizzy, and simply wanted a change of scenery. So when he went out to the balcony and gripped the railing, his vision blurred. That was all. It hurts so much I can barely breathe. At home, I can't make mistakes. I'd rather go to God's side quickly. At novel bin at. But looking back now, he had doubts. Was it really an accident? Perhaps, thinking he wanted to die right then and there, he had used the blurred vision as an excuse to jump. He couldn't be certain of this sudden doubt even to himself. But now, in this state, he knew his true feelings. I don't want to die. Only on the brink of death did the child confess the desire he'd kept buried deep in his heart. It was a pure, honest feeling he could never have revealed to Linnea, who was his entire world. But the violet eyes of the man cradling him were so kind and serene that they drew out his innermost wish. I see. Having picked up on the child's desire, Hart spoke. If that's what you want, let's go. To God's side. Yes. While promising to fulfill the child's wish, Hart betrayed virtue. By living properly. Let there be light. The hand extended by God's vanguard shall hold glorious radiance. The man with a baptismal name summoned golden particles to his palm, recalling the existence of God looking down upon the mortal world. At that moment, the clouds that had covered the night sky parted, letting moonlight shine through. Though mere coincidence, people thought this too was miraculous. The pale moonlight and sacred golden light intertwined, illuminating the imperial palace. The light floating like fireflies was the power of the god itself. Divine power. The miraculous light that should never be revealed to the mortal world in peacetime gently enveloped Helio. Simultaneously, Helio's wounds began to heal. As if time were rewinding, his external injuries completely healed, and the blood and dirt staining his clothes were cleansed. Wrapped in the warm miracle, Helio closed his eyes. Accumulated fatigue washed over him, forcing him into sleep. Helio. Only then did Linnea rush to Helio's side. Thank goodness, it's all healed. It's okay, we can start over. We'll make sure this never happens again. More. Without even marveling at the miracle before her eyes, Linnea's eyes flashed with madness. Hart picked up Helio and stepped back from Linnea. Hand him over. Quickly, she demanded. That's not possible. What? Hart unilaterally declared to the unfocused Linnea. From this moment on, the temple will take charge of the young lord's safety. I will not allow any objections. How dare you? By whose authority? I am Helio's mother. I cannot accept that. You forfeited that right yourself. You insignificant person. Linnea screamed hysterically. Guards? Come here at once and stop this criminal. Stop him, I say. But the Duchess Catadal's authority had absolutely no effect on the guards. Having directly witnessed divine power, they couldn't possibly commit the blasphemy of laying hands on Hart. Even those who normally doubted God couldn't help but feel reverence at such a sight. It was truly a reenactment of a legend written in myth. No one could stop Hart's steps as he carried Helio. Linnea tore at her hair neurotically. Afterwards, the Catadal ducal house would file a lawsuit against the temple to reclaim Helio. However, all of Linnea's demands, even with a legal counsel's aid, were rejected. The basis was a legal clause stating that the imperial family guarantees the temple's extraterritoriality. This incident became an opportunity for many nobles to reaffirm the temple's presence. Ugh. Immediately upon returning from the banquet, Alphisia dry-heaved over the wash basin. When she closed her eyes, she saw the scene of Hart cradling the child and manifesting divine power. This fragment of memory, likely impossible to erase for a lifetime, continued to torment Alphisia. She had understood him as merely a naive man. She had dismissed him as nothing but a fool and a dunce. But the side Hart showed today could rightfully be called that of a saint. Damn it. Filthy. It's filthy. Unbearably filthy. Her own self, who had calmly assessed a dying child in that situation, who had wanted to somehow use that light, was utterly black. I'm too filthy to spend such days casually with that man. Alphisia's perception was beginning to change. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Advancing relationships. About 2 months had passed since the Emperor's birthday celebration. The scorching summer sun beat down on the earth. Glenn, as usual, attended to Alphisia while inwardly contemplating. It seemed that Alphisia Luminal had undergone a change of heart. She's become gentler. No doubt about it. Alphisia's generous treatment of her household staff wasn't new. After all, loyalty rooted in fear often crumbled in the face of greater terror. That's why the mansion's inhabitants were often indignant at her being labeled a villainess. However, Glenn's case was different. If things went even slightly awry or were carried out differently than intended, Alphisia would mete out harsh punishment to Glenn. For instance, she once ordered torture as retribution for deliberately sparing an assassin's life. Of course, her use of violence wasn't new either. But things were different these days. Not only had Alphisia's speech softened, but when she raised her hand, she often hesitated as if reconsidering, then lowered it again. The matter of Ascalon, the former third prince, is another example. For some reason, Alphisia was turning a blind eye to Ascalon's schemes. As a result, Ascalon was showing remarkable growth. He seemed to think he was outmaneuvering Alphisia, but in reality, she was simply neglecting him on a whim. Glenn guessed that the reason for Alphisia's strange behavior was likely due to the man who visited at this time every day. Sure enough, she glanced at the clock and quietly ordered Glenn. You may go. Don't forget what I've told you. Yes, understood. Efficiency had improved recently. Thanks to Hart taking over Alphisia's attendance, Glenn had gained more freedom. He now planned to wait until the sky was completely dark before moving out for his mission. The mission to monitor Ascalon, who would soon enter the capital. Hart, visiting without fail once again today. He could now brew tea naturally. So these days, Alphisia didn't hesitate to drink the tea he prepared. Yes, Alphisia. Another change was that Hart had started calling Alphisia by name. Hart hadn't forgotten how Alphisia had expressed her subtle desire at the banquet, as if throwing a tantrum. Though it was difficult to immediately switch to using her name, 2 months had resolved the issue. If you were to receive a gift, what would you like? Nothing, really. A long deliberation wasn't necessary. Hart had never experienced material desire, so this was truly a challenging question. Come on, there must be something. No matter how much I think about it, there's nothing. Avoiding extravagance is a virtue of the temple. Of course, I don't mean to impose my beliefs on you, Alphisia. I know that without you saying it. Alphisia spoke as if facing a daunting challenge, but to Hart, it was a refreshing joy. He was simply delighted that she had come to understand him so well. Compared to their first meeting, it was an encouragingly awkward change. Alphisia pretended to think before furrowing her brow as if confronted with a dilemma. Unable to read her thoughts, Hart was puzzled. If it's not extravagant, it should be fine, but this still seems a bit. Given Hart's frugal nature, he would likely prefer a gift made with effort rather than money. However, Alphisia had never in her life exerted effort for someone else's sake. This meant that while she had immersed herself in academics and management, she had never acted with the intention of bringing joy to another person. An embroidered handkerchief is too easy. That can't be called effort. Decorative sword tassels are the same, everything is just too simple. In truth, these tasks were only easy by Alphisia's standards. From another's perspective, they would be considered works of art. Aware of this, Alphisia nonetheless began searching for something that required genuine effort. Hart. Yes, Alphisia. Do you have a favorite dish? Maybe beef sauté? It's sometimes served as a special meal at the temple, and I really enjoyed it. That's all? Ugh. Alphisia asked in startled disbelief. She quickly shut her mouth, but Hart scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. Haha. We usually don't eat meat, you see. I see. Beef sauté was a dish that could be immediately prepared if she simply ordered the chef. Moreover, she'd heard it didn't involve particularly complex cooking techniques. Therefore, Alphisia made a bold decision. She would prepare a special meal for him as thanks for his service over this time. and in doing so, she would witness the radiant smile born from overwhelming gratitude. The next morning, Alphyssia had worked through the night to complete all of her day's tasks. Today, her office would be the kitchen. In her field of vision were the chef's anxious gaze and the skeptical looks of the maids assisting with the cooking. Enduring all this unpleasantness, Alphyssia drew her knife. The next moment, bang! Alphysia's kitchen knife split the cutting board precisely in half. Then, she spoke nonchalantly. Chef, call the administrator immediately. Why yes, but why suddenly summon the administrator to the kitchen? Shouldn't the merchant who supplied such a shoddy cutting board to the ducal house face ruin, if not worse? She had made an outrageously violent assertion. Faced with this tyrannical display, the chef finally lost his composure. My lady, what are you doing, practicing swordsmanship with a kitchen knife? Even at its worst, the luminal ducal house was a family of swordsmen. The blade of the kitchen knife Alphyssia wielded still emitted a chilling light. Meanwhile, as the chef's mouth hung open, Alphyssia once again carefully reconsidered her decision. No, if it's heart, he'd be disappointed in such a harsh judgment. That's something I don't want to see, for some reason. So, Alphyssia rarely retracted an order once given. Never mind. Forget I said anything about calling the administrator. Why yes, ma'am. A response taught with discipline. From the chef's perspective, he couldn't help but feel immense pressure. Most nobles considered entering the kitchen beneath them, yet here was Alphyssia, of all people, using the kitchen. What's more, she had brought only a single cookbook. The chef thought his eyes would pop out of his head when he saw her practicing swordsmanship on the cutting board. Gathering his courage, he addressed Alphyssia. My lady, what is it? Would it be all right if I offered some assistance with your work? You mean to help? Yes, that's right. If the chef's assistance went beyond helping to actually cooking on her behalf, it would diminish the meaning of her effort. However, feeding Hart a dish without even knowing the basics would be pointless. After a moment's consideration, Alphyssia accepted. Only as an assistant. Just correct me if I go astray. Understood. Then, if I may be so bold, let me start by showing you how to hold a kitchen knife. You dare to teach knife skills to the head of a swordsmanship family. Afterwards, having realized the difference between swordsmanship and cooking, Alphyssia had to squeeze her eyes shut to hold back the tears of shame welling up. Furthermore, for the first time in over a decade, she got cuts on her fingers. Embarrassed to show this, Alphyssia planned to wear gloves when meeting Hart for the time being. She absolutely didn't want to see him pitying her. After going through this process, the beef saute was complete. Alphyssia elegantly cut the meat and brought it to her mouth. Her first impression of the dish she had made herself was, "It tastes awful." A single thought steeped in self-loathing. The man once known as the Third Prince, Ascalon, had steadily regained his footing and finally entered the capital. Any noble with a sense for the political climate could see that this marked the opening act in the fight for the throne. However, even with his recovered standing, the gap between a former prince and the current emperor remained vast. It was an almost insurmountable difference that Ascalon couldn't possibly be unaware of. Moreover, at this point, Court Counterwell was his only retainer worthy of being called loyal. Thus, people were busy speculating what Ascalon was relying on to return to the capital. Deep in the night of such a capital, Ascalon sought confirmation from the guard at the entrance to the underground passage of his mansion. The fellow, "No issues, sir. Good. Don't slack on the surveillance." The rumors circulating weren't entirely baseless. Ascalon did indeed have an ace up his sleeve. He descended the gloomy stairs leading to the basement and looked down at his most powerful card with noble eyes. "How are you feeling, vampire? Do you really need to ask? I hope it's as I expect." The demon before him was a low-ranking vampire who had infiltrated as a spy. Even so, vampires as a race were high-ranking demons, making capture no easy feat. If it hadn't been for Tina, with her worst possible compatibility, they might have killed it rather than keeping it alive. Who would have thought? To think the bloody dragon's power could control a vampire like a puppet. Damn you, that's my line. They were certainly not on friendly terms. Finally, Ascalon began the interrogation, looking at the vampire as if regarding vermin. Now, where were we? At novel bin at. He affected nonchalance, pretending to recall information he already knew. After a few seconds of silence, Ascalon spoke again. The bloodline of the Demon King is staying in the capital, was it? The inner workings of a modest person. Time passed, and it was late June, the beginning of early summer. As temperatures rose, the world changed. The ornate decorations on flowing dresses became simpler, and formal wear noticeably thinned. When the fabric of clothes changed, fashion trends followed suit. Fashion changes were especially prominent among women, and today's Alphyssia was a prime example. Alphyssia. What? Why the dumbfounded look? No, it's just, well, Hart, who had just stepped into the mansion, found his eyes wandering, unable to settle. His face flushed red as if overcome by the heat, his lips parted slightly and quivering. What on earth is that shameless outfit? Shameless. This time, it was Alphysia's face that crumpled. It was understandable, given that she'd been met with such a disparaging comment the moment they locked eyes. Even someone less proud than Alphyssia would have felt insulted in this situation. However, in Hart's defense, there was certainly something about Alphysia's attire that warranted a guilty verdict. How can such a provocative outfit even exist? The long skirt hem was embroidered with diamond-shaped vents. The milky skin of her thighs gleamed beyond the clinging skirt hem, and a beauty mark, as if lightly dotted by a brush, was alluringly eye-catching. Good heavens, why was a single mole on that porcelain skin so heart-stirring? He couldn't fathom it. Alphisia. As a Duchess of the Empire, how can you expose your skin so carelessly? Huh? Expose my skin? Me? Where exactly? For a moment, Alphisia thought part of her dress had torn due to Hart's honest reaction. But upon closer inspection, she noticed Hart's violet eyes darting towards her side. Don't tell me, because of the small slit on the side of my thigh. At most, it was a tiny side slit. So Alphisia assumed she must have misjudged. However, when she caught Hart instinctively glancing again, she became certain. Ha, ha ha, ugh. She couldn't understand why his face was so red over something so trivial. Could it be that the Holy Maiden always adhered to stuffy attire? Perhaps Hart had never had the chance to see a woman's skin before. But thinking about it, this too was contradictory. Hey, you. Yes. Alphisia. Why are you so flustered? You must have seen outfits like this often at banquets. National events were held even in summer. So Hart should have seen women in revealing outfits before. Contrary to Alphisia's assumption, Hart responded in a small voice. I haven't seen them. What? How could I? How could I let my eyes wander while on duty? Even if I saw them, I wouldn't have paid attention. Alphisia's heart thumped. This Hart, who looked as if he might burst into tears if prodded, was unfamiliar. And Alphisia found she didn't dislike his unfamiliar side. Rather, she felt a desire to see more of it. Was it possessiveness? Or perhaps sadism? Either way, she wanted to disturb and distort Hart's humble and sincere heart. Alphisia twisted the corner of her mouth askew. So you're saying you're not working right now? And no, that's not it. Alphisia. I suppose you're just here for fun, letting your eyes wander elsewhere. Click, click. With each step of her heels stamping the floor, the distance between them narrowed. Though Hart occasionally took a step back, Alphisia walking straight ahead was faster. Hart froze stiffly only after being cornered with nowhere left to retreat. She spoke when the scent of rose perfume she'd applied that morning became distinct. I must be quite pretty. You seem utterly helpless. Why, you're right. Alphisia is pretty. Incredibly pretty. Ugh. For a moment, Alphisia was at a loss for words. She'd often been praised for her beauty before. Moreover, just looking in a mirror made her beauty level clear. But why did Hart's honest expression sound so different? It was a puzzling phenomenon. Then a question popped into Alphisia's mind. It was half in jest, but it might turn out to be no joke at all. Hart. Yes. After a brief hesitation, Alphisia shook it off. Between the Holy Maiden and me, who's prettier? That's something I can't say. Are you saying the Holy Maiden is prettier than me? Well, would you look at that? She actually knew. Regardless of being more beautiful than young ladies, her skin was different from those in their 20s. It had changed. From the start, the Holy Maiden's flawless skin without even basic makeup was unfairly good. Even Hart's skin was much better than hers. It was as plump as a newborn's. I've never felt inferior to anyone in looks before. Alphisia couldn't have known that those with baptismal names maintain their skin in optimal condition because impurities don't cling to them. This is mortifying. Her head cooled down. Regaining her senses, she felt she might die of shame. Following her nauseating self-praise, she'd asked such a childish question about who was prettier. The weight of the embarrassing history she just created felt crushing on her shoulders. Damn it. Alphisia. As Alphisia retreated with a flushed face, Hart immediately followed. Are you angry because I answered poorly? But I didn't want to compare others' appearances. I'm sorry. You say you're sorry, but you've said everything you wanted to say. How absurd. I'm not sure what to do in these situations. I just do what I believe is right. I know. You're right. I was wrong. So there's no need to apologize. Alphisia had finished organizing her thoughts, separate from her disappointment. She was well aware that Hart was like a newborn chick just out of its shell. She'd experienced his pure side enough to dislike it. Therefore, Alphisia could understand everything Hart said. However, Hart seemed to have perceived that she had closed her heart in anger. Alphisia. It was then that Hart made an unusual suggestion. Would you like to go outside together? The reason for suggesting an outing was simple. He hoped that leaving the stuffy mansion and feeling the street breeze would improve Alphisia's mood. Hart glanced at Alphisia's profile. Observing her expressionless face, devoid of any emotion, made him feel extremely apologetic. He couldn't gauge what to say to make Alphisia happy. Alphisia. Speak. I didn't force you out when you didn't want to come, did I? Not particularly. It doesn't matter whether I'm inside or outside. In truth, she was happy. Regardless of the circumstances, Hart had suggested it for her sake. With him being so devoted to her mood, how could she feel bad? With Hart by her side, she felt as if she were an emperor. Thank you for saying that. You really are kind, Alphisia. Don't be silly. Kind is the description furthest from me. Come on, no way. Just look at how gently you treat me. It shows your exceptional character. What? I'm not oblivious. I know I don't serve you satisfactorily. But you don't scold me harshly and patiently wait for me, right? No, that's not. What's wrong is wrong, no matter what. Alphisia hadn't spared Hart from scolding whenever he made mistakes. Yet Hart always grinned and skillfully brushed it off. In other words, Hart's head was a flower garden, unable to perceive scolding as scolding. So sometimes I have wicked thoughts. Wicked thoughts? You. Yes. I'm ashamed to harbor such feelings, but it was unbelievable. Heart, the embodiment of a pure white canvas, having wicked thoughts? Alphyssia was convinced it would be more realistic for compassion to bloom in each of her spinal nerves. Then the pure white saint softly confessed his true feelings. I used to think I should treat everyone equally, because that's justice. But lately, I've been strange. Heart's violet eyes reflected the past. Do you remember the Emperor's birthday celebration? Actually, I shouldn't have saved Helio then, right? Because if I treat people equally, I'd have to perform miracles for everyone who comes to me from now on. Is there a reason you can't? Yes, that would be improper. It goes against the sovereign God's will. And yet, selfishly, I've come to want to be someone special. Everyone's the same. It's common for people to strive to become special to others. Like power and honor, people naturally become engrossed in being special. Therefore, Heart's desire is human. Just as she was judging this, Alphyssia had to admit her prediction had gone terribly wrong. I want Alphyssia to be especially kind to me alone. Yeah. Despite believing it's right to treat everyone equally, I want to be Alphysia's special person. It's foolish, isn't it? I can't even properly keep my own words. As Heart self-deprecated beside her, Alphyssia walked on, endlessly matching his pace. She didn't answer hastily. No, it would be more accurate to say she couldn't answer. Her mind had turned as white as a winter forest, making thought impossible. What is this guy saying? Right now, the time spent in self-questioning was honestly a waste. Though indirectly conveyed, the intention was crystal clear. Thump, thump. Her heart beat violently. It wasn't as if she'd never been confessed to before, but this sensation of lukewarm water filling her chest was a first. Alphyssia raised her hands to her collarbone as if to gather this mysterious feeling. Then, in the most composed voice she could muster, she asked Heart. Heart. Yes, Alphyssia. After a brief silence, she blinked her long eyelashes and asked, do you want to be my lover? It felt as if the surrounding noise had disappeared. Heart with question marks floating above his head. And Alphyssia, blinking her eyes, unable to keep up with the situation change. They exchanged brief communication once more. Pardon. At novel bin at. In their world where time seemed to have stopped, Heart was the first to regain his senses. That. Can it be like that? Lovers. Heart was utterly shocked. Become lovers? It was a truly earth-shattering question, but his brain processed the information so slowly that his outward appearance remained calm. Alphysia's situation, however, was different. Her entire body flushed red like a ripe apple, and her eyes grew moist. For someone who had rejected countless suitors, this was an unimaginable humiliation. You. Whack. Alphyssia grabbed Heart by the collar, completely disregarding the stares around them. Then she unleashed a torrent of abuse that Heart could never have imagined. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Gak, Alphyssia? Kaha. Alphyssia shook Heart's collar as if she were laundering bedsheets. His vision violently shook, and his consciousness teetered on the edge of the abyss. You said you wanted to date. You said you wanted to court me? You said you wanted to be lovers? Why are you backing out now? Wait, Alphyssia? There are people around. Please watch what you're saying. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. Is it really my fault? Witnessing Alphyssia throwing a tantrum, forgetting her pride as a high-ranking noble, Heart truly felt he might be the one at fault. And the crowd gathering around them seemed to agree that Heart was the villain. Oh my, it looks like that man played with a woman's feelings. From what I can see, it's a rich woman and an ordinary man. She's been thoroughly deceived by a nasty fellow. Judging by appearances, the man seems to be the one who should feel lucky. What a spectacle. Look at that man's face. He looks so innocent. This is why you shouldn't judge people by their looks. Public opinion condemning Heart as trash spread throughout the vast plaza. If one person criticizes you, you might doubt them, but when everyone criticizes you, you can't help but doubt yourself. Thus, Heart sincerely reflected on his wrongdoings. Honestly, I have no idea what I did wrong. But judging by the bystanders' reactions, I must have violated something directly related to Alphysia's purity. Otherwise, why would the intelligent, beautiful, and noble Alphyssia suddenly ask me to be her lover? When his thoughts reached that point, Heart recalled his first encounter with Alphyssia. No, I've already tainted Alphysia's purity. Even if it was unavoidable, I dared to covet an unmarried woman's thighs. As God's vanguard, he was loath to admit it. Whether emotionally or physically, he had disturbed Alphysia's purity. The benevolent Alphyssia had glossed over it with the excuse of a trivial contract, but that day was a grave sin that couldn't be repaid so easily. Therefore, Heart made a resolution. I must take responsibility. Given the situation, he should become Alphysia's husband and serve her for life. He etched this absurd determination into his heart. It was a conclusion drawn from his naivete and childlike innocence, utterly oblivious to the ways of the world. Alphyssia. Heart gently removed Alphysia's hands from his collar. Then, folding her hands in front of his chest, he conveyed his feelings with resolute eyes. My thinking was shallow. I thought about how to make it up to you. But no matter how much I considered, there was only one thing I could do. What? Just as Alphyssia was about to question Heart's suddenly serious demeanor, Heart declared boldly, I'll take responsibility for Alphyssia for life. I won't run away. I'll spend the rest of my days by your side, atoning for my sins. So, please marry me. All of a sudden, Now it was Alphesia's turn to be dumbfounded. Whatever thought process had occurred in that innocent head of his was a mystery. Even the brilliant Alphesia couldn't decipher it. More than that, what disturbed Alphesia's composure was the reaction of the onlookers. Oh, the young man's found his courage, hasn't he? Tisk tisk, proposing in public without even a single flower. Hart and Alphesia had already become a public spectacle. Likely, by the next day, shocking rumors would circulate in social circles. Those keen on gossip would probably perceive Hart as the future Duke Luminal consort. Just then, a pretty young girl approached them. Handsome brother over there, take this. Excuse me, but who are you? Hart asked the girl who had suddenly appeared with a bouquet. The girl replied with a bright smile. I'm Flocia. I run the largest flower shop in the capital. You happened to propose in front of my store, so I'm giving you this for publicity. I see. It's nothing. Flocia then lowered her voice. It's a bouquet for proposing to Duke Luminal, you know? By tomorrow, flowers from our shop will sell like hotcakes. This is all strategy, so don't think of it as a debt. Indeed, judging by how she had memorized Alphesia's face, she was a girl with a keen business sense. Hart accepted the bouquet as if entranced, and immediately presented it to Alphesia, continuing his proposal. Please, allow me to stay by Alphesia's side. Give me the chance to serve you closely for life. What? Am I not enough? Or, do you find me disagreeable? Ugh, that's not it, I mean. Alphesia. No. As Alphesia took a step back, Hart took a step forward. Her expression was hidden behind the large bouquet, making it difficult to gauge her reaction. This only heightened his anxiety, until Alphesia shouted, Isn't this moving too fast? It was an exclamation that brought the commotion to an end. Afterwards, Alphesia turned and walked towards the ducal mansion, as if fleeing. Hart's persistent pursuit was just a bonus. Dash at novel bin at. Alphesia was overwhelmed by cultural shock. A sudden proposal was something that should never have happened. Alphesia was, after all, a high-ranking noble. With Rainer's death from lifestyle diseases, she was now the empire's only duke. For such a high-ranking noble to skip the engagement process and proceed directly to marriage, the old-fashioned values ingrained in her mind wouldn't allow it. Her essence, raised as the esteemed daughter of a martial house, was unequivocally conservative. Such a radical marriage, fit only for romance novels, was nothing but unseemly drivel. Alphesia. Unaware of Alphesia's inner turmoil, Hart called her name like a rain-soaked puppy. Even so, she didn't dislike the way his bright eyes focused solely on her. Damn it, even his lack of decorum is cute. Objectively speaking, Hart was tall. He was the very epitome of a holy knight. Yet, why did this man seem so small when he stood before her? Suddenly, Alphesia realized the reason. Hart always hunched his back when standing before her. It seemed to be his effort to match her eye level. That's why the Hart that Alphesia perceived was smaller than usual. It was troubling how even such a trivial gesture now appeared endearing to her. Hart. Yes, what is it? Alphesia. I'll tell you the truth. I was very flustered in the plaza. I've caused you trouble again, haven't I? Hart. Alphesia tightly closed her ruby-like eyes behind her eyelids. Only when her mental preparation was complete did she reveal them to the world again, quietly confessing her true feelings. You did cause trouble, but I didn't dislike it. Pardon. It's just a matter of procedure. Dating is one thing, but what noble would skip the engagement process and go straight to the wedding? Especially me, a prominent figure of the empire. Is that so? Hart's face turned beet red. His immediate proposal may have been rejected, but didn't this mean she wasn't averse to becoming his wife? He had impulsively proposed due to his confused mental state. Who could have dreamed it would lead to such an unimaginable outcome? Finally sensing a peculiar atmosphere, Hart gathered his courage. Then, would it be all right if we followed the proper procedures? Well, Alphesia turned her face away slightly and replied nonchalantly. I suppose there's no reason why not. Alphesia. Step. Hart circled around the table to Alphesia's side, and Alphesia didn't bother to retreat from him. Her seemingly haughty and cold face was betrayed by the expectant look in her eyes. The scene was like a fully prepared banquet. Hart, who would usually spit out even spoon-fed food, managed to pick up the spoon this time. Please become my lover. Hart. The only problem was that the spoon he had managed to pick up started stirring the food a bit too vigorously. I swear by my baptismal name. Hart took Alphesia's hand in his. Then he bowed his head and pressed her hand to his forehead. Wung. Golden particles filled her office. The divine radiance that had manifested at the Emperor's birthday celebration now swirled around Alphesia. Belatedly, Hart recited his sacred vow. I'll always stand by your side. Even if the world forces us down a thorny path, I'll surely protect you. Hart liked Alphesia. Being by her side made him feel at ease. A completely different switch flipped compared to when he stayed at the temple, as if his very identity changed. Perhaps this was what they called normalcy. Hart cherished that normalcy. Even if countless people denounce you as a liar, even if they whisper seductively in my ear, I'll simply believe in you. He trusted the Alphesia he had come to know. He felt comfortable with her, the way she hid her kindness behind a brusque facade. He wasn't sure if this was the feeling of love shared between lovers, but as long as she allowed it, he wanted to start learning from now on. I pledge in the name of God bestowed upon me, and engrave this eternal promise before the sovereign God. Hart's pure violet eyes reflected a beautiful red. So please, become my lover. Alphisia. This was a one-sided binding. A vow made on one's baptismal name held absolute power. The price for betraying such a promise could be considered nothing less than everything the person possessed. Therefore, this was a one-sided promise with not even a speck of disadvantage for Alphisia. Unaware of this, Alphisia responded to his wish with a slightly coy tone. I'll consider it an honor. Achilles' heel. That July day, the cicadas were singing. They say cicadas sing to find mates. In that sense, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call summer, filled with their incessant chirping, a season brimming with passion. In this ardent world, Hart arrived at the ducal mansion, his heart full of love. I'm back, Alphisia. Welcome back. Alphisia wanted to challenge Hart's casual greeting. This was his workplace, yet he acted as if he'd returned home. However, Alphisia had grown more tolerant lately. She could let such a minor contradiction slide. No troubles today, I assume. Same as always. The absence of troubles was obvious, but there were matters that blurred the line between trouble and non-trouble. Recently, social circles were abuzz with Ascalion's entry into the capital. Unlike the puppet emperor controlled by the Empress Dowager, the politically savvy Ascalion was rapidly expanding his influence. He seemed to be making the most of his reputation as a child prodigy whose mother had been assassinated. Even so, if Alphisia put her mind to it, she could still control him. But ever since growing closer to Hart, she'd been distancing herself from politics. The emerging factions mistakenly believed Ascalion had suppressed Alphisia. In reality, House Luminal was simply allowing it to happen at their own expense. The current Alphisia didn't want to do anything that might disappoint Hart. That was all there was to it. Yes, nothing unusual. Nothing at all. Alphisia folded her arms. Hart approached her as if it were the most natural thing in the world, unfolded her arms, and repositioned them to escort her. It's hot. At novel bin at. Alphisia rebuffed the sudden closeness. Give me your fan. I'll cool you down. As if that would make much difference. I'm quite good at it, you know. I may not look it, but I'm skilled with physical tasks. I'll make your hair flatter with my efforts. You fool. She didn't want to hear such earnest excuses over trivial matters. The more Hart explained, the more pathetic Alphisia felt. After all, what truly worried her was something else entirely. Alphisia knew Hart well. He was the type to easily ignore indirect hints. So, swallowing her pride, she voiced her true concerns. I don't want to smell of sweat. Pardon. You're so you, making me say it out loud. To Alphisia, Hart was a peculiar man. Be it summer or winter, his body odor was always faint. Because of this, Alphisia became even more conscious of her own cleanliness. Whether aware of this or not, Hart's face showed only a desperate attempt to hide his bashfulness. Sweat smell? There's no way you'd smell, Alphisia. No, I'm human too, you know. But Alphisia is special. So even your sweat smell would be special. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. You're really letting loose. I must have become quite comfortable for you. I'll try to make you even more comfortable. Because we're, you know, lovers. Ahem. Alphisia's shoulders twitched as Hart uttered the word lovers. She silently gazed into the distance, but her ears, seemingly flushed from the summer sun, matched her auburn hair in a camouflage of color. But thinking about it, she felt indignant. Why should she react to every little thing Hart said? Irritated by this thought, she pinched Hart's cheek hard. Ow. Alphisia? It hurts. It wouldn't be worth pinching if it didn't. Is that so? Hart raised his eyebrows at Alphisia, who maintained a prim attitude. If Alphisia says so, do it more. Hart gently took Alphisia's other hand. He brought it to his remaining cheek and smiled brightly. Do you like it? I'll like it. What's there to like? Are you an idiot? A pervert? Why are you encouraging me to hurt you? Alphisia hastily withdrew her hand. Her heart pounded as fiercely as her harsh words. Is he a child or what? A 30-year-old man acting so childishly without hesitation. Worse, his radiant smile was bad for her heart. She had seen her fair share of men rumored to be deadly charming, but they never stirred any emotion in her. Apparently, her weakness wasn't flawless pretty boys, but rather faces as pure as a baby bird's. Realizing her preferences made her feel even hotter. As if the summer heat wasn't enough, she felt she might actually start smelling of sweat. I can't tell if I'm spending time with a lover or playing with a large dog. A large dog, certainly a fitting comparison for Hart. A pure-hearted creature with snow-white fur, panting and smiling at the sight of its owner, yet capable of bristling its fur and baring its teeth when serious. This was a being that anyone with a shred of human emotion couldn't help but find endearing. That must have been why Alphisia's unconscious act of stroking Hart's hair was so unexpected. More, Alphisia. Hart bent his knees and lowered his waist to make it easier for her. Only then did Alphisia realize what she was doing and let out a silent scream. Ugh. She felt as if she'd gone completely mad. She had always consciously controlled her limbs throughout her life, yet that discipline had crumbled so easily. This was a weakness she could never reveal to others. Not a large dog. More like a fox in disguise. Undoubtedly a fox masquerading as a large dog. How else could he make her accept such a miserable acknowledgement? The bitter acknowledgement that she seemed to have fallen hard for this man. Dash. If one were to define the relationship between Hart and Glenn, they would be the sun and moon orbiting Alphisia. Just as the sun and moon took turns rising and setting, the seat beside Alphisia alternated with day and night. During the day, Glenn stood by as her shadow guard and secretary, while in the evening, Hart shared intimacy with her as her lover. Thus, with Hart currently at the ducal mansion, Glenn was out performing his duties. Security has tightened. What could have changed? Glenn's assigned task was to monitor Ascalon. Originally, he had been ordered to assassinate him, but after encountering Hart, Alphyssia had lowered the severity of the command. This was because Ascalon's actions leaned towards benevolence. He provided relief for the poor and exposed corrupt officials. Alphyssia feared that if she persecuted such an Ascalon, Hart would look at her with cold eyes. Though it might seem a small change, to Glenn, it appeared a significant shift. At the very least, it was clear that Alphysia's worldview was changing. I hope this change continues. It was undeniable that Alphyssia had abused Glenn. Nevertheless, Glenn found himself unable to truly hate her. He had seen hell in his youth. Kidnapped for resembling the Basque Hill bloodline, he fell into the hands of corrupt nobles. The atrocities committed by a family that treated a nation's royalty as a plaything were etched into his mind like nails. One day, he caught the strange interest of a young lady from that family. Even as a filthy, scarred boy, his striking features made a strong impression. Of course, the price for such unwelcome attention was horrific. The memories of that time still haunted his dreams. The curse of the past continued to bind his present. Then Alphyssia appeared. In an instant, she cast the corrupt nobles into ruin and took everything. And that everything included Glenn. Afterwards, recognizing Glenn's talent as a warrior, Alphyssia nurtured him. It was a harsh period, but he couldn't bring himself to hate her completely. Alphyssia, who could purge the corrupt nobles he had worshipped like absolute gods as easily as stepping on ants, appeared dazzling to him. He resented her, yet also admired her. At the same time, he pitied her for her lack of human emotion. At least, until Hart appeared. The Duchess will change. She was gradually regaining her humanity, and someday she might overturn her reputation as a villainess. If that happened, the relationship between Glenn and Alphyssia might change as well. If the winds of change pushed at his back, perhaps he could overcome his past and move forward. As Glenn was lost in such reverie, the soft conversation between Ascalon and Court Counterwell reached his ears. It seems we made the right choice in distancing ourselves from Viscount Peter, Your Highness. It was mere intuition. Has something happened? It was dreadful. Who would have thought Viscount Peter had a hidden daughter? Isn't an illegitimate child barely worth mentioning in noble society? The problem is that she's not illegitimate, but a legitimate daughter. What? Glenn's ears perked up involuntarily at this rare piece of information. It seems Lady Rochelle Peter was originally a twin, but one of them was blind, so they kept her hidden. I suppose a family that prospered through marriage alliances couldn't tolerate a flaw in their bloodline. You've hit the nail on the head. And now, the corpse of that twin lady has been discovered. Given the family's connections to prestigious houses, the social circles are bound to be in uproar. According to the court count's gossip, the room where the corpse was found was filled with rotten leaves. The level of abuse was beyond comprehension. A bitter end. That's what Glenn thought. My word. I wonder how many more unjust deaths must pile up before the darkness in the Empire lifts, Your Highness. As long as the Empress Dowager and Duke Luminal stand, it seems a distant future. You must be careful. Though they've been quiet recently, Duke Luminal is likely to be a far more formidable foe than the Empress Dowager. Indeed, a formidable person. But we might not be without a breakthrough. Pardon. Court Counterwell's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, the whites of Glenn's eyes became prominent. The image of Alphyssia kneeling was difficult to conjure even in fantasy. As if mocking this, Ascalon unilaterally ended the conversation. Let's discuss it when the plan is formulated. It seems too early to speak of it yet. I look forward to the day when I can hear of your secret plan. After Court Counterwell paid his respects and left. Alone in the room, Ascalon opened the balcony doors. This forced Glenn to hide behind a tree at the corner of the balcony. In this situation, Ascalon cooled himself in the night breeze and recalled the demon's statement. To think the Demon King's only bloodline would be human. And a black-haired, black-eyed child resembling Letitia Basque Hill, the betrayer of humanity. Calculating backwards, that child would be around his age. And Ascalon had been faced only one person who fit these conditions. Alphyssia Luminal's assassin. We must capture him alive. The outline of a plan to overthrow the Villainess was taking shape. 2/5 enjoy the chape? Even with noble status and wealth enough to build castles from diamonds, some realms remained impossible to reach. Whether a head of state or an intellectual capable of shaping civilizations, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. The past. Every second, every minute, people let the past slip away. Once gone, that time could never be reclaimed or grasped again. Moreover, as human life was finite, choosing one's path was of utmost importance. Thus, the raging waves of karma were always to be feared. Karma was like a noose that dragged one down by the ankles with irretrievable memories, robbing those who repeatedly made wrong choices of the strength to move forward. Those who had lost their drive to walk towards the future were no better than bones buried in the earth. So if one's feet were bound by that noose, it had to be humbly accepted. Fate would judge the sinner, leaving no other choice. However, if one could break free from that law and turn back time, if one could escape the noose of karma, surely, that would deserve to be called a miracle. It was September, as summer's heat began to fade. If Alphysia's midsummer could be summarized in one word, it would be stagnation. She attended to official duties during the day and spent romantic evenings with Hart. Of course, unlike the superhuman Hart, Althesia was an ordinary human, so her time with him was limited, excluding sleep. The political situation was much the same. She received some concerning reports about Glenn, but quickly pushed them from her mind. Althesia was confident she could counter whatever schemes Ascalon might attempt. Besides, she had long since secured many of their weaknesses. Among the most critical weaknesses was the location and identity of Tina's mother. In the past, as soon as Althesia learned that Tina was a half-dragon, she headed straight for her family's secret library. Fundamentally, half-dragons couldn't exist. Interbreeding between species was biologically impossible. Yet, faced with this impossibility, a possibility flashed through Althesia's mind. She found that possibility in one of the books seized from Castle Basque Hill when Cardi Luminal arrested the King of Basque Hill, the Basque Hill genealogy. The massive tome chronicling the royal bloodline's history recorded their mysterious abilities. The clan of fertility and propagation. They were the only humans capable of interbreeding with other species. As Althesia had suspected, researching the genealogy yielded an answer. A distant branch of the family had taken root in the empire as commoners. Digging a bit deeper led to the conclusion that Tina's birth mother had one foot in the Basque Hill lineage at Novel bin Adat. In other words, Tina and Glenn were distant relatives, practically strangers. However, until now, Althesia hadn't realized. Since Glenn was clearly of Basque Hill blood, there was no need to investigate him. And because his race was undoubtedly human, she had no idea whose bloodline he truly descended from. Shall we depart? Glenn asked Althesia, who had just finished her preparations. Just a moment. Althesia set down her well-polished ruby necklace on the side table. Instead, she put on a necklace with a simple glass ornament and said, "Now, let's go." Today's schedule was packed with a charity party. In the past, Althesia wouldn't have bothered attending such an event. The comfort of others had no direct connection to her family's interests. So the host who sent the invitation did so merely out of courtesy. They never truly intended for Althesia to attend in person. Yet Althesia accepted the invitation. She thought Hart might give her a wonderful smile if she told him about it. That was all. "It's been a while since you've attended a social gathering, I believe. Are you mocking me?" "No, not at all." The reason Althesia had vanished from official functions was simple and clear. She was busy with official duties during the day and meeting Hart at night. Considering that most social gatherings were evening affairs, this was the natural result. If someone were to accuse her of neglecting gatherings because she was head over heels for a man, she'd have no excuse. "I'm joking? I see." Given Glenn's personality, he likely wasn't mocking her, but Althesia felt stung nonetheless. If not for Hart's influence, she wouldn't have even considered attending a charity party. "Let's go." "Yes, Your Grace." And so, Althesia set out with a light heart. A charity party was just a matter of enjoying some drinks and snacks, then handing over some money or goods before leaving. There shouldn't be any problems. It wasn't as if it were a banquet at the court count's mansion. Just a charity gathering to show some goodwill. The charity party was held at a theater in the capital. It was commonly called the Grand Theater, as it held the record for being the largest and most spacious theater in the empire. Count Reinl, the host who had rented out the Grand Theater, was busy greeting guests. Whatever his true intentions, many nobles attended due to the event's good cause. The unexpected turnout left Count Reinl unable to hide his generous smile. However, his smile soon met its demise. "What's this?" There's a commotion at the entrance. The Count, engaged in conversation at the center of the hall, couldn't see the entrance. His view was blocked by a dense wall of people, so he unconsciously furrowed his brow, but that didn't last long. Click, click. The sound of shoes lightly tapping the marble floor echoed through the hall. Oddly enough, the footsteps of this person caused the wall of people to shrink back. The confident and arrogant gait clearly revealed itself. Women with such presence were rare. It made him wonder if perhaps the Empress Dowager had graced them with her presence. But soon, the identity of the figure that caught his eye was even more unexpected than the Empress Dowager. Duchess Luminal. "Count? What's this?" "Ha!" The man talking with the Count exclaimed in shock. The owner of the imposing stride, Althesia Luminal, approached them in a straight line with leisurely steps. Faced with this unexpected situation, the Count forgot to manage his expression and froze stiff. "It's been a while, Count Reinl. Why you honor us with your presence, Duchess Luminal? But what brings you here?" "I received an invitation, so I came." "Is there a problem?" "How could there be? It's just that I never imagined you'd actually come." Charity was the word furthest from Althesia's character. It was questionable why this cruel woman, who used to terrorize and plunder like a starving beast, had personally come here. Thus, as the host, Count Reinl couldn't help but feel tense. One wrong move, and this woman alone could bring the entire charity event crashing down. "I don't mind if you think so. It's true that I've neglected social gatherings." "Haha. Well then, I hope you enjoy yourself. You may go." Althesia didn't bother to detain Count Reinl. There was no point in keeping someone so visibly uncomfortable by her side. "Well, it doesn't matter. I'm used to being alone anyway." If she said this out loud, Hart would probably be indignant. Or maybe he'd try to comfort her, saying it's sad that she's accustomed to being alone in a life meant to be shared with others. Either reaction would be worth seeing at least once. The thought amused her, causing her lips to curve into a smile. At that moment, the people around her who had been stealing glances burst into astonished chatter. My word, we're witnessing Duchess Luminal smile. Has some scheme of hers come to fruition? She's still as inscrutable as ever. Alphyssia couldn't hear their conversations clearly, but she got the gist of it. Once again, the remnants of her past seemed to cling to her like a dark shadow. Now, brazenly, she felt regret. She never imagined she'd question the direction of her life at over 30 years old. Much less that the cause of her doubt would be the character of a man who occupied her thoughts. Just a little, ever so slightly. She wondered if she should have lived like that saint who was supposedly Hart's childhood friend. There had been more than enough opportunities, but in the past, she had thought such a life utterly meaningless. She believed that if life ended with death, it was right to live according to one's impulses. Even though she was well aware that creatures who lived by impulse alone were called beasts. In the end, she had chosen the path of a predator. As one who walked the predator's path, she had sworn to take full responsibility for the consequences of her actions. But now that the news called karma was becoming clear, a sigh of dejection escaped her. Yes, karma. If only she had known that karma, which strangled and crushed its victims, would approach so closely at this charity event she had capriciously decided to attend. She would have deliberated for at least a few more minutes. Alphyssia Luminal. What? Alphyssia instinctively turned her head towards the voice that called her name. There, a man in servant's attire carrying food glared at her with gloomy eyes. Did you call me? By name? She asked to confirm, unable to believe it. She felt more baffled than angry. Even the Emperor of the Empire couldn't address Alphyssia by her full name. It was impossible for anyone but her lover, Hart. Yet strangely, the servant also seemed to take a sharp breath, as if equally confused. Don't you remember me? I'm afraid I'm too busy to remember every employee who isn't even part of my household. Ha, ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Suddenly, the servant burst into maniacal laughter. Alphyssia responded with a look of disgust and a single remark. Have you gone mad? The bizarre scene drew the attention of the crowd. It was somewhat burdensome, but she didn't bother to show it outwardly. Alphyssia Luminal. About 5 seconds after he uttered Alphysia's name again, a momentary scream pierced the ceiling of the Grand Theater, and a murder that would long be the talk of the charity event unfolded. The servant snatched a fork from a nearby table and brandished it menacingly. He then charged forward with violent fury, his eyes blazing with rage. Eek. The man's sudden action elicited screams from bystanders. The malice of attacking an unarmed lady in a light dress was enough to spread terror. However, Alphyssia Luminal remained internally calm. I'll dodge and subdue him appropriately. Even a rotten fish is still a fish. Alphyssia was the head of a martial arts family. The servant's clumsy ambush seemed as slow as a crawling ant and as awkward as a child's first attempts at writing. It's an insignificant commotion. Just as Alphyssia made that assessment, the assassin, honed by rigorous training and obsession, slipped between the attacker and the target like a gust of jet-black wind. Slash! A brutal slicing sound followed. Simultaneously, the servant's head flew into the air. Warm, damp blood sprayed like rain. As Alphyssia let out a gasp, thud, the servant's body slumped lifelessly to the floor. It twitched briefly before all signs of life vanished completely. You. Alphyssia pointed accusingly at the assassin who had intervened. His jet-black hair and eyes, barely concealed by the hood, revealed his identity unambiguously. Glenn Baskhill. The man who admired, pitied, and hated Alphyssia stood there. You? What are you doing? Why? How could you kill someone so easily? You know full well this level of ambush isn't a threat. Pardon. Meanwhile, Glenn's expression hardened as if faced with a difficult math problem. Then he spoke, as if stating an obvious fact. You ordered not to spare assassins previously, so I acted accordingly. If I've made a mistake, I'll gladly accept punishment. Alphyssia was unable to argue. Who was it? The one who conditioned Glenn through brutal punishment? Who was it? The one who forced torture upon a tender child who refused to kill? Who was it? The one who regarded the boy as nothing more than a convenient tool? All questions pointed to a single person. Alphyssia Luminal herself was the culprit who had trampled on an innocent child's humanity. Had she been intoxicated by a midsummer night's dream? She had forgotten her own true nature. Drawn by Hart's purity, she thought she was becoming more like him. She deluded herself into thinking she was atoning for past sins by occasionally sprinkling good deeds she'd never done before. Unless time could be completely rewound, the seeds of evil left in the past were steadily sprouting, blossoming into the lotus of karma without her realizing. Alphysia's breaths produced a rough, grating noise. Glenn could only flounder, unable to act as he witnessed his master's unsettling state. It was at that moment a woman's cry dredged up Alphysia's past. Lucarin. She was an employee, hired for today's charity event along with the attacker, Lucarin. When she glared at Alphyssia with murderous intent, Alphyssia was able to recall the name Lucarin from deeply buried fragments of memory. Lucarin Melton. Judging by the sobbing woman's silent glare, it was the correct answer. Why is he here? Do you really not know? The woman immediately responded to Alphysia's vague question. Soon, the female employee desperately trying to tend to Lucarin's corpse began to scream, choking back tears. You made him like this. For a moment, Alphysia's lips clamped shut. Because the woman's resentful cry was the plain truth. Also, because the Lucarin Melton depicted in the scattered fragments of memory was undoubtedly the person before her eyes. How can a person be like this? Being so high up, you don't remember the ants you've stepped on. About 7 years ago, Emperor Rupahit, who had just ascended to the throne, promulgated an unprecedented evil law. The law was named Special Privilege Law for reporting nobility's violations of good customs. The gist of the new law was simple and clear. Half of the confiscated assets would be given to those who reported nobles' corruption. At first glance, this law seemed quite progressive in promoting noble integrity and filling the national treasury. Moreover, as the discussion of the bill was preceded by stories of a lord squeezing his territory's people dry, the capital's atmosphere was tense, and the public supported the new law. However, just 1 month. That was all the time needed for it to lose the support of both the people and the nobility. The person who exploited this unprecedented evil law most maliciously was none other than Alphisia Luminal. Infiltrate spies into all the houses on the list. If she had placed spies to discover and report corruption, she could have at least claimed some semblance of justice. But Alphisia's malice looked a step further ahead. And create corruption. Even inducing minor tax evasion by manipulating the books will suffice. Ready to burn the entire paper if even a single drop of ink stained the pristine white sheet. It wouldn't be bad to reduce the number of nobles while we're at it. Thus, Alphisia tarnished countless houses and amassed enormous wealth. Even the Empress Dowager couldn't put the brakes on a law initiative led by the imperial family. If it were a humble house, they might have tried to push back, but the opponent was Alphisia Luminal. After sluggish procedures in the House of Nobles and the imperial family's face being thoroughly disgraced, the unprecedented evil law was finally abolished. During that time, House Luminal grew into an unrivaled power, reaching a point where independence as a principality wouldn't be an issue if they so desired. In other words, Lucarin Melton, killed by Glenn, was an innocent victim caught up in Alphisia's machinations. Though from an insignificant house barely noticed, his very life was confiscated under the pretext of reporting corruption. Moreover, for alleged tax evasion he had neither seen nor committed. Afterwards, Lucarin fell to the status of a commoner, scraping by day to day on the streets. This was the story behind why he, originally a noble, was working as a mere servant. Ow. Sob. Lucarin. Even as he fell into the abyss and lived a hard life, spring came. He happened to fall for a pretty girl and promised a future together. This charity event, in particular, paid well and would have been a substantial help for their household. They had planned to receive the money and return to their tiny home, incomparable to when he was a noble, to share trivial complaints with each other. If Alphisia hadn't attended, or if she had recognized him at a glance, though there might have been a commotion, at least his life would have been spared. Hey, click, click. Alphisia approached the woman embracing Lucarin's corpse and wailing. At this, the common woman, not even of noble birth, shrank back. Only then did she seem to grasp her place, fear overtaking anger. Alphisia, utterly oblivious to the victim's perspective, advanced until she was about to step on the woman's skirt hem. Then she asked, "How much would suffice? Pardon. How much compensation would balance the scales for that man's life?" The woman fell silent. Shock had stripped away both reason and instinct. The noble lady before her was casually committing the atrocity of placing a human life on one side of a scale and wealth on the other. It couldn't be possible. A human life could not possibly be converted into money. The future they were to paint together should have been more precious than a bathtub filled with pink diamonds and gold. Only someone who had never truly met a precious person could weigh such a future against money. But this woman with ruby-like eyes, so breathtakingly beautiful, who seemed to possess the whole world. What on earth was she? Utterly devoid of emotion or righteousness. A self-centered existence without compassion or principles. The woman, having grasped the true nature of the human called Alphisia Luminal, clutched her lover's cold, stiff corpse and promptly fainted. Alphisia hastily returned to the ducal residence from the charity event. It was essentially a flight. Her uncharacteristically panicked appearance stirred anxiety among her attendants. "I'll have tea brought," Glenn said calmly as he escorted Alphisia. But she frantically waved her hand. "No, don't. You can't. My lady, don't worry about me. No more. You shouldn't be like this to me anymore. You need to pull yourself together, my lady. How much would be enough?" "Pardon?" Glenn, irreverently, asked back as if dumbfounded. "How much would it take?" Alphisia grabbed Glenn's shoulders and repeated obsessively. For me. How much would it take to compensate for your life? Tell me. I'll give you everything." "Okay, my lady, you've lost your senses. I'm asking you." Then Alphisia raised her voice. "I'm asking what I should do to make it up to you." Apart from Alphisia losing her mind, Glenn was equally confused. He couldn't find the answer to the question she was asking. Glenn knew nothing of the world. Captured as a slave in his childhood, he had lived his entire life as Alphisia's pawn after being inducted into her service. Even if she were to suggest a different direction in life now, it would be pushing Glenn into a darkness where he couldn't see an inch ahead. So, Glenn answered honestly, prepared to fall out of his master's favor. "I don't know." The person who created a young man who had forgotten even how to pursue happiness was none other than herself. The assassin with a festering heart was the most directly observable manifestation of her karma. "What have I done?" Alphisia muttered dejectedly. The clock hand was ticking towards the time Hart would arrive. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The time had come for Hart to cross over from the temple to the Duke's residence. Alphisia cancelled all orders she'd given to Glenn and advised him to rest. Puzzled by this unexpected suggestion, Glenn hesitated, trying to read Alphesia's expression, but her thoughts remained inscrutable. After Glenn withdrew, Alphesia paced restlessly in her office, waiting for Hart. She needed him right now. She longed to see the one person who could genuinely smile warmly at her, sinful as she was. When the clock hand finally reached the precise hour, word came from the mansion's main gate. Normally, she would have gone to greet him herself, but current circumstances made that impractical. If she rushed out of her office now, her tumultuous state of mind would be apparent to all. Someone had died at the hands of Alphesia's subordinate. Rumors spread like wildfire. This was scandal material for the woman at the Empire's pinnacle. An irresistible piece of gossip to sink one's teeth into. In truth, she wasn't afraid of rumors spreading and her reputation plummeting. Her reputation had always been rock bottom, and paradoxically, that had earned her the reverence of many. But it would be troublesome if Hart heard the rumors. The temple and the Duke's residence, he only frequented these two closed-off places. Perhaps it might be possible to keep it hidden from him forever, if she controlled the information and he stayed within the Duke's residence as usual, somehow. When her thoughts reached this point, Alphesia realized it was hopeless. Fearing his look of disgust, she could only think of solutions in the wrong direction. It seemed she had forgotten how to walk the right path after a lifetime as a villainess. Just as Alphesia was fretting, a polite knock sounded at the door. It was a clean tone, like his demeanor. After seeking permission, the man gently opened the door and entered. "Did you have a good day today as well, Alphesia?" Hart. Far from having a good day, she was trembling with fear, worried that the warmth in those violet eyes might turn cold. You haven't heard anything, have you? You haven't, right? Right. Alphesia? What's wrong? Hart. Alphesia could hardly believe herself. Face to face with Hart, her heart raced more than necessary, hoping he hadn't caught even a whisper of the rumors. She never expected to fall this deeply in love. She had been confident in controlling the relationship's dynamics, believing that the faithful Hart would never leave her. That's how she had judged it, and let her guard down. A life where men were unnecessary. If she had to marry, she chose someone as obedient and diligent as Hart. That was all. Yes, that should have been all, and yet. Do you like me? Of course. How much? I like you most in the world, Alphesia. Why was it? She had grown far too fond of him, who unhesitatingly uttered childish expressions, as if her heart was bound by an unbreakable chain. What's the matter? You're saying things you don't usually say. I wanted to confirm. Is that really all? What more should there be? Alphesia retorted somewhat aggressively, her nerves on edge. Yet Hart's smile remained bright and cheerful. I asked because I was worried. If you want to confirm, I'll let you confirm as much as you like. I'll like you even more, Alphesia, to the point where confirmation becomes unnecessary. Thump. Alphesia collapsed, almost falling. Fortunately, there was a sofa behind her, making it look as if she had simply thrown herself onto something comfortably soft. So Hart sat down beside her without much suspicion. Afterwards, in the office enveloped in silence, Hart was the first to break the ice. Alphesia, I thought something might be off, but you really don't look well. Are you sick? Why, planning to use divine power if I am. If that's what Alphesia wants. Alphesia refrained from carelessly moving her lips. She had long observed how taboo Hart considered the use of divine power. Therefore, confirming love this way was wrong. For a moment, Alphesia felt self-loathing as she was about to nod at novel bin at. While Alphesia fidgeted restlessly, Hart's mind also raced. Why is Alphesia acting like this? Her consciousness seemed severely shaken, as if she had seen something unspeakable. But he didn't want to press her. If it was a serious matter, he hoped Alphesia would tell him herself someday. So, at a loss for options, Hart simply hugged Alphesia tightly. It was an embrace meant to convey unconditional trust in her. But his action backfired, unsettling her further instead of comforting her. Alphesia sobbed, her body trembling. Hart was confused by the sensation of his chest growing damp. The person who had always been strong and proud was now shedding tears. When she finally looked up, her eyes were rimmed red like blooming crimson plum blossoms. Faced with the scene of scarlet petals falling mournfully and melting away, Hart struggled with his emotions. Alphesia. Was Hart's mere existence not enough to stop her sobs? For the first time in a long while, a sense of powerlessness washed over him. It was right then that Alphesia whispered. Hart. Yes, I'm here. Alphesia spoke to Hart, who gently affirmed his presence. Hold me. Tighter. Like this. Even harder? But I'm afraid I'll break you. You're so delicate, Alphesia. Just do it. Quickly. Finally, Hart embraced Alphesia tightly, wondering if this was really all right. Meanwhile, in Hart's arms, Alphesia lamented to herself. Delicate, Hart really knows nothing about me. Though she might not match the desperately honed martial skills of someone like Glenn, she was far stronger than most knights. Of course, compared to Hart, who wouldn't seem ordinary. But he clearly saw her as some common village housewife. Well, I suppose it's because he knows nothing that he can like me so innocently. If you observed my true self, you would surely despise me. Because you're the type to trust those you care for until the very end. And because you're holding a traitor who habitually betrays that trust. This is troublesome. Hart must not become suspicious. So I'll have to use it. That gentle nature of yours. Hart. Can you grant me a request? I'll do my best for whatever you ask. I see. The deliberation was over. All that remained was to wag her deceitful tongue. I am a noble. There's a sentence that nobles rightfully uphold as a virtue. Even if everything they possess blazes brilliantly for but a moment, like fireworks, or sheds its petals in a single season, like a cherry tree. If you're a noble, you must act as if everything in your grasp is as eternal as the flowing sea. Therefore, she tells herself that this love, this lover named Heart, will surely last forever. Soon after, Alphisia made her wish, hoping that his world would remain a pristine white canvas forever. Stay by my side only. I will. Heart answered without hesitation. When your duties at the temple are over, come straight here without taking any other paths. But I already do that. Filter out the rumors from the marketplace. I've never paid attention to worldly stories since long ago. Well done. If I've done well, may I ask for a gift? Suddenly, Heart, who had always lacked material desires, made an unfamiliar request. Alphisia murmured with a dazed expression, feeling confused. What gift do you want? Heart, who always preferred giving to receiving, smiled warmly. Don't cry, Alphisia. Hearing that wish, hardly deserving to be called a gift, Alphisia buried her face completely in Heart's embrace. The thought suddenly struck her. Anyone fallen into the deep mire of evil would inevitably love you, wouldn't they? In the end, they would be completely captivated by your light, as bright and peaceful as your divine power. Forgetting they were a rusty, wretched cog, unfit to mesh with you. Nobles revered eternity, the glory of their house, the wealth they'd amassed, the power to look down on the world. They lived for tomorrow, praying for all of it to last forever, while knowing better than anyone that nothing was truly eternal. Having watched it all along, they simply chose to ignore it. The sound of someone blowing warm breath into their hands. The fleeting warmth that disappeared in the biting wind denied eternity. Today was a day when snow fell gently from the sky. December. The end of the year when the capital's lights shone brightly. The year-end that severed eternity had arrived. Phew, it's cold. Tina grumbled as she walked down the street. Her passionate red hair fluttered in the wind. Her somewhat inhuman blue eyes caught attention. Her striking appearance, resembling the hated father, had become a hot topic even among the nobles. I feel like I used to roll around in the snow back then. When she lived as a wild child, avoiding people, nothing else mattered. Living like that, like a beast, the softly piled snow had felt like a bed, and she liked it. As she reminisced about those unforgettable old memories, she became distracted and bumped shoulders with a passerby. Oops, I'm sorry? Are you her? Tina was startled, belatedly realizing that she was the one who had been pushed back. Tina, being a half-dragon, might have been technically pushed by someone before, but she had never experienced being overpowered. Until she collided with the man just now. Oh, I'm sorry. He apologized readily. The man had strikingly clean white hair, and his neat white uniform spoke of his status. Above all, Tina stared for a long time at eyes that seemed detached from the world's negativity. Afterwards, they briefly maintained appearances and went their separate ways. For a while, Tina had to struggle with curiosity, recalling the image of that intriguing adult. Who could that person be? Although it was their first encounter, she found herself wanting to have a conversation with him someday. Now it was the year-end. The year-end that put a period to eternity. The square of divergence. Winter came to the demon realm too. Unlike the human realm, the demon realm had muted colors. This wasn't literal, but rather an optical illusion caused by the prevalence of demonic energy emitted by the realm's unique flora. In the midst of this otherworldly landscape stood a black wall. It marked the heart of the demon realm, the area serving as the capital, much like in the human realm. Unlike humans who built lavish palaces for royalty, demons constructed fortresses. Strictly speaking, it was a palace, but its appearance resembled what humans would call a fortress. It's cold? At the top of the fortress, a man felt snowflakes melting in his palm. He was striking, with sorrowful golden eyes. If anything was unusual about him, it was his youthful appearance. Though he had lived for half a century, from the demon's perspective, most of who were long-lived, he was still a novice. Perhaps that's why the man still looked like he was in his late teens by human standards. Letitia. He projected the image of his wife, who had passed away several years ago, onto the snow-covered ground. The wife he had helplessly let go, unable to protect her in the end. She had once endured countless glares for allegedly pressuring the Demon King into unreasonable demands. That label clung to her like a shadow, becoming a tumor that destroyed her from within. It led to mental illness, and after suffering for a long time, she left this world, as if she had received divine punishment. This time, I'll protect it for sure. The fruit of our love. Information had trickled in from a vampire spy who had infiltrated the human realm. It said that the child Letitia had spirited away was living there. However, given that contact was quickly lost, the spy must have been captured or killed. Either way, it was good news from the Demon King's perspective. Even if born human, he might not be able to make them inherit the throne, but he could at least cherish them. He wanted to make up for the wasted years of the son he had let go of so emptily. Sepsh. Your Majesty, I await your command. To the vampire count who bowed respectfully, he declared, I'm going to the human realm. Personally, I shall accompany you. It was a declaration that the king of a race would roam enemy territory. Yet Sepsh, far from dissuading him, obediently accepted the order. Such was the nature of the Demon King. While he might not be politically perfect, he commanded absolute trust in his power. even if he were to invade the stronghold of an enemy race alone. I won't let go of family anymore. His firm resolve sank into the softly piled snow. Preparations for the year-end festival were in full swing. An excited atmosphere permeated the capital, regardless of social status. Even ordinary shops were dressed up, and unfamiliar street stalls had sprung up. The temple was packed with people praying for peace in the new year. In the center of these bustling streets lay a wide square. There, Hart turned around upon hearing a gentle voice. Excuse me, Sir Holy Knight. A girl with fluttering red hair ran over with a delighted expression. Surprised by this unexpected reunion, Hart stopped and waited for her. Phew, hello. It's the first time we've met since we bumped into each other that day. I was very rude then. Oh no, not at all. It was my fault for not looking where I was going. Then let's say we were both at fault and move on. Hart was indeed an adult. He naturally soothed Tina's embarrassment. Do you have any particular business with me, miss? Well, it's not really business. Or is it? Is it business? I'll listen carefully, so take your time. Ugh, yes. Tina was simply fascinated. Even when she panicked and floundered, her heart eased when Hart spoke to her. A reliable adult. This was the general impression Tina had of Hart. So, I just wanted to talk a little. You might find it awkward to hear this when we've only met briefly twice, but there's no reason for it to be awkward. Clergy are supposed to listen to others' stories, aren't they? Hart turned his gaze to the clock tower in the square. By the looks of it, if he hurried afterwards, he could definitely clock in on time. Then he gestured to Tina to take a seat on a conveniently empty bench. Shall we sit down and talk? Thank you. Tina followed behind Hart, fidgeting. And when Hart sat down on the bench, Tina, watching his movements, took a seat beside him. Is this really happening? On the day they bumped shoulders, Tina had wanted to have a conversation with Hart. The reason was unclear. If asked for a reason, she could only say just because. That's why from her perspective, the holy knight before her eyes was a mysterious person. What's your name? It's Hart. So it's Hart. I'm Tina. At novel bin at. I see. Nice to meet you, Miss Tina. For a while, the cold wind swept over the two silent people. The more it did, the more anxious Tina became. They had exchanged names, but now that they were face to face, she didn't know what to say first. In this situation, Hart was the one to break the ice. Do you have any worries you'd like to share with me? Worries? Yes, I do. Tina's face brightened as she finally found a topic of conversation. She then began to pour out the concerns she had been holding in her heart. This is about my friend. That's not right. Pardon. For a moment, Tina's blue eyes widened. Hart seriously lectured her. It's wrong to carelessly leak your friend's circumstances to others. You shouldn't do that. She fell into confusion upon hearing the righteous argument. Tina found the experience of being guided on the right path by an adult unfamiliar. It was even more so now that even her parents' faces had become blurry in her memory. Tina hastily added an excuse. Well, it's also my story, so it should be fine. Probably. It was Tina, flapping her hands as she made excuses. Hart couldn't help but smile, finding her cute. I'll listen. So tell me. Okay. So, actually, I'm in charge of guarding an important person. Are you a knight? Not a knight. I'm just pretty strong, hee. Tina made a gesture of flexing her biceps. Seeing the sincerity in this somewhat comical gesture, Hart readily agreed. You certainly look like it. Right? I don't know what would have happened without me. Actually, the person they're dealing with is a real villain. A real villain. They must be a truly dangerous person. That's right. They have no mercy when it comes to hurting people, you know. Tina deliberately avoided mentioning Elphesia. After all, at this point in the Empire, the only people opposing Elphesia were the Empress Dowager and Ascalon. She wasn't careless enough to blurt out such easily identifiable details on a main street. So I'm worried. We've more or less finished preparations to bring that person to justice. We're just one step away now, but I'm not sure if we can succeed. So your concern is anxiety about failure. That's right. That person has a subordinate, and they're incredibly strong too. They're really good at running away in all directions, so it's very frustrating. Her tone, gritting her teeth, conveyed how desperate she was. Moreover, her motive of punishing an evildoer was morally sound. This was why Hart involved himself more than usual. I'll pray for you. For Miss Tina's wish to come true. Thank you so much. Then, shall we pray together? That sounds good. Sitting side by side, Hart and Tina clasped their hands tightly and offered a prayer. May Miss Tina's wish come true. May we catch them for sure this time. Goodwill and desperation intertwined. The wishes of two people striving to uphold a righteous life reached the heavens. Despite wishing for each other, their envisioned futures were quite different. This place where crossing desires twisted was a square of divergence. Meanwhile, at the time Hart was offering his prayer, there was movement in the largest and most luxurious bedroom of the luminal mansion. Every time the person inside tossed and turned under the blanket, a rustling noise was heard. The person was Elphesia Luminal. She was an iron-willed woman who had lived more fiercely and diligently than anyone else. It was hard to imagine someone like her lying in bed at a time when work should be in full swing. Yet Elphesia had set aside all her official duties and was burying her face in the pillow. I regret it. The past where walking the path of villainess was natural, where she even enjoyed it, was now so regrettable. The reason for choosing that direction in life was simple. It was the most efficient way to elevate the value of the human called Alphisia. She felt no guilt, accustomed as she was to always standing above others. Everything was just a chess piece existing for conquest and domination. Until she met Hart, she thought that was all there was to it. Sometimes. I hate you? It was strange. The person who changed her, someone who didn't bat an eye even when victims pleaded with tears, was a fool who could be called more than just gullible. Every time she realized this, her pride was hurt, and on the other hand, she felt her empty heart being filled. Perhaps it would have been better not to know these emotions at all. If only she could have remained a villainess until the end, she wouldn't have to struggle like this. Damn it. It was almost time for Hart to arrive. Alphisia habitually called out her subordinate's name. Glenn. After a moment of silence, Alphisia remembered that she had forced Glenn to take a vacation. I should have treated him a little better. It was too late for regrets. Without her knowing, fate was tightening its grip on her moment by moment. December 31st. Only a day remained before the new year. This year, the Imperial Court was hosting a banquet to commemorate the year's end. The grand-scale year-end party had drawn numerous nobles to the capital. It wasn't just a social gathering, but an event aimed at suppressing Ascalion's presence and reinforcing the Imperial Court's strong position. To attend such a banquet, Hart and Ibria had just stepped out of the temple. Let's go, Hart. Okay. They'd heard that Alphisia wouldn't be attending this year-end party. She had even wished for Hart to come to the ducal residence instead of the Imperial Palace. She worried he might hear malicious rumors about her. I'm sorry, Alphisia. However, accompanying Ibria was the work Hart valued most. He was too conscientious to postpone it for personal feelings. In the end, Alphisia had reluctantly nodded her assent. Considerable time had passed since the charity event where Glenn had killed someone. Above all, Hart had no interest in gossip, so the slander would likely pass him by. As long as nothing occurred that would warp his perception, Hart would fulfill his duty without question. Alphisia had no choice but to trust him. Ibria, do we really have to attend the banquet? I don't want to go either. But if we attend, they'll release relief supplies for the poor. They're just using us. That's true. If merely showing their faces at a banquet could fill people's hungry stomachs, it was worth it. Knowing this, Hart still couldn't shake the image of Alphisia's anxious eyes. So he cautiously suggested, let's stay for a very short time. We'll just exchange a few greetings and then leave the palace. Oh, I like that plan. But what's gotten into you? The usual Hart would have insisted on doing things properly. Me. Who else would I mean? I'm not sure. Truly, he wasn't sure. Should they do their utmost since they were receiving poor relief supplies in exchange? Yet cooperating with an unproductive formality also seemed wasteful. What would the usual me that Ibria speaks of have done? People change, but the unfamiliarity of forgetting his former self was unsettling. A small sense of dissonance. He knew this dissonance was merely a narrow crack. A tiny crack that he wasn't even sure when it had formed. But he didn't know that even a thick, sturdy embankment could collapse entirely from a tiny crack. So he neglected the small crack, and even willingly embraced it. Hart's justice, which had seemed flawless at first glance, was developing fissures. Even streets bustling with year-end excitement had their dark side. Not every street could be festive, so the difference between busy areas and quieter ones was stark. Glenn, forced into an indefinite vacation by Alphisia, preferred coming to such peaceful streets. Walking these near-empty roads gave him a sense of purpose. It must have been a form of compulsion. Having led such an intense life alongside his busy master, Glenn struggled to adapt to this sudden leisurely daily life. Even now, he wandered aimlessly through gloomy back alleys, more comfortable there than in bustling thoroughfares, yet equally troubled by this unfamiliar reality. The stars are so bright. The night sky was exceptionally clear. Just as Glenn was about to lose himself in contemplation, gazing blankly at the sky. Bang! Boom! With a thunderous explosion, colorful fireworks painted the night sky alongside the stars. Glenn's lips parted involuntarily at the dreamlike scene. The brighter the fireworks, the more pitiful he felt, lurking in the shadows. Feeling oddly melancholic, Glenn decided to return to the ducal residence, to his only permitted sanctuary. Finally found you. But fate bared its cruel fangs at the dark assassin. From behind, a woman with an unforgettable aura steadily closed the distance. Her vibrant red hair, as dazzling as the fireworks in the sky, whipped in the biting wind, and her piercingly blue eyes coldly reflected Glenn. Half-dragon. How rude. I have a proper name, Tina. A fateful encounter. The first target to ever make his assassination attempt fail. Moreover, a woman with absurd strength despite having no martial arts training, yet with a bright personality that made her someone he'd rather not get entangled with. Shing. Glenn quietly drew his sword at Novel bin at. He had fought countless deadly battles. No matter how strong the opponent, panic was an utterly unnecessary emotion. Today will be the last of your evil deeds, Tina declared confidently. Her vitality materialized throughout her body, creating an illusion of blood dripping. Now skillfully wielding the bloody dragon's power, she made a gesture of pulling a trigger with her hand. In that moment, as compressed dragon blood enveloped Glenn like a bullet, their twisted fates advanced towards their promised conclusion. That's. Alphisia was observing the festive streets from the terrace of the ducal residence. As she did so, she spotted a familiar aura in a distant, dimly lit street. Is it that child? It was almost certainly the bloody dragon's aura. Though she had only witnessed it once, its rarity had etched it vividly in her memory. If it was detectable even from this street, she must have been in combat stance. And there weren't many opponents Tina would face in earnest, even using her dragon abilities. Glenn. Glenn was a strong swordsman, but one specialized in assassination. In other words, he wasn't versatile enough to handle a half-dragon in direct combat. TCH. Alphyssia quickly changed into training clothes and dashed out of the ducal residence. It was her first time being driven by mere concern to act directly. The unfamiliar anxiety enveloping her felt strange. She ran on foot, unable to ride a horse through the crowded streets. Her breathing grew ragged, and heat surged through her body. Heart. She suddenly thought of her lover, who would be escorting the holy maiden. She hadn't realized how unsettling daily life would be without him. If he were by her side, he would have saved Glenn, even if it meant begging. The kind-hearted Hart wouldn't be able to refuse his lover's plea. That was the kind of person Hart was. Someone who, if you let him close, becomes a sanctuary where you can entrust your heart before you know it. With him beside her, a surge of confidence that anything was possible would well up. Even though he was nothing but a simpleton with an easy laugh in everyday life. Ha, ha. Sprinting at full speed was quite taxing. She had neglected training recently. No, she had distanced herself from the sword since formally succeeding as Duchess. It was enough for Glenn and the knights to wield swords. To focus on tasks that would grow the family, training time was a waste. Why did that now fill her with regret? Why does regret always come flooding in all at once? Only in times of urgency do we look back on traces of the past. The concept of karma had seemed like an illusion from another world, something she thought would never be relevant in her lifetime. Yet Alphyssia only truly grasped the karma that had boldly approached her when she finally reached the blood-soaked scene. The first thing that caught her eye was Glenn's broken sword. It seemed he had foolishly chosen to confront his opponent head-on rather than flee. If so, where could Glenn have gone? The mansion of Court Counterwell, which Ascalon was using as a base, was the most likely possibility. In any case, even if Glenn, her closest confidant, were to spill just a few words, Alphyssia could find herself in serious trouble. To minimize such risks, she had focused more on reconnaissance missions than assassinations. No, that's not it. For a moment, Alphyssia shook her head, calmly piecing together the puzzle. Most problems can be solved by destroying evidence and abandoning Glenn. Moreover, do they really think they can handle the fangs of Luminal, when a cornered rat's teeth are at their sharpest? Even now, if she mobilized her family's power, she could topple Ascalon's shaky foundation in an instant. That was the current reality. But who would have thought that Ascalon, once rumored to be a prodigy, would cling on like a drowning man? There's no way he could have grasped a weakness severe enough to prevent any counterattack, right? Even if I were to face myself, knowing all the family's dark secrets, that would be impossible. As Alphyssia continued her contemplation, a chillingly cold voice grated on her ears from the darkness. Am I too late? Whoosh! Alphyssia instinctively distanced herself from the voice's owner. If pressed for a reason, it was because her survival instinct whispered to her that if she didn't move away from this strange person right now, she might die. As she prepared to draw her sword at any moment, the stranger removed his deeply pulled hood, fixing Alphyssia with brilliant golden eyes. Alphyssia Luminal. Is that correct? And if it is, how lamentable. The man exhaled a heavy sigh filled with regret, then continued. I'm too late to find that child, and all I've caught is merely an enemy. I have no face to show her. Given the scene before them, Glenn had most likely been taken somewhere. Undoubtedly to some noble's mansion or the palace. Searching for Glenn in such places would be too risky, as it could escalate the situation. If he were to wage war against humans, he'd need to bring proper forces. It can't be helped. A chicken instead of a pheasant. At the very least, he should capture the wicked woman who had inhumanely used his bloodline. Sepsh. Yes, Your Majesty. We're capturing her and returning. As you command. The vampire count's cloak stretched like a shadow, creating an endless dark curtain. In an instant, Alphyssia sank into the abyss without even a chance to scream. The street where the commotion had occurred was now filled with emptiness. The wind blew. At the edge of the void, a crimson hair tie rolled across the ground. It was Alphysia's final trace. The imperial banquet was at its peak. Ibria engaged in perfunctory conversation with the attendees while Hart kept a vigilant eye on her from afar. Intimidated by Hart's intense focus on his duty, most people refrained from approaching the quiet night. Occasionally, a curious noblewoman would try to strike up a conversation, but Hart would politely cut it short, making his reluctance clear. He preferred the idea of casual small talk with Alphyssia over unfamiliar women. I wonder what Alphysia's up to. I'm worried. Alphyssia had been acting strange lately. She'd reveal flashes of inexplicable anxiety in her eyes, or mutter incomprehensibly as if paranoid. Yet when questioned about her behavior, she'd compose herself and laugh it off as mere mood swings. To Hart, Alphysia's mocking demeanor was like mist, tangible, yet untouchable. Like a rose reflected in a pond, it seemed that reaching out would only cause ripples, blurring the image. Ibria's lips are starting to twitch. If she begs to leave soon, I might just give in and let her. Even as the holy maiden, Ibria was still human. Forcing an unnatural smile when it didn't suit her nature was bound to cause facial fatigue. Hart found himself newly impressed by Alphisia and other nobles who performed this act with such ease. Just as Hart resolved to approach Ibria, a thunderous announcement echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall. Count Ascalon Laurentizia has arrived. Count Laurentizia was the title given to Ascalon, who was no longer a prince. Traditionally, former royalty would receive at least a marquis title, like reigners. However, Emperor Repehit had deliberately oppressed Ascalon, resulting in his mere count status. Ascalon's arrival caused a commotion in the banquet hall. To think he'd actually attend the banquet. Isn't it rude to have his name announced after arriving so late? He's acting as if he's the guest of honor. Despite the noble's shock and gossip, Ascalon's stride remained proud. Hart found himself unconsciously drawn to the imposing figure. So this is the former third prince. He had some shallow knowledge from Alphisia's mentions. Though he hadn't pride, he understood that Ascalon was someone she paid considerable attention to. So this is the kind of man he is. A man of striking appearance. This was Hart's first impression of him. Soon, a familiar figure followed Ascalon into the banquet hall. Hart's eyes widened in shock. The woman who had just entered was the same one he had encountered mere days ago. Lady Tina. Hart murmured unconsciously. But the distance was too great, and his words didn't reach her. Moreover, judging by the gravity in Tina's eyes, she seemed to have no attention to spare for her surroundings. What insolence from the Count! Emperor Repehit deliberately shouted, aiming to undermine Ascalon's authority in front of the crowd. However, Ascalon, hardened by his climb from rock bottom, showed no sign of intimidation. Forgive my rudeness, brother. I stand here merely to fulfill my promise to the Empress Dowager. What did you say? Ascalon took a deep breath, then spoke clearly, his voice commanding attention. Let all present hear this. I am here to disclose the secret agreement I made with the Empress Dowager, and to demand its fulfillment. It can't be. At last, the Empress Dowager, who had been observing from behind Repehit, spoke up. Her once dignified face was now contorted. To Hart, she looked as if she had just encountered something inhuman and terrifying. Some time ago, I approached the Empress Dowager with a proposal. I offered to remove the tumor eating away at the Empire. In exchange, I asked for half of what that person possessed. It was a convergence of interests. Ascalon had exceptional abilities but lacked a foundation, while the Empress Dowager was wary of both the liminal duchy eyeing the imperial family and Ascalon seeking revenge. Above all, that person was a common enemy to both of them. So they made a deal. Ascalon, to expand his influence. The Empress Dowager, to swiftly devour whichever side tired first in the conflict. She had no expectations for Ascalon. If he unexpectedly performed well, she could dismantle both factions. If he failed, she could eliminate the troublesome Ascalon. It was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. The possibility of his victory was so absurd, she hadn't even considered it. To the extent that she made such a rash deal with an impudent upstart. The situation is taking an odd turn. But look at Ascalon now, mentioning their secret agreement with such confidence. He wasn't one to speak lightly. Then, as implausible as it seemed, it was highly likely that Ascalon had claimed victory over the person even the Empress Dowager couldn't handle. Even if some incredible luck had played a part in the process. Soon, the adversary before her eyes drove a stake into her heart. From this moment, I will fulfill my part of the contract. The Empress Dowager should prepare to honor her side of the agreement as well. What? Bring him in. Ignoring the Empress Dowager's shock, Ascalon calmly gave the order. On cue, a guard waiting outside entered the banquet hall, dragging in a tightly bound man. The atmosphere grew chaotic. It seemed unnatural for a seemingly ordinary human to be so excessively restrained. He was bound not just with ropes, but with chains wrapped tightly around him. State your identity. Ka. The man spat, then spoke with resignation. Vampire. A low-ranking one active in human territory. Another wave of commotion swept through the hall. Some were skeptical, as the man appeared to be an ordinary young man by all outward appearances. But when his mouth was forcibly opened to reveal his strange fangs, people began nodding in understanding. From now on, speak nothing but the truth. Is there anything left to discover? Of course. Guards. At Ascalon's signal, another guard brought in a guest. Even the vampire's curiosity was piqued as he focused on the new arrival. The criminal being escorted by the guard was a man who evoked a strange sense of déjà vu. At first, the vampire frowned, wondering who this person could be. But as the distance closed, the feeling of familiarity grew stronger, until his eyes widened in shock. Speak again, Ascalon demanded in a cold voice. You must know who this man is. Huh. He did know. How could he not? Black hair and black eyes are rare among humans. Rare, but not non-existent. However, the probability of an unrelated person with black hair and black eyes looking exactly like him is virtually zero. Impossible. To think I'd encounter him in this form. Letitia Basque Hill, the Demon King's companion and humanities traitor. The young man before him resembled her so closely that even if someone claimed she had been reincarnated, it would be believable. No, it was as if his entire being screamed that he was of her bloodline. He must be the offspring of His Majesty and Lady Letitia. There's no way lies would work. Then, as expected, His Majesty and that woman. How frustrated he must have been. Risking everything to infiltrate human territory, only to find the object of his vengeance. The intense loyalty boiled into anger, but only for a moment. The cold reality quickly cooled his rage. Speak. Kyung? His body felt heavily pressed down. this sensation of every drop of blood in his body gaining weight. It was unmistakably the ability of the bloody dragon. Silence would not be tolerated. With your own mouth, confess the name of this man. Ugh. He tried to resist, letting out a suppressed voice. But soon, he reached his limit. The low-ranking vampire succumbed to the bloody dragon's ability. Glenn. His surname. The vampire squeezed his eyes shut and finally spilled the truth. Glenn. Basque Hill. What did you say? It was Hart's voice. Hart, who had fought in the Holy War in the former Basque Hill Kingdom. As a witness to that historical event, this name was profoundly shocking to him. I'll ask again. Whose bloodline is he? This person is. But the truly shocking statement came next. The bloodline of Lady Letitia. It was a bombshell. The last direct descendant of the Basque Hill royal family, thought to be extinct, the only offspring of humanity's traitor, was kneeling behind Ascalon. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, composing herself, calmly asked a question. You've done quite an impressive thing, Count. Certainly, the appearance of humanity's traitor before our eyes is shocking. But how does this relate to our contract? It's simple logic. At novel bin at. This time, Ascalon stepped in front of Glenn. Then, without forcing a confession, he revealed the identity himself. Glenn Basque Hill. This man has been working as Alphesia Luminal's closest confidant. What? Glenn's confession was unnecessary. The truth would soon come out when the servants of the ducal house were interrogated. Let everyone here listen carefully. Ascalon delivered a grand speech. Alphesia Luminal not only harbored humanity's traitor but also employed him as her closest aide. Considering the Luminal Duchy's status as a major pillar of the empire, you can imagine the gravity of this crime. This is a direct challenge to the Human Defense Agreement. The Human Defense Agreement. This was part of an international treaty ratified by all nations in human territory. Violating it renders the size of one's house meaningless. After all, even a powerful duchy cannot stand against all of humanity. For instance, Basque Hill, which betrayed the Human Defense Agreement, saw its entire kingdom crumble. She can't possibly claim ignorance. It's nonsensical for someone with the Luminal Duchy's intelligence capabilities to keep such a suspicious individual by their side without knowing. This implies she was aware of his identity when she took him in. Finally, Ascalon declared. I hereby petition the imperial family to immediately subject Alphesia Luminal, humanity's traitor, to the full weight of imperial law. A heavy atmosphere pressed down on the banquet hall. The previously jubilant mood had sunk into a darkness reminiscent of the deep sea. After a moment of tense silence, the bound vampire let out a hollow chuckle. Ha. What is it, vampire? Nothing. It's just that if you were planning this conspiracy, you should have acted faster. I can barely contain my amusement. What do you mean? It means you're already too late. He snickered mockingly. My lord has personally taken that human away. Vampires possess various unique abilities. One of them is a mental connection with those they've formed a blood contract with. Fortunately, the demon who accompanied the Demon King was Count Tsepch, a vampire lord who happened to be his master. The vampire had conveyed the general situation to Tsepch and prompted Alphesia's abduction. This was the behind-the-scenes truth of the events that unfolded during the festivities. Hart. Ibria cautiously called out the knight's name. What returned was another name. Alphesia. Hart immediately turned and set off. To fulfill an eternal promise. I stepped forward. The sensation of my footprints pressing into the ground was startlingly vivid. Even after leaving the banquet hall and reaching the beautiful imperial garden, I felt nothing. Human politics baffled me. I grasped that a power struggle had occurred, but I couldn't understand why Alphesia had suddenly fallen from grace to become a traitor. Yet one undeniable truth remained clear. Alphesia had been kidnapped. Of all times, while I observed their political games in the banquet hall. A mistake. I shouldn't have left her alone. Perhaps ignoring Ibria's advice and remaining ignorant of worldly affairs was the error. If so, I had to make amends. There should still be a chance. I stopped in the midst of the magnificent imperial scenery. The opponent was the demon race. Unlike humans, they were a race with innate magical abilities. Human investigative techniques would be useless against those powers. Therefore, I had only one option. Divine power. The power of the sovereign god that could even twist the truth of the world. This was surely the only choice left to me. Just as I finished stealing my resolve. Wait, Hart. Ibria. The one whose side I should have stayed at as a guard knight was instead chasing after me. Despite her uncomfortable attire, she ran resolutely, visibly out of breath. Perhaps feeling guilty, I hesitated for a moment. In that time, Ibria had already caught up and stood before me, catching her breath. Wait, Hart. There's no time. Why? What's the rush? I pressed my lips tightly shut. I couldn't bring myself to answer that there wasn't enough time to save Alphesia. I was humanity's final line of defense, a holder of a baptismal name. My hands were to protect the human realm, and my eyes were to capture only the beautiful things of the world, to embody the virtue of remaining impartial. But they had spoken. Those who resided in the most beautiful and splendid place in the world had revealed the truth about Alphesia Luminal. Everyone had declared Alphesia a villain. In such a situation, for me, a baptismal name holder, to rush in to save her out of personal feelings was clearly overstepping my bounds. Knowing this better than anyone, Ibria had stopped me. Let's go back, Hart. Where to? To the temple. You've been pestering about it all along, haven't you? Ibria. I'm sick of it. Really. Why can't these high-ranking humans just live together peacefully? This is why I'm suffering here over a single relief supply. Ibria. So let's go. I never want to leave the temple again. I just want to live quietly like before with Sungha and Erhide, and you. Ibria smiled faintly. Her figure was as pure as a flower in season, and as melancholic as the setting moon. She was indeed a cherry blossom, the symbol of spring that blooms brilliantly and falls in an instant. Though I realized this anew, there was no hint of attraction. Ibria was still just Ibria, a childhood friend who had grown up with me, or perhaps someone I had thought of as a sibling, or the duty assigned to me. Just that much. You're right, Ibria. Heart. We should live cozily inside the comfortable temple. Like old times. Yes, that's right. Ibria nodded, quietly clasping her hands. But I changed my attitude in the next moment. But it's impossible for me. I can't go back to how things were. What are you saying? To spend a lifetime with eyes closed in the temple, my world has grown too wide. A baptismal name holder shouldn't aspire to the outside world. That was the general principle. Even without being told the specific reasons for the principle, baptismal name holders usually accepted it. After all, we were beings designed that way from the start. But exceptions always lurk. Whether by chance or necessity, baptismal name holders who experience the outside world occasionally change. Because unlike the temple where we repeat a routine daily life, the outside world teems with countless human experiences. And as we mingle with them, a powerful temptation inevitably extends its hand. Love, sympathy, desire for self-expression, or something else, a certain emotion that shouldn't be harbored takes root. I loved Alphisia and sympathized with Helio. Because of that, I even revealed divine power that was forbidden to use. It's not difficult to break a rule twice once it's been broken once. That's why the outside world was a den of temptation for baptismal name holders. You mean you're going to rescue that woman? Yes. Please, stop this nonsense. Heart, you've lost your mind right now. Does it seem that way? If not, you wouldn't even think of rescuing her. Because your heart. I see. Hearing Ibria's words, I reflected on myself. Indeed, as she asserted, I seemed to have momentarily lost my reason. My head cleared. Like the wide-open night sky above. Under the starlight pouring down excessively, I smiled gently as usual. Thank you, Ibria. Yeah, but I still can't return to the temple. Heart. Our differences of opinion couldn't be bridged. Ibria cried out my name, filled with indignation. I've made this decision after briefly reflecting on myself. Why on earth? I made a promise. A promise. Yes, a promise. The most important promise in the world. In an instant, a golden ring manifested on my left ring finger. It was clearly divine power. Ibria, a baptismal name holder like me, recognized at a glance what the golden ring meant. A baptismal name vow. That's right. What foolish thing have you done? You know full well what a baptismal name vow costs. Of course I do. A baptismal name vow meant engraving an eternal oath before the sovereign god. The price for breaking that absolute oath was the loss of one's baptismal name. No being in the material world could withstand the backlash of a god's name leaving them. In other words, it was an oath staked on death. You're not in your right mind. You're not in your right mind. Are you, an idiot? No matter what choice you make now, your future is, already. Haha. I suppose you could call it a dilemma. That's right. The future was already sealed shut. Divine power was essential to rescue Alphisia. But if I used divine power, I would have to face the line I must not cross. How could you do this? There are two lines that a baptismal name holder must keep. One is using divine power for personal desires. The other is using divine power while betraying the justice one upholds. Avoiding personal desires is an easy condition, because I will use divine power for Alphisia's sake. But betraying one's proclaimed justice is a different story. You already know. Heart. Alphisia is a villain. That is an unchanging fact. Alphisia Luminal is a traitor to humanity. You, who waged holy war in the Basque Hill Kingdom, are going to rescue such a person. This isn't justice. It was too simple a truth. There was an immense gap between this and the righteous justice I upheld. Just now, when you told me I was right, you admitted it yourself. That what you're trying to do isn't justice, at novel bin at. Yeah, I guess so. Are you going to cross the line? If necessary. Heart. Ibria shed tears. Her sorrowful and grief-stricken emotions were clear. When her eyes soon drew sharp diagonal lines, a solemn declaration struck me. If you're truly going to do this, I'll stop you. Don't do this, Ibria. It's not to save you. As the vessel of the next sovereign god, I must judge the misconduct of God's vanguard. Ibria, I hate you, heart. Gently, gently. Unseasonable cherry blossoms scattered. The pale pink petals traced curves as if riding the wind. Each time a petal touched the earth, God's majesty flowed like a blessing. It was Ibria's divine power. I am your guard knight. I know. A guard knight weaker than their charge doesn't exist. Do you think I don't know that too? I see. Can I endure this? My opponent is the Holy Maiden. A woman on par with the demon maiden I faced in Basque Hill during my youth. Meanwhile, I was weaker than in my youth. It was due to having my baptismal name sealed by the Pope. I exhaled a breath tinged with regret. Fear rushing in from an uncertain future. There was none of that. I'm simply carrying out what must be done. Wait for me, Alphisia. I will, without fail, come to keep my promise. I looked back on that day's promise from memories I always dust off. Just when I grew weary of holding on to a wandering heart, the distance I had finally closed with you became precious. That's why I swore. I will always stand by your side. Even if the world forces a thorny path upon you, I will surely protect you. I am on your side. Not anyone else's, but yours alone. You were the only one who allowed me this. Even if countless people denounce you as a liar, even if they whisper seductively in my ears, I will simply believe. I believe in you. Even if the world turns its back, at least one person believes in you. The man who loves you, who has watched you all along, who simply believes in you, who hides your kindness behind a brusque facade. Staking the divine name given to me, I engrave an eternal promise before the sovereign God. Burning humanity. Tears rolled down her cheeks, gathering on blades of grass like dewdrops before sliding off. Heek, heek. With a thud, Ibria collapsed weakly, as if exhausted. Not a single wound remained on her body. If one were to point out a deep gash, it would be the void pierced through a corner of her heart. I couldn't stop him. Hart had been sincere. With the sole desire to rescue Alphisia, he'd cast aside his hesitation and drawn his sword. From that moment, Ibria's will to fight had been completely broken. Because he wouldn't stop. Even if some tremendous power suddenly arose and subdued him, his heart would steadfastly aim for only one person. The lesson of surrender came quickly. As Hart closed the distance, the divine power Ibria had blossomed withered away in an instant. That was all. Hart left the imperial palace without looking back. Like a moth flying into a flame. Despite knowing the fate that awaited him, he advanced, silently burning away his life. I hate you. Her mournful voice conveyed deep resentment. From the unrecorded side of history, Ibria returned to the temple alone. She didn't want to face the disappointing and treacherous outside world for even a moment longer. She would live comfortably for the rest of her life. Unlike Hart. Unlike the villainess he loved. Silently, and steadfastly, burying the pain of betrayal in memories, she would consciously turn a blind eye. Because the life given to her, unlike theirs, was unbearably long. She would live in submission to fate. Dash. Dash. Ha. Blood seeped from his eyes and mouth. Though he'd only wielded a couple of miracles, the sensation of his baptismal name burning was vivid. The line that the bearer of a baptismal name must not cross. The motivation to observe it wasn't the temple's sanctions. Somehow, I have to hold out until dawn. The vanguard of God who breaks taboos has their baptismal name incinerated. And if one who has their baptismal name incinerated wields miracles, the price is paid with their remaining lifespan. This was why he'd said his future had closed. If Hart abandoned Alphisia, the vow of his baptismal name would kill him. Even if he rescued her, the price for abusing divine power was still his own life. Fate had led him to a dead end. That's why Hart, whose future had vanished, had no way back. You've always been like this. Hart walked straight towards the towering fortress. He strode fearlessly across the wasteland where even natural objects were hard to find. The place where he stood was the border of the demon realm. Soon, it would become the historical site where the world's balance crumbles. Basque Hill, and now too, you never respect each other's domains. You could just turn your backs and live, but you can't even do that, you impure lot. One by one, demons on the fortress walls warily eyed Hart. However, they hadn't taken threatening actions yet. This was because most of the demons were humanoid races like vampires, and only a single person was approaching the fortress. If lives must be sacrificed, I'll balance the scales. The reason demons underestimate human realm invasions is simple and clear. Most demons are superior and humans are inferior. The power humans gain only after repeated training, demons often possess innately. Hart made his decision. He would balance humans and demons. Fire was not given to encourage corruption and debauchery. Suddenly, light descended. In a landscape that seemed to have turned into a golden field, Hart recited sacred words. Your distorted cities, God shall rule with thunder and brimstone. The moment he closed his lips at Novel bin Adat, an inconceivable disaster befell the demon realm shrouded in deep night. Dozens of lightning bolts struck down from the clear sky, and unquenchable sulphurous flames spread far and wide. The sturdy fortress crumbled like toy blocks. It looked just like a sand castle swept away by waves. The border, scorched in an instant, would be impossible to restore for the next decade. I'm coming. Alphisia. Hart's true nature, unknown even to Alphisia, was running rampant. Hart, who always went around smiling as if innocent and foolish. Alphisia could never imagine this side of his youth. The Hart who felt not a shred of guilt even after annihilating countless demons in Basque Hill. Cough. Hart coughed up blood. A pungent iron taste took over his mouth. He furrowed his brow as he witnessed the continuing lightning strikes and sulphurous flames. If only my baptismal name hadn't been sealed. Just a little more. After the holy war in the Basque Hill Kingdom, the Pope had sealed Hart's baptismal name. He'd long since forcibly forgotten the reason for the sealing. There was no point in being conscious of it. Therefore, Hart didn't know that the sealing of his baptismal name was a restraint to restore his humanity. By distancing himself from God's name and drawing closer to his human name, Hart had regained his humanity. At least, until he unconsciously called upon God's name once again. Please wait. Alphisia. Hart tore away space. The territory of other demons came into view from the other side. The time had come to sweep them away, one by one, as if cleaning. A walking disaster was burning his life away fiercely. Dash. Dash. The center of the demon realm, the demon king's dwelling. The Demon King, receiving a report in the dungeon where Alphisia was imprisoned, was shocked. What are you saying? This is not a metaphor. Really? All the territories forming a straight line between the border and the capital have been, completely, incinerated. Impossible? Who in the world could do such a thing? Your Majesty, I apologize, but we witnessed someone capable of this in Basque Hill about 20 years ago. The Demon King instinctively recalled the incident from that time. Yes, it was when he'd accepted Letitia's request and dispatched elite troops to Basque Hill. The pain of hundreds of elites, carefully selected, being annihilated along with the Holy Maiden still stung. Thanks to that blunder, Letitia's position had narrowed, causing her to fall ill. If only he had somehow recovered Glenn, his anger might have subsided, but he'd missed the last chance by a hair's breadth. Just as falling from a high place hurts, falling from hope to despair is the same. Finally, the Demon King issued an order. After quartering her, make sure to keep her alive. I must hear her screams as she enters the cauldron without limbs. Yes, understood, Your Majesty. What about divine power? What about being a holy knight? The demon realm must already bear a massive scar. Countless lives had been extinguished, and cities had collapsed. Then, as retribution, it should be fine to give the pain of losing a lover. I'll protect the capital at least. This was the area where the Demon King was stationed. Even among demons, most of who are long-lived, the Demon King's power stood out. He was an absolute powerhouse with strength unprecedented in the long history of demons. Clang! The barred door confining Alphisia opened. She was roughly handled and dragged to the torture chamber. Her bare feet scraped harshly against the cold, rough floor. It was when she finally let go of her lingering attachments. Boom! A strong vibration struck the dungeon. Boom! Boom! The entire space shook as if hit by a natural disaster, and dust and brick fragments trickled down. The anomaly occurred immediately after. Crash! The ceiling came crashing down. Thick dust obscured vision and restricted movement. The wind blew. Like fog, the hazy dust scattered into the sky, returning transparency to the world. Alphisia groaned. At this point, it wasn't even funny anymore. If her hands were free, she would have rubbed her eyes several times. She would have constantly doubted whether the dust in her eyes was showing her an illusion. But when a warm voice resonated in her ears, Alphisia gave up denying reality any further. Alphisia, I'm here. To keep my promise. I'm sorry my appearance is a bit unsightly. He was clearly different from the usual Hart. His pure white uniform was dyed red, and his violet eyes had clearly lost their luster. And that wasn't all. The real-time bleeding from his eyes reminiscent of bloody tears, and wounds that appeared and widened severely without him receiving any attacks. I'll protect you no matter what, Alphisia. He smiled, as if his faded humanity had sprouted anew. Hart. She called his name, with an ugly face, as if about to burst into tears. Humanity's last line of defense. Status, 5/Weekmon Friday. Illustrations, posted in Discord. Hart threw the sword he had been gripping. His target was the Demon King's aide who had been dragging Alphisia. By the time he realized the sword's trajectory, it had already pierced the aide's heart. Sorry I'm late, Hart said. Whoosh! Hart swiftly closed the distance. He then used his cloak as a shield to block the blood splattering towards Alphisia. Why are you? Alphisia couldn't finish her sentence. It felt surreal. She couldn't believe the man wrapping his arm around her waist was Hart. For a moment, she thought a demon had cast an illusion to crush her fleeting hope and plunge her into despair. But this was reality. This warmth, this gentle touch, those earnest eyes, she couldn't possibly mistake them. There was no way she could. This man was undoubtedly the most special person in her world. Hart. Yes, Alphisia. The dreamlike feeling crashed down quickly. The Demon King spoke. He said the territory from the border to the capital had been reduced to ashes. Honestly, she still couldn't understand it. Was that really Hart's doing? Could this man, who struggled to even step on a blade of grass, have committed such atrocities? Alphisia was ignorant of the bearer of the baptismal name. Therefore, her concept of war was a fight between many and many. A fight between one and many was more aptly called violence. So she asked, how did you get here? I followed Alphisia's lingering scent the whole way. It was a romantic answer, but it widely missed the intent of her question. However, Hart usually didn't enjoy metaphorical exchanges. So, Alphisia finally pressed him directly. Did you kill many? Hart affirmed after a brief silence. Yes. Self-loathing set in. Hart said he committed murder. To put it politely, it was murder, but in reality, it was a massacre. Vast territories had been reduced to ashes. Inevitably, countless lives must have withered away, burning in the flames. If one were to trace the cause, it would lead to Alphisia. For meticulously accumulating evil deeds from the past. For growing into such a detestable villainess. And for reaching the point of paying for her sins like this. Yet, despite all that, for wanting to love someone. In the end, she had tainted the soul of the person she loved from its very roots. It's too much. It was a sin to be alive. She should have committed suicide rather than being taken hostage. I resent the fact that I'm alive. Hart was a man more suited to clumsy tea ceremonies than wielding blades. At the same time, he was like a large dog, naively imposing himself without realizing he was a burden. She hated herself for inducing such a man to commit murder. But, even so, I find it hard to hide my joy that you came. She felt she might go mad from how lovely his warmth felt, spreading throughout her body. The temperature of this most upright man in her life, it was so incredibly dear to her. Alphisia. While Alphisia's insides were festering, Hart called her name. Don't worry too much. I told you, didn't I? Hart, interpreting Alphisia's dark expression as worry. In this scene where moonlight brightly embraced the world, he smiled as warmly as the sun. That I will definitely protect you. Ugh. Golden particles enveloped their surroundings. It was divinity responding to the manifestation of a miracle. Soon, Hart created a hemispherical barrier around Alphisia. Then, with a brief eye smile in lieu of a greeting, he faced the Demon King head-on. You. Don't tell me you burned down the temple. At the moment the Demon King opened his mouth in this confrontational stance. Thwack. Hart's fist exploded into the middle of the Demon King's body. The Demon King's figure, staggering and floating, tumbled through several layers of walls without mercy. Kahawk. Rumble. The ground shook. The foundation sank from the aftermath of the first attack, and the pillars of the dungeon began to collapse. Then, sensing the threat of being crushed, the Demon King leapt towards the collapsed ceiling. Cough. The Demon King coughed as if his lungs were rupturing. When he regained focus, he realized he was coughing up blood. In an instant, his pride, which had been full of lofty ambition, shattered, and his gleaming golden eyes grasped the reality. I was foolish. That thing is something far beyond the category of living beings. He never imagined that the experience of coming to his senses after taking one hit would happen to him. Who was he? He was the king of demons who needed the bloodline of Letitia Baskill due to the immense power he possessed. Surely, that should have been the case. I merely lowered my sword. The moment the man before him raised a sword carved with divine radiance, his thoughts froze. When he realized this, the Demon King unleashed a roar deeply embedded in his gut. Hape. Don't be ridiculous. Fear is suppressed by a battle cry. He couldn't die without putting up a decent resistance. The Demon King's toes tensed. His center of gravity shifted extremely, and the solace of his shoes scraped the ground. Moreover, the sword in his hand was the finest among demonic swords, bestowed by his subordinate. It was a holy relic that inherently contained various abilities. Decisions were made in an instant. The Demon King opened all his stored power and abilities, engaging in a desperate clash. Yuo. He was the ruler and leader of a race. He had already lost hundreds of elites due to one misjudgment, and he had hurt Letitia. Yet, due to a second misjudgment, the demon realm had suffered irreparable damage. Either way, it was a matter involving the holy knight before him. This cursed connection must be tied off. That was the duty he ought to fulfill as king. Just as he felt time splitting into fragments while closing the gap, at that moment. Bang, bang, he heard the sound of urgent knocking on a wall. The Demon King slightly turned his eyeballs towards the direction of the sound. There was Alphisia, desperately calling out to Hart from inside the barrier. Alphisia, screaming for him to look over there. And Hart, unconsciously meeting her eyes. The Demon King realized. To this man, his existence was no different from a pebble rolling on the street. Also, that his desperate resolve was merely an insignificant factor from the start. When about 3 or 4 steps of gap remained, only then did Hart look this way and click his tongue. Clearly, the Demon King swung his sword first, but Hart's sword split the Demon King's field of vision like a thunderbolt. The sword forged by divine radiance was the end. The vast land forming a straight line with the extended sword path twisted. As if gravity and repulsion were acting arbitrarily, it scattered into the sky and sank. Pillars of soil completely overturned the ground, swallowing the light of civilization. Why, those were the Demon King's dying words. The strongest living being in the material world vanished without even leaving a corpse. With the Demon King gone, the system of the demon realm would lose its function. The demon realm's territory was already a tattered rag, too worn to wage a retaliatory war. With this, Alphisia could safely return. Cup. Blood that had filled his mouth spilled out. He deliberately turned his back to Alphisia and vomited, but she wasn't one to overlook the floor being soaked in blood. Hart, are you now? It's fine. It's nothing. It's just that the Demon King was stronger than expected. Hart made a far-fetched excuse. However, Alphisia, unaware of the truth, couldn't refute. Therefore, she could only watch helplessly as Hart's body died moment by moment. Let's go back, Alphisia. Yeah, okay. Let's live together in the temple. Not even the nobility or the imperial family can touch the temple, right? So surely Alphisia too. It was when Hart was rambling on about his hopes. Alphisia stopped him, covering his mouth. Wait a minute. What are you saying? Living in the temple, it's so sudden. Not that I dislike it. I mean, Alphisia was unaware of the situation at the imperial year-end party, so she couldn't even imagine that she had been branded as humanity's betrayer. If anything, she might have thought she was a victim of the demons. Therefore, to her ears, Hart's suggestion was almost a proposal. In other words, the invitation to live together in the temple could only be interpreted as an offer to live in Hart's family home, while cutting off all the karma given to her. It would be foolish to hesitate at this point. So Alphisia was about to accept the proposal. I'm fine. Until she heard the voice of an uninvited guest. Am I too late? He was an old man with deep wrinkles. There's a saying that the old look to the past and the young to the future. However, the old demon who appeared before them was looking at the present with solemn eyes. A crimson light flashed and disappeared in his eyes. Like how a rainbow light flickers and vanishes in the Pope's eyes. It was a phenomenon that occurred when the sovereign god borrowed the eyes of its representative. Heart clearly deduced the identity of the old demon from a single clue. High Priest. Sharp eyes for someone with barely a spark of life left. From the High Priest's perspective, Heart was already a walking corpse. It wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly collapsed. Apparently, the constraints related to the baptismal name were simultaneously constricting both his soul and body. You've really done it this time. Thanks to you, our losses are so severe that we can't recklessly declare a holy war. Even if they declared a holy war, it would be difficult to handle the aftermath. In the past, after losing the Holy Maiden in Basque Hill, the temple's forces were weaker than the demon side. Now that the national territory had been scorched, it was time to consolidate internally and look to the future. Having finished organizing his thoughts, he sighed and tossed out his next words. Kill that woman and then commit suicide. I'll wrap up this matter to that extent. What's there to hesitate about? It's a negotiation that favors the human side, no matter how you look at it. Favoring the human side. Who decided that? The High Priest's eyebrow twitched. Heart's atmosphere reversed, his eyes turning as sharp as frost. I decide. That's the kind of promise it is. A tone and gaze similar to his childhood. He had stepped away from the kind and affectionate heart that Alphisia knew. The excessive use of divine power had loosened the seal of the baptismal name, eroding part of his humanity. But Heart was burning his soul and body for the sake of a promise. I will definitely protect you, Alphisia. He was still Heart. I find it utterly incomprehensible why you insist on drawing your sword. The High Priest closed his eyes tightly. His sigh, tinged with resignation, grated on the ears. Eventually, as if realizing that further dialogue was a waste of time, both men surrounded themselves with the light of miracles. Crimson droplets and golden particles intertwined, vying for dominance. The manifestation of miracles occurred without any prelude. Boom! Far away, from the distant sky, a massive sword pierced through the clouds and fell. To Alphisia's perception, it was a sword with a mass rivaling the imperial palace. Crash! Heart leapt into the sky. He tore off the pommel of the falling sword with his bare hands, forcibly creating a handle. Immediately after, Heart swung the palace-sized sword in midair, bringing it down on the High Priest. Quiet! Heaven and earth shook. It was only natural, given that it was no different from a palace crashing down from the sky. Despite such a strike, the High Priest calmly blocked it by surrounding himself with a barrier. Sword. The High Priest didn't even need an impressive holy utterance. As God's representative, miracles were as natural a rite as walking upright. Crimson divine radiance, and golden divine radiance. Swords carved by each one's authority split the world. The High Priest's martial prowess was far from that of an old man. He engaged in swordplay with Heart, who had reached the pinnacle of human capability, without taking a single step back. Rather, it was Heart, pressing the sword fight, who swallowed the acrid taste of iron. The more their swords clashed, the more devastated the surroundings became. The only thing maintaining its form was the barrier enveloping Alphisia. Heart. She chewed on her sense of powerlessness. While Heart willingly risked death for her sake, all Alphisia could do was call out his name from within the comfortable barrier. Clang, clang. The center of the sword fight where the one who loses focus loses. The High Priest's mindset was beginning to waver. This bastard? Is this truly the spirit of a dying man? There's a limit to the excuse of a dying flame burning brightest. It's just not apparent because there are no wounds yet, but in the High Priest's subconscious, anxiety was beginning to sprout. His body is like a rag, meaningless. A single moment of carelessness means death. That's what a holy war is like. Each tiny attack shatters the earth and splits the heavens. If he allows even one hit, it won't end with just losing a limb. I thought you'd just make your last struggle and die. Whoosh! The High Priest created distance. Immediately, crimson light filled the world, saturating everything with an ominous hue. Rustle. Huh. Alphisia stumbled. Heart's barrier was being eaten away by the crimson mist as if decomposing. Not only that, but the miracle sword in Heart's hand was also rapidly disintegrating as if undergoing accelerated weathering. Did you believe a mere vanguard could challenge the sovereign god's avatar? This isn't divinity. If divinity is a tool transformed to match human caliber, the current crimson light was the raw, unrefined authority itself. Originally, it's a higher grade power that can't be realized from a human perspective. Before this authority, divinity becomes utterly powerless. But Alphisia was standing behind Heart. The most special person was worrying about him from inside the corroding barrier. That's why Heart showed her a bright smile in her direction, as if his eroded humanity had been instantly restored, solely to reassure Alphisia. Alphisia. Yes, I'll protect you. I definitely will. Yes, it's a promise. Forever. It's not the vow of a baptismal name. Simply as the human Heart, he wished to protect Alphisia, who he liked more than anyone. So, Heart, harboring pure desire, offered an impure prayer to the sovereign god for the first time. Give me your world. A brief request, it was a prayer directed at two beings. Alphisia, who he desired, and the mother he worshipped. Yet, a prayer with different meanings. He desired Alphisia's past, present, and even future. He wished to be present wherever she was. He vowed to protect his precious person for his entire life, throughout his lifetime. Thus, he wished your world to be the closest. For this, Heart prayed. He prayed for the authority to manifest your world that observes all things, merely to fulfill Heart's selfish desires. What? At that moment, an anomaly occurred in the High Priest's authority. A rainbow-hued, refreshing world gradually expanded its domain. It drove away the crimson space and returned transparent moonlight to the world. A rainbow light flickered in Heart's purple eyes. You, despite the Pope and Holy Maiden being right there on the other side, you dare to covet the position of God's representative. The Lord always saves those who believe. Tang! Heart launched himself forward. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears. He clung to the high priest like a beast, forgetting even the basics of martial arts. He engaged in close combat, mixing in hand-to-hand techniques and even headbutts when necessary, persistently dragging the fight into a brutal brawl. This is ridiculous. To the high priest, Heart felt like a wildfire. Yes, like a wildfire that, once ignited, grows uncontrollably and devours everything in its path. Does he even have a limit to his stamina? His body should be on the verge of having his soul ripped out at any moment. Hasn't he done enough? Shouldn't he just collapse already? No more variables could be allowed. Having made that decision, the high priest shouted, "Sword!" Unlike Heart, who could no longer use even divine power, the high priest was still a living miracle. He forged a sword from divine radiance, at point-blank range. A miracle sword constructed in an instant. The high priest's flash of the blade finally severed Heart's neck like an executioner's guillotine. The aftermath of the sword strike cleaved the mountain range beyond the horizon, simultaneously crossing the joy and sorrow of Alphisia and the high priest. Haha, he had won. Despite the anxiety, he had finally achieved victory. Just as he was rejoicing in anticipation. Quack! Heart's headless body snatched his head that had been suspended in midair. Then, as if inserting a toy block, he stuck it right back where his neck had been. The joint healed as if thread and needle were stitching the flesh back together. The dumbfounded high priest momentarily lost his senses. What on earth happened? By the time he regained his wits, Heart's hand was already gripping the high priest's face. Kwang! Heart, still gripping the high priest's face, smashed it into the ground with all his might, pulverizing it. The sound of the skull being crushed was chilling. The long holy war was about to end. It was quiet. The unsettled dust and the stars floating nobly in the night sky maintained their silence. Likewise, the center of the commotion remained utterly still. Heart. Alphisia rushed towards Heart, who remained motionless. Heart. Alphisia, why the long face? In this situation, you're still. Alphisia found him endearing yet incomprehensible. She thought this man was a fool for going to such lengths to save a mere villainess. But she couldn't bring herself to hate that foolishness, which brought tears to her eyes. Alphisia, unable to lean on the injured Heart for fear of burdening him further. The only words she could muster were, "Thank you, for saving even a villainess like her, for bundling up that nonsensical goodwill like a gift, for giving such a colorful world to someone who had been living in a gray one. Thank you, Heart." It was the first time she had offered such sincere words of gratitude. Heart felt it was somehow unlike Alphisia. It might be a foolish sentiment, but that's how he felt. Heart. Yes, Alphisia. You asked for my world. Alphisia thought that prayer was truly, stupidly heart-like. After all, my world has been yours all along. Perhaps it was destined to be so from the moment we met at the Imperial Palace Ball. Alphisia was clearly about to say that. She would have finished her words if not for the unexpected presence she sensed. This is troublesome. Adat Novel bin Adat. It was the Pope. Another representative of the sovereign god tore open space and descended into the heart of the demon realm. At that moment, the bells of the temple rang out from the distant imperial capital. It was the bell heralding the new year. 1 week from then, their selfish story would finally come to a tragic end. From the end of a journey without you. Status, 5/Weekmon Friday. Illustrations, posted in Discord. How many days had passed since the night Alphisia was reclaimed? That day, Heart fainted immediately after encountering the Pope. When he opened his eyes after such a long time had passed, everything was pitch black. It was only later that he realized this was the punishment room for managing sins within the temple. Thus, he remained ignorant of the current state of affairs. To Heart, who was curled up tightly in the dark space, a visitor spoke. The Demon King has been destroyed and the High Priest has lost his life. Moreover, half of the demon realm was burned. He recited the facts dispassionately. The demons can no longer threaten humans. But humans invading and exterminating the demons won't happen either. Next, he asked. Historically, how long do you think peace has lasted until now? Heart could only shake his head. He rarely had the opportunity to look into that specifically. After a brief silence, the figure's words were shocking. A full 300 years. Of course, small-scale conflicts between the two races occurred, but compared to real war, the number of casualties is insignificant. Now, I'll ask again. How long do you think peace between humans has lasted? Again, Heart shook his head. He had only wandered outside the temple for about a year. It was natural to lack historical knowledge. Since the founding of the Empire, that is, since the conclusion of the Human Defense Agreement, there has been none. Because the demons, humanity's common enemy, united humanity. Well, to oppose the demons who formed monarchies on a racial scale, humans had to stop their conflicts and unite as well. In short, the point of the man's words was simple. The current leaders of humanity don't want conflict, it seems. They want to maintain this well-crafted peace. Therefore, the demons will continue to exist as a necessary evil for the foreseeable future. The man added no commentary or opinion on this. It was a wise choice, as injecting his views on politics would overstep his bounds. I'm just telling you this. I'm not sharing this story with any particular emotion. A deep sigh was heard. Then, he continued speaking while looking at Hart with anguished eyes. I shouldn't be doing this, but I want to respect what little life you have left. More than anything, Hart has the right to ignore this, face it, or exist. Eventually, he opened the door. Even on a gloomy day, the outside was brighter than the solitary cell. The weak light invaded Hart's field of vision, tormenting his eyes. Having been separated from light for so long, his eyes hurt. The man was surprised to see Hart breathing roughly in pain. It was a shockingly unfamiliar sight that was impossible to expect in his lifetime. I'd rather you avoid the prayer room when you leave, Hart. I don't want Ibria and Erhite to see you like this. Understood. Your Holiness. The rough voice grated on the Pope's ears. It was a voice devoid of the timbre that had been close to a falsetto. Hart silently moved forward under the cloudy sky, dragging his faltering body. It looked like rain would pour down at any moment. Even so, he couldn't dare to look up at the sky. He was too ashamed to project the sky onto his vision without hesitation, his sins too deep. After a few days, cooling his head, he became aware of reality. He realized the gravity of sin clinging to his shadow. Nevertheless, he wanted to see her. He didn't mind even if it meant just stealing glances from afar. It was okay even if she never recognized him again. He just wanted to watch over her well-being from beyond the corner until the end of his life. Foolishly. Not realizing that even that was too much to hope for. Not realizing that a great sinner doesn't even have the right to dream. He just walked outside the temple, leaving the comfortable shelter where he was born and raised, towards the cold streets. Because Hart's world was already outside. Because the world he desired was actually quite small and tender, wanting to lend even his meager strength. Because that was the only value left in the ashes that had burned. He walked aimlessly, to see the crimson that had become his world. Dash, dash. It was a day when cheers pierced the sky. As soon as he exited the temple, a sweltering heat warmed the streets. The atmosphere was as if a festival was being held. Various emotions were etched on the faces of the gathered people. Anger, expectation, envy, happiness. It was amazing how elements that don't harmonize gathered in one place. Meanwhile, the gazes of the colorful, dissonant eyes were sharp. It was like a volcano just before eruption. It seemed it would explode with a roar if given even a slight shock. If you listened closely, you could hear petty curses. It's a relief. Even someone like that eventually falls. Justice is alive in this world. Etc. Among them were plenty of taunts that pierced Hart's heart. It was when Hart was walking aimlessly, pushing through the crowd. Thwack. Taken by surprise, Hart plopped down with a thud. What the hell? F***ing annoying beggar. Huh, whatever. I guess I can let it slide once on a day like today. The burly man spat on the ground and walked away nonchalantly. There was no hesitation in his movements as he pushed through the crowd. Every time he shoved people aside with his hands, a path opened up as if parting water. Hart took advantage of that. A path of sorts had formed in the crowd where it was difficult to see even a step ahead. Taking it as an opportunity, he secretly followed behind the man. Once he got to the main road, he should be able to find Alphizia more easily. Though he couldn't face her with such an unsightly appearance, just looking at her should be allowed. With such a small hope, Hart blended into the center of the crowd. Disgusting. What's this stench? Crawling out just because there's a spectacle. People's faces turned hostile every time Hart passed by. It was fortunate he wasn't assaulted. Probably because the density was too high to even throw a punch. That's what Hart guessed. Afterwards, as they moved forward, the crowd's density increased exponentially to the point where even the large man had difficulty breaking through. Finally, the ill-tempered burly man let out a deep sigh, as if he had no choice. It was his declaration of giving up, in a way. Still, the man must have been satisfied. He had come far enough to directly witness the venue of an event that drew more people than the Empire's founding day festival. Clunk, clunk. On a tall structure, an official in uniform was testing a device. Hart was startled as soon as he recognized what the device was. It was a guillotine. It was an ominous object used only for public executions of great sinners who had incurred public wrath. He couldn't believe people had gathered just to watch such a gruesome thing. However, Hart didn't know. The guillotine is a consumable item newly erected each time a public execution takes place. The Empire didn't engage in terror politics to the extent of leaving it out in public places permanently. In other words, the erection of a guillotine meant a criminal for public execution had appeared. One who could heat up the imperial citizens gathered here, no less. Finally, after confirming the perfect installation, the official proclaimed in a thunderous voice, "At this time, we will carry out the execution of the criminal who has disturbed the Empire." Ooh! The crowd rejoiced. Many people jumped up and down in place, waving their hands, and some even shed tears of joy. Then the official added flowery modifiers. "Bring forth Alphizia Luminal, the traitor of humanity and the villainess of the century." What? Hart reflexively questioned. He doubted if what he had heard was true, but as soon as he witnessed the woman being dragged in bonds from beyond the guillotine, Hart felt his mind go blank. Her appearance was terribly wretched. There wasn't a spot on her that wasn't swollen, and as if hinting at brutal torture, all her fingernails had been pulled out. Undoubtedly, her toenails would be no different. Moreover, her auburn hair, which used to shine with luster at every moment, was now as coarse as a horse's tail. It even looked as if chunks of hair had been torn out by human hands. "Alfie, SIA. Hart murmured. No matter how damaged she was, there was no way he wouldn't recognize her. Although she looked drastically different from when he last saw her, her crimson eyes remained unchanged. Alphisia. It was too horrific to behold. Wounds were strewn across her torn and tattered clothes. They were wounds inflicted by whipping. Thanks to that, pus oozed from the festering wounds. Yet Alphisia maintained an expressionless face, as if numb to the pain. It was the unique look of someone whose hope had been trampled and lost all vitality. Kill her. Let's kill the villainess. Execution is too good for the likes of you. Countless malicious intents pricked Alphisia like needles. Just hearing them made Hart's heart ache. He wanted to grab Alphisia's hand and run away right then and there. So he tried to push through the crowd with all his might to move forward. Are you crazy? Thwack, at novel bin at. His jaw was hit by a fist randomly swung by a passerby. The world shook for a moment, and by the time he regained his senses, his center of gravity had tilted towards the passerby blocking his rear. The crowd's density was so high that he couldn't even fall down. T. Disgusting. The person he had leaned on spat out harsh words. But that was fine. There was someone truly suffering right before his eyes, too agonizing to worry about a stranger's words. Ha. The strength left his knees. Still, he faced forward. At times like this, it was fortunate that people were packed so tightly. If not for the crowd pressing in from all sides with no gaps, he would have long since lost his balance and fallen. However, the cold reality contrasted sharply with the heated atmosphere. No one made way for him, and Hart had to exert desperate force just to push past a single person. Unlike Hart's slow steps, the cruel reality strode forward. Insert the neck. The official ordered the executioner. The executioner then pressed down on Alphisia's nape, forcing her to kneel, and promptly inserted her head into the small hole. As everything was being finalized, the official asked one last question. Any last words? Alphisia hesitated for a moment before speaking in a coy voice, as if sneering. I miss you. Those were Alphisia's last words. Clank. The guillotine's teeth bit into her nape with a clamorous noise. A brutal slicing sound reverberated, drowning out all the surrounding noise. Hart felt this way even though the spectators were all cheering. Thud. Alphisia's head rolled off the guillotine. A viscous liquid gushed from Alphisia's neck as she died with her eyes still open. Upon seeing this, Hart reacted as if he had lost his mind. Strangely enough, the spot where Alphisia's head fell was right in front of Hart. As if trying to fulfill her last wish even in death, it landed at Hart's feet. Hart carefully knelt down and picked up her head. Alphisia. Tears fell. It was the first time he shed tears since gaining self-awareness. It felt as if a huge hole had been punched in his chest, and a spear carved with malice endlessly thrust its blade through that hole. Is this old hag crying right now? A man criticized Hart as if he was being dramatic. You'd think she was his lover or something. As if that's possible. Just look at the age difference. Maybe his granddaughter, if anything. They were right. At least on the surface, it was certain. Snow-white hair, wrinkled skin, sagging flesh, hunched back, the smell of an old man on the brink of death. All of these were the price that the vessel called Hart had paid. It was the result of crossing the line that the bearer of a baptismal name should have kept, and forcibly drawing out power. The physical time remaining for Hart was about a few days. His current appearance was originally what Hart would look like after decades had passed, just before facing death. Alphisia. Yug. Hart hugged Alphisia's head tightly to his chest. Even though it was a body without a soul, he wanted to protect her from the malice aimed at her. He didn't want to project the harsh gazes of others onto her eyes, which had lost their luster. However, the angry crowd would not leave this misconduct alone. It was a joyous festival day when the villainess had been executed. After all, people craved to see the trophy they wanted to display, the final moments of humanity's traitor. He doesn't know who stepped forward first. But when someone kicked Hart's back, and he stumbled ungracefully, madness ran rampant. How dare you embrace humanity's traitor? Are you out of your mind? He must be one of them, surely another traitor. Let's just kill this bastard too. It was the prelude to a mob beating. In an instant, Hart was pushed to the execution platform and felt a sharp pain in his shin. By the time he realized it, his legs had already given out and he had fallen to his knees. Right after, there was a cracking sound as his nose broke. A fishy taste coated his lips. A warm, thin liquid flowed down to his chin. Even as blood dripped steadily, someone persistently kicked Hart. He strongly sensed death approaching. At best, he had a few days left in this body. His bones and skin were far too brittle to withstand the assault. Death itself isn't frightening, but leaving Alphisia alone was. He was worried about her being thoroughly defiled and discarded after he was gone. That's all. She won't even be left with an intact corpse, and without leaving anything behind, she'll be engraved in history as the villainess of the century. Someone will surely disgrace Alphisia even generations later. That's why he wants to protect her for as long as possible, even if it's just a corpse without warmth. Even if the flesh rots and crumbles, leaving only white bones. He wanted to stay by her side, she who was actually quite lonely. By the time that desire filled his chest, Hart's lips were already moving on their own. Please, just one more chance. Alphisia gradually changed after meeting Hart, but it was too late. The timing was inappropriate. If only the two's connection had been forged just a little earlier, fate would have changed greatly. To Alphisia, to her, please give just one chance to change. Hart did not wish for his own salvation. Even if he stepped into the world of the dead and was consumed by karmic flames, he wanted to rescue at least Alphyssia from there. He wished to safeguard Alphysia's well-being even if it meant sacrificing himself. Baptismal name. The time left to him, burning moment by moment. Hart lit a candle to that short fuse. Messiah. The invocation of the baptismal name. By directly proclaiming the name of God given to him in the mortal realm, he forcibly stimulated divinity. Golden particles manifested very weakly. It was a precarious light that seemed it would go out at any moment. Like a firefly on the verge of death. Hart, wrapped in a shabby halo, opened his mouth quietly. Please grant my wish. There was only one thing he desired. Please, turn back her time. He pleaded with a cracking voice, hoping that even a thin spider's thread would be lowered to a sinner who lived a wrong life. The sovereign God does not answer prayers. It had always been so, and should continue to be so. But the moment Hart dropped his head, someone's dreamlike voice penetrated Hart's consciousness. Withdraw your request. It was a cold command. But Hart stubbornly persisted, hugging Alphysia's head even tighter. I implore you once again, please turn back time for her. For a while, no voice responded. Yet Hart's will remained as firm as steel. Even as his faint life burned away with each passing moment, he continued to offer his prayer. Soon after, amidst a world of curses and violence, a gentle voice tickled his ear once more. If you truly love her, pluck out your eyes so you may never again see her radiant smile. The love I've come to know doesn't require eyes. Even if the world goes dark, I have ears to gather her laughter. Saying this, Hart plucked out his own eyes. As his optic nerves were torn, the world went black and blood flowed profusely. He sensed the wretched end of his life approaching. It was then. Someone forcibly twisted Hart's wrist. He distinctly felt Alphysia's head roll off his lap. Thud, thud, crack. The lingering echo of something crumbling filled his ears. Next, the sacred voice seductively urged Hart. If you truly love her, kill all those who mock her death. I shall grant you new power. Do not test her through me. She repented and emptied her anger. Alphysia would never want such a thing. She surely regretted it in the demon realm. She was a woman whose beautiful face had contorted in sorrow and regret for making him accumulate the karma of killing. After that, the voice did not respond for a long time. Cough. Hart coughed up blood. This time, the pain of his internal organs twisting tormented his entire body. As if he had reached the edge of a cliff just a few steps ahead, Hart's journey was rapidly coming to an end. I shall make you my avatar and bestow upon you power that spans the human realm. Women will naturally follow you and offer supreme pleasure, and all treasures will safeguard your well-being. I don't need that. To me, her smile is more precious than any brilliant divine gift in this world, no matter how selfish that may be. Thud. The sound of his heart stopping echoed. All strength drained from his body, and his breath caught. His consciousness, as fragile as a thread about to snap, completely faded. The fate no one can escape overtook him. It was death. In his ears, as he burned the last of his life, a voice tinged with benevolence lingered. Your faith has reached the name of God. 2/5 enjoy the chapter. Illustrations, posted in Discord. I saw hell. I witnessed the karma of my first and only precious person being horribly broken. Strangely, they say a person executed by guillotine remains conscious for a brief moment. Roll, roll, thud. Thus, the condemned, granted the right to take in this world for a short while, etched it into their mind. Above all, the wretched end of the person they cherished most. This too may be karma, but oddly enough, the spot where Alphysia's head fell was at Hart's feet. Even in her hazy state, as if in a fog, she recognized the old, shabby man as Hart. How could she not? How could she fail to identify him? No matter how eroded by time, those violet eyes, pure and clear like an autumn sky over the plains, remained unchanged. Hart was always Hart, just as he was. But as transparent as he was, the depth of his despair was equally transparent. A cry that seemed to cut off her breath. The cold body temperature felt simultaneously. All of it belonged to Hart. Why was everything so vivid, when life was about to end? She felt resentful. Of herself, who had lived like a beast. Of herself, who had not known others' pain. The villainess who had traversed the path of apostasy. She felt so very resentful. Alphysia sensed her consciousness fading into the distance. The last thing she heard as she sank into an endless swamp was Hart's sorrowful prayer. Please, just one more chance. Such a foolish wish, so like him. To Alphysia, to her, please give just one chance to change. It was a plea as if he didn't care what happened to himself. Finally, at the frayed edge of consciousness, like a thread that had reached its limit, a brilliant golden light colored her world. Strangely, the sensation of sinking into the swamp disappeared, and her ability to think clearly returned. In the vast golden world, someone whispered faintly, take up the sword of vengeance. Is your love not crying for you? If you make your decision, I shall bestow upon you the name of God. Ha, wielding a sword recklessly without knowing my place led to this sorry state, and you want me to take up the sword again? Hart would be so pleased, Alphysia scoffed self-deprecatingly. The target of her derision was, of course, herself. Vengeance? A sword tempered with malice would inevitably pierce Hart's weeping heart. She could never do that again. She must not. When Alphysia's answer remained unchanged, the voice changed its question. Confess your desire. If you wish it, I will realize any dream. All the glorious things of this world shall be yours. Bring back the dying Hart. The Hart who didn't know me. She no longer begged for life. Alphysia was better off dying like this. If for no one else, then for Heart's sake. But Heart was a victim sacrificed to Alphesia's misdeeds. So she wanted to at least restore the damage Heart had suffered. I shall rewind the clock of the mortal world. I grant you the opportunity to start life anew, so take this terrible world in your hands in your own way. Alphisia opened her mouth honestly. Her most earnest desire flowed out. I want Heart to be happy. With those words, no more voices were heard. The faint golden radiance that had filled the world intensified. That was the last thing Alphisia remembered. Sensing herself sinking deep into a surface without a single ripple, her consciousness crumbled. The world truth known as time was about to be distorted. Hook. Alphisia opened her eyes, exhaling a violent breath as if coughing up blood. Strangely, though, the scenery of the place where she opened her eyes was very familiar. The ruby-decorated side table that looked just like her eyes, the gold-trimmed dressing table, and the jade basin where lukewarm water was always prepared for washing. Even the position of the bell pull hanging from the bed canopy was uncannily familiar. Alphisia pulled the bell pull in a daze. Soon after, her room door opened, and the head maid Rotella appeared. Did you cough, young lady? Young lady? Me? Why, of course. Ha. Alphisia sighed. She requested a correction in a tone that suggested she couldn't help it. It's fine when no one's around, but don't make that mistake in public. If you demote the Duke's daughter to a young lady, you'll be the one in trouble. The Duchess, for whose dignity had become a habit, pushed aside the blanket herself and got out of bed, placing her feet on the floor. Well, it doesn't matter. This is all just a passing illusion anyway. Just as she was about to mockingly laugh at herself, Rotella jumped in surprise and grabbed both her shoulders. Oh my, young lady, don't say such things. You might really go mad. His Grace Cardiluminal is strictly keeping watch, such words could be misconstrued. What? Cardiluminal? You mean my father? It seems the young lady hasn't fully woken from her dream. I'll bring the wash basin right away, so please wait. Head maid Rotella brought the jade basin to Alphisia with measured steps. Her face was then reflected in the polished jade. At that moment, Alphisia's body froze. Why? The face of Alphisia reflected in the jade basin retained the appearance of her childhood. Her face was small and round, and her cheeks were plump with baby fat, making her face look like a rice cake. Come to think of it, her line of sight was low too. Alphisia had been tall enough to look down at Rotella clearly, but now her eye level was so low that she had to crane her neck to look up. Alphisia pushed away the wash basin and snatched Rotella's hand. Rotella? What year is it now and what day is it? You're asking such an obvious thing. Today marks exactly 1,000 years since the founding of the empire. Then my age is. You're 13 this year. To think the time has come for the young lady to study at the academy. This Rotella is truly moved. After Rotella left, Alphisia tried several times to perceive reality. She even deliberately banged her head against the wall and let out a piercing scream from the balcony. Perhaps because of this, rumors even circulated secretly that the young lady had gone mad. After that, nothing changed even as a day passed, and 4 days flowed by. Only then did Alphisia acknowledge it. The fact that she had traveled back in time. Heart. She could meet him again. Heart. She had the chance to meet the most precious person in the world once more. Alphisia immediately headed for the temple. She made the excuse of wanting to pray for safety before entering the academy. Since Cardi had never set foot in the temple his entire life, Alphisia was able to reach the temple with only a few escorts. She walked aimlessly. Searching for Heart in the vast temple grounds was far too difficult a task. It was while she was walking through the maze-like paths. A temple guard blocked her way. Miss, entry beyond this point is forbidden to outsiders. What? It's the temple's restricted area. The exit is through the door on the left, at Novel bin at. Wait, please. Alphisia interrupted the guard with awkward honorifics. She then tried to explain the situation and make a request. Heart. But her words could not continue. There was no justification. Above all, what would she do if she met Heart? If Heart also had memories from before the regression, he would have come to the Luminal Mansion faster than her. As God's vanguard, Heart would have easily breached the security of the Luminal Mansion. No, never mind. Alphisia took a step back. If Heart had no memories, it was right for her to disappear. What face did she have to approach him? She had shown him hell, consumed by her own misdeeds. How dare she casually speak to him? I'll go back. After returning from the temple, she spent her days as usual. Empty days passed while wearing the mask of a dignified young lady. Unlike before the regression, she made no enemies. The nickname she earned while attending the academy was Scentless Flower. She always maintained an expressionless face, appearing detached from worldly affairs. On the other hand, she showed perfection in numerous fields, rising as an idol to many. She rejected frequent courtships, which was all too common, and didn't even smile. As if she were a heinous criminal who had committed an atrocious sin. Hence, the Scentless Flower. It was a nickname for Alphisia Luminal that contained both admiration and contempt. In the process, Linnea Chandler became an enemy of her own accord due to her inferiority complex, but that was a problem Alphisia could not help. As time passed like that, the time came to return to the Duke's mansion after graduating from the academy. Alphisia. 22 years old. For an ordinary noble lady, it would have been the age to be looking for a marriage partner. No, it was rather late. So Cardi suggested a marriage partner a few times, but each time Alphisia politely refused. If there was any fortunate aspect, it was that Cardi's personality was such that he casually let it pass. Alphesia's world was still grey. Sometimes she hired informants to investigate the temple, but no information about Hart could be obtained at all. Her mood turned gloomy. Even if she couldn't see him, she wanted to at least know how he was doing. Hart. Was she being punished? Would she grow old and end her life without even catching a glimpse of him? That was what she feared most. Her throat felt parched each time the hope she had when she first regressed crumbled. As Alphesia spent her days with such a state of mind, she soon came across a piece of news. The illegal auction incident in the territory of Court Counterwell. The one who suppressed it was none other than Hart. The chain of causality had changed. He had remained in the temple for 10 years, even after this. Such history had never occurred. Alphesia gladly rode the winds of change. As it happened, Cardi wanted someone with a baptismal name, and Alphesia seized the opportunity the moment talk of marriage arose. It was her last chance. She resolved to make Hart happy this time for certain. Though she steeled her resolve like that, the change in fate was too great. The personality of Hart, who she met again, had changed quite a bit. If he had been just like a large dog before the regression, now his sly side was more prominent. It was slightly unconvincing, but she tried hard to understand. People change. Thinking that this must be what Hart was like in his younger days, she nodded her head for now. But sometimes he was so childish that it was amazing how this person became that person later on. However, this is this, and that is that. There was a truly incomprehensible part separately. Hart, you? Whose child is this? I'm asking whose child this is? Who gave you permission to have a child? Arg? It hurts? It hurts, my lady? I'm telling you it hurts. What does it matter if it hurts? Does it matter if it hurts, you bastard? It was the existence of children who shouldn't be there. She thought he had left the temple because he suddenly got a woman. Wasn't that actually the case? Alphesia herself was a witness to that history. Who are you to hit our papa, lady? From today, I'm your mother. Oh, is that so? Well then, I guess it can't be helped. It's just parents arguing. Tina. She could only realize the identity of the 3 children after regaining her senses. Tina, Glenn, and Yulian. No, Askelion. All of them were connections bound to Alphesia by ill fate. Due to the heat rushing to her head and their appearance being much younger than she remembered, she failed to recognize them. Fate, is it? This might be God's revelation to atone once and for all. Alphesia speculated so. If that's the case, I should accept it. Hart. And the 3 children. If she could place even a single flower on the path they would walk in the future, she felt she might be able to atone for her evil deeds, if only a speck. So, Alphesia proposed, while putting forward ridiculous conditions. First, fulfill the duties as husband and wife. Second, do not love. Third, if the contract is broken, give everything of the violator to the other party. Alphesia signed without hesitation, and waited for Hart's pen tip to move. When their mutual agreement was finally formalized, Alphesia inwardly vowed, "This life, I will live for you. I will stay by your side forever, you who breathed life into me when I was suffocating from evil. I swear my resolve to our past that has now vanished." Thus, one day, unilaterally, the Villainess proposed a contract marriage. Status, 5/Weekmon Friday. Illustrations, posted in Discord. In the past, I couldn't understand people's hearts. I believed everyone should live by rules, and that no value could surpass faith. Rights were dispensable. Duty was the meaning of life. To maintain balance in such a harmoniously woven world, one had to keep that in mind. But His Holiness the Pope, practically the Lord's representative, said, "I hate to say this, but Hart is very different from ordinary humans. Those with baptismal names are inherently different from people in the outside world. To some extent, yes. But we don't live lives where even our humanity is worn away, especially for a child like Hart." I tilted my head at His Holiness's words. Did children and adults have different humanity? Or did it mean humans were beings whose humanity eroded as they grew? When I was struggling to find an answer and keeping my mouth shut, His Holiness spoke. "This is just my guess, but I think Hart's sensibilities are closer to God's than humans. As a soldier serving the Lord, that's an honorable compliment." "Oh no, it's not a compliment. After all, we're human and should live with human sensibilities, shouldn't we?" "Is that so?" "Of course. Because the one's heart will interact with our humans, not God." After hearing the explanation, I vaguely understood. In other words, a person who wasn't human-like was like a foreign object in a harmonious world. Then there was a need to correct one's humanity. Hart is exceptional in many ways. I suspect he has power unparalleled in human history. But I think that overwhelming divine name has deeply overshadowed his human name. Does giving up my baptismal name improve my humanity? Giving up? Let's not use such frightening words. Just sealing Hart's baptismal name should be enough. I'll follow your Holiness's will. Somehow it feels like I've extorted more than prostration, but thank you for allowing it. His Holiness placed his hand on my forehead. Then, he began the baptismal name sealing ceremony, infusing rainbow-colored divinity. When you wake up after a good sleep, the world will look different. Yes, I understand. My eyes closed involuntarily. The first sleep urge of my life seized my body and mind. Somehow, I didn't dislike this unfamiliar desire. Thus, I fell into a deep sleep. Later, when I woke from my slumber, it was the winter of my 16th year. It was when I welcomed the spring of my 18th year. By then, I had witnessed the changed world as His Holiness said, and was finishing a gentle adaptation. The sacred pond in the center of the temple still mirrored the blue sky like a mirror, and on the nearby spring-flowered lawn, a white-haired, golden-eyed woman wore an affectionate smile. Did you wait long, Erhite? Not at all. I was so excited waiting that I didn't even notice time passing. Ah, really? Yes. It's unusual for Heart to make a request. I was quite emotional in many ways. The divine dragon before me pretended to wipe tears with theatrical gestures. Her glib act was so unfamiliar that I chuckled despite myself. So, why did you ask me to wait here? I've been curious the whole time. I had something I wanted to give you. Oh my, I can hardly contain my curiosity. Let's have a look, shall we? Erhite was brimming with anticipation. Her exaggeratedly generous reaction made it burdensome to take out the item. Still, I couldn't keep it hidden behind my back forever, so I carefully revealed the prepared item. This is a bouquet. Erhite's eyes widened. Then she passionately thrust her beautiful pupils at me. Thanks to that, I quickly opened my mouth, as if swept up by those golden eyes demanding an explanation. It's white azaleas. A flower that's white and gold mixed, like Erhite. I know that. But why flowers? I didn't know until now, but today is apparently a day to express gratitude to parents in the outside world. So I wanted to convey my gratitude to Erhite too. Am I Heart's parent? Wet nurse, would that work? At least you're the one who took care of me. Hee, what's that? You're not even a noble. Ugh. Forget it if you don't like it. I tried to quickly retrieve the offered bouquet, but Erhite snatched the white azalea bouquet away with lightning-fast movement. Who said I don't like it? I'm just touched that our Heart has grown up so well. Don't say such embarrassing things. By the way, since I don't see her with you, I guess Ibria doesn't have a gift for me. Since this was prepared secretly, that could be the case. Tisk, how disappointing. I guess it's true that raising daughters leaves you with nothing? I wonder how Heart grew up to be such a filial son while Ibria became an unfilial daughter? Usually it's the opposite, isn't it? The world truly is unpredictable. I kept his mouth shut, finding it difficult to agree with the slander against Ibria. Meanwhile, Erhite observed me at a loss for words and let out small chuckles. But you know what? About white azaleas. You're probably the only person who gives them as a gift of gratitude. Why? I thought they were pretty, like Erhite. PFT, haha. That's certainly a very, very happy thing to say, but Erhite continued, barely holding back laughter. But white azaleas are mainly used for funerals, you know. What did you say? Pfft. Anyway, I'll keep this safe and definitely use it at my funeral. Of course, I'll live hundreds of years longer than Heart, right? By then, not even Heart's bone dust will remain, right? Still, I'll make sure to be buried with this, thinking of it as Heart. Erhite, give that back, right now. No matter what, one can't give funeral-only flowers as a gift to express gratitude to a parent. Realizing my outrageous mistake, I immediately reached for the white azaleas Erhite was holding. But Erhite instantly reverted to her white dragon form through polymorph and flew away, escaping. I'll keep this fresh using my divinity, no matter what. Heart. No, Erhite. Oh ho. I fell to my knees and cried out without realizing it. But Erhite disappeared from sight, leaving only a mischievous laughter that stripped away all dreams and hopes. Please act your age. Erhite. Indeed, His Holiness's words were right. Since sealing my baptismal name, I'd come to feel various emotions. Today, for the first time, I harbored resentment towards someone. I didn't want to know such feelings. If possible, for the rest of my life. If sealing my baptismal name was the first turning point in my life, the second came on my 19th birthday. I usually stayed near the sacred pond, except during training and work hours. Sitting on the grass and blankly staring at the wide pond brought peace to my mind. Moreover, I could quickly forget the pain of the white azaleas that Erhite forcibly took away. That day, I particularly wanted to view the pond up close. So I moved my feet to the immediate vicinity of the sacred pond as if entranced. Right at that moment, the ground I stepped on caved in, drastically disrupting my center of gravity. Moreover, it happened to be a sloping section, making loss of bodily balance inevitable. An unexpected accident. I ended up plunging my head straight into the pond. Surely, it was a sight worthy of everyone's mockery. But strangely, some memories flowed into my mind. They were memories that shouldn't exist in this world. This is, what on earth, at novel bin at. Broadly speaking, it was the life of a man who lived an alienated life and met his end in an accident at a young age. Chable? A concubine's child? Me. In the memories, I was a man born into an incredibly wealthy family. However, being an illegitimate child, I wasn't recognized as family and was left out. In fact, I was registered under someone else's name in the family registry. That's how I lived, as if I existed yet didn't, until my untimely death. Of course, in the process, I observed part of this world's fate. I don't know everything, but somehow I'm going to die. Since it was an unfinished novel, I don't know the exact circumstances. Anyway, it was clear that if I didn't act, it would be too late. It's a strange feeling. Just having some memories of my past life flow in seemed to change part of my cognition. My past self, who often put on airs, started to feel somewhat awkward. Above all, I became afraid of dying meaninglessly without knowing why. That's probably why. I unhesitatingly told Rupert, the holy knight commander of the time, that I would quit. Once I made up my mind, escaping was easy. I left the temple, which I thought I'd never leave in my lifetime, far too easily. There was a sense of dissonance, but at this point, what's done is done. That's how I began to defy my predetermined fate. Deoksun. That sounds like a girl's name. Deoku. I'll just choose my own name. Yo. I met the third Prince Askelayan, that is, Yulian. Yulian? What do you like? Random. Game. Ahem. WH what? Game. Tag. And I took in Tina, who really loves playing tag. Are you perhaps an angel? No, I'm an orphanage director. What? Eventually, I saved Glenn, who was destined to grow up to be a villain. However, up to that point was just fine, but for some reason, as you can see, I've got a kid. What? Were you prepared for this too? Arg. One day, a villainess proposed a contract marriage. When she thoroughly thrashed my back, I truly thought she lived up to her name as a villainess. But actually living and sharing time with her, I found Alphisia Luminal to be an incredibly good person. Above all, she was so tempting that sometimes it was hard to resist. What to do? The more our daily life together continued, the more I felt like I'd keep having bad thoughts. Thoughts exactly opposite to the contract she proposed. It took a long time to specifically name those thoughts. Yes, it was when I clearly sensed the uncertainty of the future. It was only when the demon attack occurred at the hunting festival that I clearly defined it. Amidst such chaos, an old man blocked my path. Child who has twisted causality, I shall erase you and set right the providence. Pong, torong, pong. The sound of giant soap bubbles popping. As a sound similar to that of His Holiness spread, dark red bubbles materialized. It was the High Priest's divine power. The moment I witnessed it, my head started throbbing. It was a headache similar to when I plunged my head into the sacred pond. It felt like vast memories were rushing in like rapids of a river. Thanks to that, I felt like I would be crushed under the heavy mass of memories. Receiving those mysterious memories, I engaged in battle, until I lost consciousness and collapsed. Looking back now, I must have experienced a sense of déjà vu then. The High Priest's divine power was that intense. After all, I had directly received the High Priest's divine power with my body. Surely, memories etched into my flesh and soul must have been drawn out, I guess. I lived a life full of regrets. I experienced the reality of loved and cherished relationships slipping through my fingers like fine sand. I don't want to lose them again. I don't want to repeat this. These mistakes, this future. I intend to protect these fatefully intertwined relationships once again. This time, I resolve in the name of the human called heart, that I will protect my precious world forever. That's how I opened my eyes. Intense light poured down. At the point when I had gouged out my own eyes, I hadn't hoped to see light again. Was the world seen through eyes this moving? I can see the relationships given to me now. 3 children and my one and only wife. Haha. I wiggled my finger at Yulian with my eyes narrowed. Then Yulian hesitantly brought his head closer. I flicked my finger against Yulian's forehead, giving him a forehead flick. Thwack. Arg. That hurts? Director. Heh. Ha ha ha. Yulian rolled on the ground as if having a fit. Completely throwing away his dignity as a prince, he sat there with tears in his eyes. That's more like it. I chuckled. What Askelayan, you're just Yulian, exactly Yulian? Ugh, hitting me suddenly and then saying unfunny things. I slowly shifted my gaze from Yulian, who was still clutching his forehead with reddened eyes, to one woman. She wore an unsightly expression as if about to burst into tears at any moment. Yet I didn't want to see such a face. So I took the initiative to give her a gentle smile. I'm back, Alphisia. My one and only wife approached with quick steps and finally let a single tear drop. You're late. I know. You're late, really. I'm sorry. Alphisia was still the same, still dazzlingly beautiful, and still adorning my world beautifully. Feeling awkward about that fact, I made the mistake of repeating what I had said. I'm back. Alphisia greeted me back with the same words, as if countering. So, you're late. 4/5 enjoy the chappy? Illustrations, posted in Discord. I groaned, barely opening my eyes as I lay on the bed. Something felt off. Though I'd only blacked out briefly, elements before me clashed with my memories. Hey, Tina. Yes, Dad. Yulian and Glenn too. The children tilted their heads slightly. Meeting their curious gazes, I blurted out my honest observation. Did you all get taller somehow? The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. I wanted to tilt my head in confusion at this inexplicable reaction. Amidst the thick silence, Alphisia slowly revealed the truth. Heart. You've just woken up after a year. What? Didn't you hear me? You've been asleep for a year, darling. It was no laughing matter. Though it felt like I just had a brief dream, an entire year had passed. My initial response was denial. Come on, don't lie to me, Alphisia. I'm not some ordinary person who'd lie around for a whole year. Mom, Dad's talking weird. Seems the director's taken a serious blow to the head. Wait, is that even possible for him? Because of us. How could this? Those were the reactions of Tina, Yulian, and Glenn, in that order. I stared blankly at Alphisia, unsure of what had gone wrong. But Alphisia was hanging her head, her eyes filled with a kind of longing. That's when Tina innocently posed a question. Come to think of it, this feels more like the real Dad. Isn't it unfair that Mom always uses formal speech while Dad uses informal? Certainly. In that moment, I bolted upright. Tina's spot-on observation opened a new door in my mind. The reason I started using informal speech with Alphyssia was simple. Your formal speech is excessive. Rather than using awkward honorifics, it'd be better to speak casually. That's a bit. First, fulfill your duty as a spouse. In this way, she had essentially forced me into fixing my speech pattern. But looking back, I should have encouraged Alphyssia to speak casually too. Maybe she'd been waiting for that all along. Had I been too oblivious to notice? Ahem. I might have made quite the blunder. Alphyssia. Yes. Would you like to speak casually from now on? I'll go back to using formal speech. At novel bin at. Do you want to go back to sleep, dear? Haha. This was unbearably awkward. Ever since regaining my memories from before the regression, it felt like my personalities were mixing. Every time I looked at Alphysia's face, I wanted to run and embrace her. I was seized by an obsessive need to treat her with the utmost respect. I couldn't remember for the life of me how I had treated Alphyssia before the hunting festival. I'm more comfortable with formal speech. Alphyssia. Though I prefer hearing informal speech, you know. After speaking casually as naturally as breathing, why are you putting on airs now? That's why I told you. I came back. Alphyssia seemed to have interpreted my came back differently, but her sharp mind soon deduced the situation and produced a perfect answer. Heart. Yes, Alphyssia. Is it really you? That day, in the square, the flowers Flosha gave me was so pretty. Haha. The day Alphyssia asked if I wanted to be lovers. I had clumsily embarrassed her then, but I quickly came to my senses and bumbled through a proposal to marry her. My reminiscence hinted at the memories of that day. Come here, Alphyssia. Okay. Alphyssia approached with slow steps and carefully sat on the bed, as if being considerate of me who had just woken up. I gently embraced her as she sat with hunched shoulders. Thank you, Alphyssia, for choosing me again. That's my line. Thank you for treating me so kindly. That's also my line. I love you, Alphyssia. That's. Alphyssia hesitated, then whispered in my ear the words I never said. In the world before my regression, she had never directly expressed her love for me. Alphyssia wasn't one to be forthright, and I thought even that suited her. But Alphyssia opened her mouth again, as if those unspoken words had remained a regret, as if she had resolved to convey them without fail this time. She said, I love you, heart. Alphyssia. A familiar warmth seeped in gently. It was her warmth that I thought I'd never feel again. It was highly addictive, so I didn't want to let her go, ever. Ugh. But it seemed the children didn't feel the same way. Mom and Dad have both just gone weird. Julian, do you get it? How could I? It's the first time I've seen these two being such an eyesore. Tina, and Julian. Let's quietly leave. It seems like the polite thing to do. I wanted to stay with Dad a bit longer. Only Mom is being unfair. So unfair. Only then did I snap to attention and turn to the children. Even so, I was still holding Alphyssia tight, making for an awkward posture. At this, the two boys shot glares that screamed how embarrassing, while Tina pouted, looking hurt. Somehow feeling shy, I tried to create some distance from Alphyssia. Just then, the sound of frantic running came from the corridor outside. For a moment, my stolen consciousness made my reactions slow. Bang! An immediate thunderous noise. I never knew the sound of a door being flung open could be so loud. Son-in-law. Director. The intruders were Cardi Luminal and Echo, holding a basket. Their faces lit up with joy as soon as they visually confirmed my condition. So you've finally awakened. I was worried sick that you might never open your eyes. What a relief. I've caused you trouble. Don't say such cold things. There wasn't even anything to nurse, given that body of yours doesn't even get dirty. Next, Cardi sighed in relief and took the children's hands. Phew, now that we've seen he's all right, let's head out. What? Grandpa? We have to leave already? I said I wanted to stay with Dad a bit longer. Now, good children should go to bed. But it's daytime right now. It's nap time, dear. Tina was dragged out, almost forcibly, under Cardi's lead. Julian and Glenn followed as if entranced. Meanwhile, Echo floundered before trying to persuade Cardi as she held out the basket. Duke? I even baked cookies. Can't we all eat together before going to sleep? Let's eat them later. No, let's eat them by ourselves. But those two over there, my son-in-law and daughter will be fine. They plan to eat something else. I don't see any food though. It'd be strange if someone your age could see it. Echo nodded at Cardi's forceful logic. Another semi-forced acceptance. Echo, the very last to remain at the door, bowed deeply. Enjoy your meal, Director, and Duchess. Thud. With Echo's farewell, the connection to the corridor was completely cut off. Even by this point, I hadn't grasped what was going on. Only that Alphyssia was trembling in my arms. Worried, I asked her. Alphyssia, are you cold? Alphyssia, be quiet. Pardon. Just, let's talk later. Please. Grind. The sound of grinding teeth. Since it wasn't me, it must have been Alphyssia. As I naturally observed her, I noticed her ears had turned bright red. I feel like I'm going to die of shame because of my tactless father. So don't talk to me for a while. Only after Alphyssia said this did I view myself from a third-person perspective. Alphyssia, buried in my chest so deeply one might wonder if she could breathe. And me, preciously holding her tight like this. What would a normal couple do in this situation? As I pondered this carefully, even a fool like me could do the math. F*ck. I spat out a curse. It was an obscenity I wouldn't have uttered even with a knife to my throat before the regression. Perhaps because my cognition was mixed up awkwardly, even common curses felt strange. However, regardless of the awkwardness, the sentiment was real. How could I, with this life I've regained? A scorching thirst bubbled up from deep in my throat. I want to die again from embarrassment. Dash. In the corridor of the ducal mansion, Glenn took cookies from Echo's basket and popped them into his mouth. The crunching sound did a fine job of stimulating appetite. The cookies are delicious, Echo. I'm glad. Actually, the head chef said I might have a talent for it. Yeah, I don't know anything about cooking, but I can tell you've got talent. It wasn't just flattery, Echo's culinary skills were improving day by day, and Hart contributed to some extent to that culinary prowess. For the past year, the mansion's residents had visited Hart's room without fail every day. Each time, Echo felt like she was suffocating in the gloomy atmosphere. Her eyesight had almost fully recovered by now. Hoping to ventilate the heavy air even a little, she started making simple snacks. The effect, though slight, was noticeable. As sweet food entered their mouths, conversation flowed, and simultaneously, she could feel the atmosphere softening. Thanks to this, the time everyone spent waiting for Hart became a bit easier. In that sense, Echo was a hidden mood maker. Phew, anyway, I'm so glad the director woke up. Right, Glenn? Yeah, it's a relief, truly. While feeling relieved, Glenn also recalled memories of the hunting festival. At the time, he quickly forgot because Hart was being carried, covered in wounds, but as time passed, the questions only multiplied. That demon, who was he? There was a man who rushed at Hart first, as if recognizing him. He was sent flying in one strike, but Glenn remembered his face clearly. He was a man whose face drew attention even amidst the chaos. Was it just a coincidence that I felt he resembled me? Had the situation been peaceful, he would have surely given him a close look. Even so, it could be dismissed as a coincidence. But in a corner of Glenn's mind, doubt kept welling up like a spring. I'm curious. 5/5 enjoy the chappic? Illustrations, posted in Discord. The bedroom in the ducal mansion. We found ourselves caught in an awkward atmosphere, bolstered by Echo's encouragement. The embarrassing embrace had long since loosened, and our eyes wandered aimlessly. Ahem. Alphizia cleared her throat, as if trying to dispel the tension. She spoke with a flushed face. So, Hart. Yes. Are you really going to keep using formal speech? Well, truthfully, I wasn't sure which direction I wanted to take. The compulsion to be formal with Alphizia clashed violently with memories of our comfortable casual speech. That's why even my habitual formal speech came out as semi-formal. What would you prefer, Alphizia? I want you to treat me like you used to. Which used to are we talking about? After the regression. At novel bin at. Ah, I see. It seemed Alphizia wanted me to speak casually to her. If that's what she wanted, I had no reason to hesitate. After all, I'd always wanted to accommodate the wishes of those dear to me, both then and now. All right, Alphizia. That's better. If you disliked formal speech, you could have told me before. Which before are we talking about? Before the regression. Honestly, I felt embarrassed every time I recalled memories from before the regression. It might as well have been considered an embarrassing history best left forgotten. Certainly, if I didn't have memories of my past life, I would have grown up that way. I'd always acted like putty in her hands, and Alphizia had liked it. It was truly a life without shame or pride. The problem was that I still didn't dislike it even now. I wanted to treat Alphizia with honeyed actions right away, but the shame arising from my past life memories held me back. More than shame, it's just embarrassing. It's legendary how I'd used such words and actions so naturally. Though I was reluctant to admit it myself, I was truly a walking flirt. No wonder Alphizia had been flustered. Anyway, I get it, Alphizia. Let's speak casually to each other, though it might be difficult. It's not difficult for me at all. True. It's only difficult for me. Now you can experience how difficult it was for me. Alphizia? How did I make things difficult for you? You still don't know. Alphizia showed signs of shock. I shrank back, intimidated by her astonished gaze. What did I do? You have the nerve to ask. Next, Alphizia unleashed a long-held grudge like a machine gun. Do you know how baffled I was? We'd barely met, and you were practically strangers, yet you kept spouting sickeningly sweet phrases that even established couples wouldn't use. Your eyes dripped grape juice. Anyone would think you'd been in love with me for ages. And I bet you did the same thing with Saint Ibria. Do you know how confused I was whenever I saw you? Alphizia. The pre-regression you was truly a sinner. It's a crime to come on to just anyone like that. I still have nightmares of you saying and doing such things to Ibria. Thanks to that, I was incredibly self-conscious. I am sorry about that. Alphizia suddenly unleashed an enormous amount of complaints. I felt dizzy under the pressure of her tremendous momentum. As I lowered my gaze to the bedding, Alphizia's eyes flashed. But you have more to say after that, right? Why Yuri right. But people should be treated equally, and being kind makes others feel good. Sure. Of course. That's so like you, Hart. She then heaved a deep sigh. Whatever. It's not like I accepted it without knowing. Ahaha. We continued to chat at length, making up for lost time. The longer we talked, the more I realized I had been asleep for a year. My stories were limited, while Alphizia shared various topics she had kept close to her heart. I was content just looking at Alphisia, but following conversations about things I didn't know was a different matter. I felt sorry for not being able to give heartfelt responses. However, even Alphisia's stamina wasn't infinite, and our seemingly endless chatter was eventually interrupted. I seized the opportunity to steer the conversation in a new direction. Hey, Alphisia. Yes, what is it? I want to talk about Glenn. Ugh. Guilt immediately clouded Alphisia's face, which had shown glimpses of happiness. While seeing her like this wasn't pleasant for me either, I had to address the issue. What if we tell Glenn the truth? You mean about his real parents, right? That's right. Glenn's real father was the Demon King, and I suspected the only person who could be his mother was Letitia Basque Hill, the sole survivor of Basque Hill. It'll be quite a shock for him. I know there are truths better left unknown. Alphisia's head dropped at my words. At that moment, I realized my blunder and quickly corrected myself. Wait, Alphisia? I mean, I want to know everything about your life, no matter what kind of life you've lived. That is, no matter what kind of life you lived in the past, I like you more than anyone else in the world. As soon as I finished speaking, Alphisia's cheeks flushed bright red. At the same time, I felt my own face burning like a hot plate. An embarrassing statement came out habitually. I was realizing anew how dangerous the pre-regression me had been in many ways. Ugh, that's not the point. I just thought we should at least respect Glenn's right to know. It was uncertain how Glenn would react. He might recoil at the ideology instilled in him as a human, or experience confusion about his self-identity. But if Glenn accepted reality, it might open a new path for us. Of course, this is assuming Glenn takes the news about his birth parents well, but I think it might lead to a peaceful resolution of the entrenched situation between humans and demons. Humans and demons were experiencing a conflict that had recently reached its peak. The assassination of the Empire's emperor during the hunting festival would have been unnatural in the past. However, despite the intense confrontation, there had been no large-scale clash. Just as I had been unconscious for a full year, the demon's high priest was likely in a similar state. Or perhaps they felt tense after I subdued the Demon King in one move using only martial arts. Either way, they were just biding their time. It was a peace destined to shatter someday. Alphisia. You know I'm quite stupid, right? I know. You must be stupid to choose the woman who killed you again. Alphisia chuckled. I too drew a gentle curve with the corners of my mouth. Can't be helped. Since I'm a fool, I desperately need smart Alphisia. So, will you think about this with me? You really are hopeless, aren't you? Alphisia said. I'll stick with you and think about it until you want to run away. Whispering a rather provocative declaration. Yulian had been having a terribly difficult time over the past year. That was because the emperor had been assassinated, and the first Prince Ropehit was a traitor. Therefore, the only remaining royalty were the second Prince Rainers and the third Prince Yulian. The sudden loss of the head of state had resulted in Rainers taking on the role of acting emperor. However, since Rainer's education was much shorter than that of the much younger Yulian, it was actually Yulian who made decisions on important matters. Having risen to a position of handling the empire's affairs at such a young age, the pressure and fatigue were beyond words. Enough for Hart to notice subtle changes. Yulian, your skin has become incredibly rough when I look closely. You're still just a kid. Director, you're just unnaturally smooth. Well, when you sleep soundly for a year, your skin is bound to glow. That's not a funny joke. Indeed, Yulian's face was truly haggard. So much so that an unfunny joke couldn't restore his complexion. But then the boy suddenly called for Tina. Tina, please do that. Oh, that? All right. Tina understood even when he used pronouns instead of nouns. Accepting the request, Tina placed her hand on Yulian's forehead and drew out the unique energy of dragons. Huh. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. As soon as Tina's touch landed, Yulian's complexion rapidly regained its color. This kid Yulian, he's using the Bloody Dragon's ability like a health supplement. Certainly, looking at it this way, it was quite a useful ability. Considering the impact blood had on our bodies, it should excel in non-combat aspects as well. The Bloody Dragon we faced before probably didn't know about this application. Why? Because he never had any purpose other than exercising violence. It was a moment that made me appreciate our kind-hearted daughter anew. However, I couldn't remain lost in contemplation forever. I clapped my hands to change the atmosphere and spoke up. Now then, kids. Can you lend me your ears for a moment? Yes, Dad. What should we play? Tina thrust her sparkling sky-blue eyes at me. I grimaced at the burdensome invitation. Having just woken up after a year, I felt bad about refusing. Tina. I'm sorry, but let's postpone the playing for now. Could everyone except Glenn leave for a moment? Director, are you saying only I should stay? Glenn asked, puzzled. You heard right. Did I do something wrong? No way. In terms of conduct, you're the most exemplary. Just as I finished speaking, Yulian cut in. Director, that's not quite right. No matter how I look at it, I'm the most exemplary. You're disqualified for not using formal speech. This is absurd. What absurdity? With my past life's memories engraved in me, formal speech was a serious matter. Seemingly fed up with me, Yulian grumbled until the very end as he left. Meanwhile, Tina pushed out her lips with eyes overflowing with lingering attachment, and Echo seemed worried about Glenn. Finally, the playroom where the children had left became quiet. Perhaps it felt even more so because of Glenn's naturally quiet nature. I slowly addressed the tense Glenn. To be honest, I'd like to tell you to relax, but I can't. I'm planning to have a very serious conversation. Did I really do something wrong? Of course not. How could you? If anyone did wrong, it would be us to you. That can't be true. You and the vice director have been so good to me. Alphisia fidgeted with her fingers at Glenn's innocent sentiment. It seemed her sense of guilt had manifested in physical movement. I too could not be free from that guilt. Glenn. Yes. That's why I had to tell Glenn. Your mother is alive. Even if it meant enduring the child's sharp criticism. Illustrations, posted in Discord. My mother is alive. Glenn stood stunned for a moment, unable to hide his shock. As soon as he regained his composure, he shook his head vigorously, denying the truth I had just revealed. No, that's impossible. I'm a Basque Hill, you know. I still remember. Even though I was very young, I definitely wandered around the palace, and there was a maid who worried about me. And Alphisia prompted as Glenn trailed off. Mother. Your mother, and who else? Father, ugh. Glenn groaned, unable to continue. He then curled up, almost burying his face in his knees. It was as if a violent wave of confusion was trying to swallow him whole. Alphisia posed a question to the suffering Glenn. Do you remember the faces of those people, the ones you mentioned? That's. Glenn pondered for a long time. The silence that stretched on was almost unbearable. Eventually, Glenn shook his head again, as if giving up. I don't. Nothing at all. I thought as much. After all, those memories you have can't possibly exist. What? Vice Director, what do you mean? You'd know just by opening a history book. You were born after the fall of the Basque Hill Kingdom. The idea that you, as a baby at the time, wandered around the palace of a fallen kingdom, living with family and maids, that's a huge contradiction. Glenn immediately rebutted Alphisia's statement. But, I really do remember. The palace, the maid, everything. It might not be vivid, but it's certain. I'm really not lying. I believe you. What? Glenn seemed to struggle to follow Alphisia's words. Alphisia, too, appeared reluctant to reveal the truth to Glenn. But she couldn't keep her mouth shut and keep the secret forever. Alphisia shook off her hesitation and began to unfold the truth. Your memories are probably real. You likely did experience life as royalty to some extent. But, how is that possible? As you said, I was born after the kingdom fell. Even so, it's possible. Because, you're a child who inherits the blood of two royal families. Alphisia knew all the circumstances. She must have learned the truth with her battered body in the now lost future. Perhaps it was inevitable that Alphisia was the one telling the truth, as she was the one who took in Glenn and was executed for violating the Human Defense Agreement. Your mother's name is Letitia Basque Hill. As you know, she was the Princess of Basque Hill. Letitia Basque Hill. Glenn echoed, as if savoring his mother's name for the first time. Then Alphisia fitted the final puzzle piece into Glenn's thoughts. And Letitia Basque Hill's partner and your father is, the Demon King, Starkrizzle. Wait a minute. Vice Director. Glenn blinked his wide-open eyes. Then he asked in one breath. You're joking, right? Director. I must have heard wrong, right? Or maybe you misspoke. That can't be true, can it? Whatever answer Glenn wanted, you can't cover the sky with your palm. As I remained silent, Glenn spoke rapidly, as if pushing his self-denial. I am human, aren't I? There's nothing demonic about me at all. That doesn't matter. While Tina's case is textbook half and half, it's not unusual to be born as one of the two species. Alphisia countered. Glenn then posed another question, attempting his own logic. But Tina is an extremely rare case, isn't she? How can a human have a child with another race? The race capable of that is the bloodline of Basque Hill. Judging by your black hair and eyes, you inherited the Basque Hill blood strongly, so you could probably have children with any race. That's impossible. For your reference, Tina's birth mother is also a distant descendant from a branch of the Basque Hill royal family. That's why she could conceive a dragon's child. Though they're practically strangers, she's your incredibly distant relative. It seemed Glenn would need quite a long time to recover from the shock. And we had an obligation to wait until Glenn sorted out his thoughts. After keeping his eyes tightly shut for a while, Glenn, almost on the verge of tears, asked me, Director. Yes. That day, at the hunting festival, I saw a demon who looked like me lunging at you. He sought confirmation in a voice that seemed about to break. Was that my father, the Demon King? Yes. I had no idea until I recovered my memories from before the regression. In this life, I encountered him for the first time at the hunting festival. Looking back now, the two men resembled each other so much that I felt like my eyes must have been full of knotholes. If the Demon King and Glenn stood side by side, anyone would guess their father-son relationship. It was then. Glenn. Drip, drip. Transparent tears fell from Glenn's black eyes. His face, with reddened eyes, was contorted, and hiccuping sobs kept escaping. Finally, Glenn asked in a trembling voice, Am I going to be abandoned now? What? Or do I have to be captured and punished? The moment he asked if he had to be captured and punished, Alphisia's face turned pale. While I was grappling with my bewilderment at Glenn's statement, suddenly, Alphisia stood up, approached the crying Glenn, and knelt down to his eye level. Her posture, kneeling on one knee and tightly grasping his small hand, seemed almost like begging for forgiveness. Why would you be punished? Huh? Alphisia exclaimed, and Glenn echoed. Why should you be punished? No one has the right to punish you. Immediately after, I read Alphesia's lips as she quietly added, I should have been the only one punished. Alphesia was painfully swallowing those words, pushing them down her throat. You've done nothing wrong, Glenn. Alphesia was trying her best to reassure Glenn. Her attitude was somewhat desperate, powerful enough to stop Glenn's tears abruptly. That was natural, if anything. Although I didn't directly witness Glenn's end, the outcome must have been horrific. It seemed that at the scene, only the fact that Glenn was royalty of Basque Hill was revealed, but even that was a huge original sin at novel bin at. Moreover, as Alphesia's subordinate, he must have been involved in various dark aspects, so his end was surely miserable. Alphesia must have witnessed his end with her own eyes. Now I can understand a bit. I could see why Alphesia treated Glenn differently from the others. She tried to treat him better than Julian and Tina, but couldn't approach him as openly. She must have felt sorry and regretful. She must have wanted to atone for the sin of abusing him. But even that atonement must have felt hypocritical to her. She couldn't dare approach Glenn warmly with a smiling face. Don't worry about anything. Nothing big will happen. Even if something big does happen, I'll make it like it never did. So, Alphesia continued in a breaking voice. I will. More accurately, she tried to continue. She cut off her words there, remained silent for a while, and then brought up a somewhat vague story. Actually, I committed a great sin. Vice Director. I committed a sin that I can't dare to be forgiven for even if I dedicate my whole life, but you don't even know to resent me. Plop. Drip. Tears fell from Alphesia's ruby-like eyes as well. She hurriedly distanced herself as if she felt guilty for her tears wetting Glenn's trouser cuffs. You keep saying it's not my fault. Instead, you thank me for saving you, and apologize for being a burden. You were originally a child who would have grown up so kind. Because I was an idiot and a worm. I didn't know that. I should apologize, but now I can't meet that child from that day. I don't know what to do or how. At that point, Alphesia's confession didn't continue any further. Now, only a woman with drooping auburn hair covering her face remained before Glenn's eyes. Glenn, who had been listening silently, pondered for a moment and then shared the answer he had come to. Actually, I don't really understand what you're talking about, Vice Director. Of course you don't. To Alphesia, who couldn't raise her face due to the weight of guilt, Glenn said. But I know that the Vice Director I know always takes care of us warmly, and also looks at us with worry. I can tell that what you're saying is sincere. You're too kind in your assessment. That's not true. You know what? I was actually sometimes jealous of Tina. She's so carefree and affectionate. So everyone likes Tina more. I almost became envious. I was surprised by Glenn's sudden confession. I never expected Glenn to have such thoughts inside. But I didn't really get jealous. Because I knew that you paid special attention to me, Vice Director. Even though I wasn't adopted as a child like Tina. Thinking about it now, it was natural that Alphesia didn't bring up the topic of adopting Glenn. It would have been difficult to readily accept him as a son when Glenn's parents were alive and well. If a day like today came, it was also uncertain what choice Glenn would make. So, what I'm trying to say is, I think I would end up accepting it if such a good Vice Director asked for forgiveness. Of course, I can't speak for the person you said you sinned against, but, anyway, that's what I think. Glenn bowed his head deeply. I'm just saying, that's how I feel. It might sound presumptuous, but, no, it's not presumptuous. How could I say such a thing? This didn't seem to be a place for me to intervene. The connection between these two people continued on a side I didn't know about. If I were to wedge myself between them, it might be an awkward thing to do. Alphesia, rarely honest, conversed with Glenn. With her victim, who she couldn't bring herself to approach openly. I should come back after some time has passed. I quietly got up from my seat and moved. Glenn gave me a pained look as if asking not to leave him alone, but I casually ignored it, flashing a thumbs up. As I exited the room and turned my gaze, I was met with the eager eyes of 3 tiny munchkins. Dad, is Glenn okay? You didn't scold him, did you? We've never been called in separately like this before. It's only natural to be worried. Director, if there's any wrongdoing, we'll take the punishment together. Tina, Julian, and Echo. Looking at them gathered like this, they really were a peculiar set of connections. Feeling my lips curl up, I awkwardly stepped forward and hugged the 3 children tightly. Oh, how did these cute things grow up like this? I absolutely hate spoilers about the growth process. The reactions to my cringeworthy action were quite diverse. Dad, what is this unseemly act? Director, one way or another, I was living and breathing surrounded by quite a bit of happiness. Such a sentiment suddenly bloomed within me. Illustrations, posted in Discord. Somewhere in the corridors of the Duke's mansion, various conversations were taking place. Cardi-Luminal, the true master of this vast estate, froze in place, overhearing a secretive conversation in his own home. What's this? Whose son? It was about Glenn. It had been clear from the start that Glenn was Letitia Basquille's son. For a royal of Glenn's age to be born outside Cardi's knowledge, he had to be Letitia's child. But, just as he was about to check on his granddaughter out of boredom, his superhuman hearing caught something strange. And Letitia Basquille's partner and your father is, the Demon King, Starkerzel. His thoughts came to a stop. He replayed what he'd heard several times to make sure he'd heard correctly. It was unmistakably Alphesia's voice. These were the words of his own daughter, who never uttered nonsense even in jest. Even if she downed a bowl of poison and lost consciousness, she wouldn't spout such madness to the child. That child, not only a descendant of the Basque Hills but also the rightful heir of the Demon King. What? What the hell? What on earth had his son-in-law picked up? Setting aside the arrogant third prince, following a half-dragon with the rightful heir of the Demon King was going too far. What twist of fate had led him to collect all these rare children? He'd even heard later that Echo was a fragment of a miracle. Everything happening around him seemed to defy understanding. And yet, nevertheless, Cardi's eyebrows drooped. Why don't they tell me anything? Perhaps it was because he was reaching an age where he was becoming sentimentally sensitive. Apart from the shock, a wave of disappointment washed over him. But it was an awkward time to pretend he knew, so Cardi ultimately chose to turn away. His retreating figure looked somewhat lonely. Dash. Dash. The clock hands had turned and turned, now pointing to the time when the sky was growing dark. Normally at this hour, Julian would have returned to the Imperial Palace, but today was different. As if it had been planned all along, dinner was prepared. It was a full family dinner for the first time in a year. Since Hart had been in a coma since last year's hunting festival, the sight of the family truly gathered was quite unfamiliar. When Hart and Alphisia entered the dining hall with the 4 children, Cardi was already seated. At that moment, Hart, uncharacteristically perceptive, sensed a strange atmosphere. Somehow, the Duke seems to be in a bad mood. Did something not go well? In truth, Cardi's face was always grumpy. The same could be said for Alphisia, having inherited her father's temperament. Yet the reason Hart could somewhat sense this was probably because he had grown accustomed to Alphisia. Ahem. Everyone, take a seat. Cardi gestured from the head of the table. Though his voice wasn't particularly sharp, it gave an impression of roughness. But no one except Hart seemed to notice the discomfort. Hart cautiously ventured to speak. Duke? Has something unpleasant happened? Unpleasant? Nothing of the sort. As Cardi vehemently denied it, Alphisia spoke up. Hart, you must have forgotten after waking up after a year, but father's face has always looked unwell. What? Cardi blurted out a single word like a death rattle. Yet strangely, not a single person in the dining hall contradicted Alphisia's words. Though it was the truth, Cardi felt quite hurt. It was just then. No, Mom, Grandpa smiles so well for me. Like Cardi's only light, Tina jumped to his defense. Besides, he plays with me better than Dad. Dad always makes excuses not to play when it snows, but Grandpa even calls the Sword King unit knights to have snowball fights with me. Granddaughter. Indeed, neither daughter nor son-in-law could compare to his granddaughter. Baptismal name be damned, Cardi felt immensely proud thinking that his granddaughter was worth more than all of them. No, that's not true. If there was a problem, it was the unwelcome third prince butting in. The face the Duke shows you is clearly special treatment. If you saw how chilling his gaze is when you're not around, you'd probably be shocked. Really? Grandpa? To Tina's innocent question about the truth, Cardi denied it while folding his arms, even citing questionable statements. Ahem, how could that be? There's a reason the Sword King unit's recruitment rate has been rising day by day. It's increased by 35% this year alone. It's all because everyone is falling for this old man's kindness and raising their hands to join. I knew it was Grandpa. Tina, still young, didn't realize that the Sword King unit's vertical rise in recruitment rate was complexly intertwined with various welfare benefits and honors. Julian, if you keep bothering our grandpa, I won't let you off easy. I might just transform into a dragon and breathe fire, and I won't take responsibility. What? More like spitting blood. What do you mean breathing fire? I can breathe fire. I'm going to practice and do fire shows. That's dangerous. Ugh, if you keep picking fights, I won't do that for you. Ugh. That referred to using the power of the bloody dragon to alleviate Julian's fatigue. For Julian, who had been living exhausted lately, it was like absolute power at novel bin at. Meanwhile, Cardi was so pleased with Tina standing up to royalty for his sake that he wanted to give her a piece of the Duke's territory. The sight of that little one shutting up the arrogant boy with her loud voice was nothing short of admirable. Cardi closed his eyes gently and curled up the corners of his mouth. This is life, isn't it? Dash. The next morning. As always, Cardi punched in at the Imperial Palace. Just a year ago, Cardi had been holed up in the Duke's mansion, but after the hunting festival, his daily routine had changed. The Emperor had been assassinated at the hunting festival hosted in Cardi's territory. Though it was beyond his control, he was in a perfect position to be held accountable. It was fortunate that Hart, the son-in-law of the luminal ducal family, had managed to resolve the entire situation. Otherwise, they would have suffered a serious blow. Julian, the likely next emperor, used this as an excuse to order service at the Imperial Palace. A decision that was hardly a punishment. In fact, Julian had taken his side. So, having set foot in the Imperial Palace, Cardi kept loitering around the office of Viscount Lloyd Chandler, the Minister of Finance, as soon as he arrived. Ahem. Duke, please stop lingering and leave. Do you have some business with me? Haha. Minister of Finance. You're narrow-minded. Your patience is truly petty. What? Well, I suppose those without granddaughters at our age are all like that. Hehe. Crash. There was a sound of a chair falling backward. Its owner had stood up too abruptly. Lloyd had easily fallen for Cardi's provocation. My child is just not there yet. Good news will come soon. Well, that might be so. though whether it'll be a grandson or granddaughter is yet to be seen. What does that matter? Discriminating based on gender in this day and age? You're so closed-minded? Besides, who would think she's your real granddaughter? Even the closed-minded me treats my granddaughter as a granddaughter, without gender discrimination. But you, so open and enlightened, seem awfully concerned about such things? What a consistent and straightforward person you are. The Imperial Palace sure has a transparent and incorruptible talent, haha. Kook. Cardi stopped his aimless loitering and took a seat on the opposite sofa. Lloyd Chandler, who had been unexpectedly provoked from the morning, was quite displeased, but decided to leave it be for now. He couldn't bring himself to drive Cardi out, feeling that doing so would somehow bring a sense of defeat. This is a story from yesterday, but truly, there's no child like my granddaughter. While my daughter is busy slandering me, my granddaughter defended me with all her heart and soul. The way her love for this old man was conveyed so sincerely, this is why she only grows more adorable as days pass. Of course, she's actually cute too. You're completely smitten, aren't you? You used to just tense up your facial muscles after the Duchess passed away. Hehe. As much as I'd like to boast about my granddaughter's identity, I think I'll keep this one a secret. He wanted to ask. He was dying to know the granddaughter's identity. He was so curious he wanted to laugh happily at Cardi if it turned out to be nothing special. But it was hard to ask. Somehow, it felt like he would lose if he asked directly. As he hesitated and missed the timing to press further, the moment passed. Fine. You've been out of touch with the world, so you probably don't know the reality anyway. What's that supposed to mean? For the first time, Cardi asked a question. The conversation's initiative had passed from Cardi to Lloyd. As if finally seizing an opportunity, Lloyd's cheekbones rose smugly. You've been crazy since childhood, so you probably don't know, but there's something called the law of nature in this world. Let's see, your granddaughter is 11 this year? 10. 12. Aha, even closer. With a hum of acknowledgement, Lloyd nodded his head. As a result, Cardi narrowed his eyes, curious about Lloyd's intentions. What's the problem? For reference, marriage is still far off. I won't send her off unless it's a man who meets my standards. No, well, how unfortunate for a grandfather without common sense. I was just thinking that. I'm sorry, but our scores at the academy were pretty much the same, yours and mine. Don't worry. I've been working my bones off as Minister of Finance all this time, so if we took a test now, I'd definitely win. Besides, this childish argument hasn't changed a bit from then to now. So, what are you trying to say? Cardi's face became infinitely serious. It was almost hostile. To this, Lloyd Chandler, without backing down an inch, taught him an eternal truth. In this world, there's something called puberty. That I know in theory. I'd forgotten since my daughter didn't have such a thing. Well, Alphesia was exceptionally brilliant and unique, so that's understandable. But generally speaking, that's how it is. Anyway, your conclusion. At Cardi's urging, Lloyd grinned. As you know, unlike you, my network is quite broad. Unlike you, who had no friends but me. So how many people do you think I know who have grandchildren? Well, there must be many. However, for them to have grandchildren around Tina's age, they'd likely be old folks at least 10 years older than them. But you see, speak quickly. In the old days, grandchildren who used to seek out their grandparents so eagerly, once puberty hits, they avoid them like the plague, to the point of bursting into tears saying they don't want to see them. What? To Cardi, who had frozen for a long while, Lloyd finally issued an order to leave. Cardi was pushed out of the Minister of Finance's office, not knowing what was going on. Towards the dumbfounded Cardi, Lloyd offered a final greeting. I hope you shower her with affection during the little time left. Of course, only to the extent that she doesn't burst into tears. Hehe. A chuckle tinged with a sense of victory echoed in Cardi's ears. Cardi barely managed to steady his legs, which were trembling as if he might collapse. Puberty. That one word kept occupying space in his head. That damned eternal truth. Puberty, what the hell is it? Why, it sought to take away the only ally in his household. Puberty was simply an unacceptable existence. Illustrations, posted in Discord. A late night at the Duke's mansion. Cardi's eyes snapped open as an owl's hoot mingled with the gentle breeze in his bedroom. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Cardi looked around, trying to distinguish dream from reality, then let out a sigh of relief. I see. It was just a dream. He had dreamed of a future that should never come to pass. In the dream, he was living 3 years into the future and heard words so terrible they nearly took his breath away. I'm too old to play with grandfather. Tea parties are way more fun than hanging out with grandfather now. It's frustrating that grandfather keeps calling for me without understanding how I feel. All were condemnations from 15-year-old Tina. His granddaughter, now in the throes of puberty, was treating Cardi coldly with eyes markedly different from now. He tasted despair. The reality of his adorable, affectionate granddaughter suddenly changing was unbearable. Damn it, I shouldn't have gone to see that Lloyd bastard. Planting such ridiculous ideas with his worthless temptations. That vicious old Chandler. It was a remarkably one-sided criticism, considering he was the one who had sought him out first to pick a fight. Though dawn was still a ways off, his fled desire for sleep showed no signs of returning. He'd noticed that sleep diminished with age, but today was the first time he felt it so acutely. Maybe seeing the child will help. He probably found it difficult to fall asleep because he hadn't yet shaken off the dream's after effects. With that self-diagnosis, Cardi put on a suitable robe and went out into the hallway. Cardi's footsteps were quiet. Unlike him, his granddaughter was a heavy sleeper in the mornings, always seeing him off to work with sleepy eyes. She seemed to know exactly how to be cute and lovable. Finding that endearing, he didn't want to disturb Tina's sleep if possible. So much so that he applied footwork techniques to make his steps nearly silent. Eventually, Cardi reached Tina's bedroom and carefully opened the door. True to its recent replacement, the hinge opened and closed naturally without a sound. Snore, snore. Tina's cute breathing sounds could be heard. How could even her breathing be so precious? The law of nature dictating that this Tina would go through puberty and become an adult felt cruel. Snore, snore, snort. Just then, Tina suddenly let out a snore as if she was about to choke. Startled, Cardi jumped, thinking he had woken Tina. He calmed down quickly after realizing it was just a simple snore. Whoever her future husband may be, he'll have quite the struggle if they share a bed. Adat novel bin adat. But what of it? This was an era where separate bedrooms weren't frowned upon. If anyone dared to criticize that, he was fully prepared to deliver swift punishment. However, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at the mere thought of her getting married. He disliked the approaching puberty, but he also disliked the idea of marrying her off. Even while fully aware it was an old man's stubbornness. If only she could be with Glenn, at least I'd feel somewhat at ease having her nearby to watch over. Cardi was quite fond of Glenn, regardless of bloodline. He was a boy who didn't carelessly spout nonsense and had proper manners. He was far better than those who received early education in etiquette from childhood. This was especially true for Cardi, who had distanced himself from the duplicitous social circles. But the boy clearly has someone else in his heart, so it's difficult to suggest. If possible, I'd like to find a groom who is well-mannered, uninvolved in politics, and doesn't easily lose his temper. Yes, for example, someone who is the complete opposite of that third Prince Ascalion brat would be ideal. It would be best if she could live with such a man for life, but sadly, that's probably impossible in reality. Everyone has a time when they open their eyes to romance, after all. Tisk, the early morning is making me think all sorts of things. He'd had his fill of looking at his granddaughter's face. It was time to return to the bedroom and try to get some sleep. As Cardi was gradually distancing himself from Tina, she mumbled in her sleep with a grinning face. Hee. I won the staring contest. Grandpa's the best. Pfft. A chuckle escaped him, but dewy tears also formed in the corners of his eyes. He had forgotten since his wife passed away, but this was what family was meant to be. A strange relationship where people like each other for no particular reason. People who seem to be connected at heart without any room for calculation of gains and losses. He had long forgotten that those who gift such a sense of fulfillment are truly family. Well, I suppose nothing will change. Even if puberty arrives, the memories they've shared won't disappear. Once that turbulent period passes, the old bond of affection sleeping in those memories will gradually return. If possible, it would be better if she didn't have puberty at all, like Alphisia. But expecting that much was probably greed beyond his station. Even now, I can do anything she wants if she just asks. Surely I can manage to wait. The next morning. It was Cardi's day off. Drinks spilled from Cardi's mouth, who had resolved to do anything for her. And most of the spilled drink miraculously returned to the glass he was holding. What did you say? Cardi asked as if he had heard something earth-shattering. Alphisia then spoke clearly with an expressionless face. I'm thinking of trying to broker a ceasefire agreement with the demon race, father. No, I mean, I understood the meaning, but you must be out of your mind. Does the human defense agreement, which led one kingdom to ruin, look like a mere joke to you? That would be the case if I were proposing friendship. What I'm planning is a ceasefire rather than friendship. From the get-go, his daughter was pushing a stomach-churning agenda this morning. The way she spoke of such a massive proposal without batting an eye was unmistakably Alphisia. She was a child with unwavering confidence in herself, to the point of arrogance. Whether you want it or not, the next emperor will be Yuli, no, Ascalion. His age is merely preventing the coronation ceremony from proceeding. I know that Brad is the only alternative. That's right. So it's the perfect timing to carve out a plausible achievement before the coronation ceremony. You see, the emperor of the empire was assassinated, and while war might be understandable, won't public sentiment turn against us if we propose a ceasefire, calling it a national humiliation? It's all in how you frame it. We could spread propaganda portraying him as a prince who prioritized the people's livelihood while burying his thirst for revenge. What if the former first prince's faction labels him a coward? If they love war so much, tell them to send their eldest sons to be drafted first. Of course, it would have been difficult to say that originally. But ironically, because the emperor was assassinated, Ascalion, who will ascend to the throne, will wield the greatest imperial authority in history. Because the next in line for succession is the second prince. Yes, even the remaining heir to the throne is on that child's side, so what can the nobles do even if they oppose? If you receive a ducal title in the future, it will create a structure where the only two ducal houses in the empire support the emperor. Listening to the outline, it was a plausible plan. Since it wasn't a case of a foreign royal being assassinated, pressure from other countries would be light. As the victimized empire is proposing peace, many countries would likely want to jump on that bandwagon. As long as it's a ceasefire and not friendship, the human defense agreement remains valid. This way, there's little chance of internal dissent from humanity. After examining Alphesia's explanation from various angles, Cardi furrowed his brow as if tired. So, you want me to support the third prince in leading this ceasefire? To put it bluntly, yes. What's the specific plan? You can probably guess the gist of it, father, because you must have overheard our conversation that day. The conversation she referred to must have been when Glenn revealed the secret of being the Demon King's bloodline. But how did his daughter know he had eavesdropped? He noticed his son-in-law averting his gaze with an embarrassed face. Ahaha, I only told her about sensing your presence, Duke. You should have caught me then and there. How does my son-in-law manage to make people so uncomfortable? As you know, the mood in the room at that time was quite tense. Moreover, I thought Glenn might feel burdened if he knew you were aware of the truth, so I kept your secret. As the head of the family, I simply didn't want to be accused of eavesdropping. Hart looked back and forth between Cardi and Alphisia carefully. Then, as if he had realized a new truth, he spoke up. Alphisia really does take after you, Duke. Hart. What? The couple's faces reddened at the sudden embarrassing remark. But Hart didn't stop there and continued to share his thoughts. Plus, she looks so much like Julian that sometimes I think Tina isn't the grandchild, but Julian is. Who looks like who? Hart. That brat isn't fit to lick my boots for 1,000 years. An old saying goes that strong denial is strong affirmation. Hart thought that old saying was quite reliable. Afterwards, having skillfully deflected the anger of the ducal bloodline, Hart calmly opened his mouth. To be honest, we're not doing this solely for Julian's achievements. While I feel this way too, Alphisia especially wants to give Glenn a chance to meet his birth parents. Then Hart concluded his statement while gazing at the golden particles gathering in his hand. And if I set my mind to it, I could make that happen right now. Status, 5/Weekmon Friday. Illustrations, posted in Discord. Hart contained the divinity swirling in his palm as he added. I said power, but I'm not trying to intimidate the demons with force. That would definitely get me killed this time. You speak as if you've died once already. Well, about that. Ahaha. Alphisia shot Hart a sharp glance then. It clearly wasn't a topic to be joked about. Cardi muttered his own understanding. I suppose, lying like a corpse for a year would do that. Cardi looked strangely tired. Hart was struck by the sudden realization that even this man could get wrinkles on his forehead. Soon after, Cardi indicated his approval. Even that cunning old Chandler acknowledges your cleverness, but you're not overdoing it, are you? Don't worry, father. I won't be a burden. All right, go on then. At the very least, I won't interfere with your plans. That's enough. Thank you, father. Alphisia expressed her gratitude casually. But Cardi stood there slack-jawed, as if he'd witnessed a rare sight. When a quiet exclamation escaped his parted lips, Alphisia's face flushed red. Let's go, Hart. Oh, Alphisia. Enough. Hurry up. Okay. Well then, we'll be going now, your grace. Hart hastily bowed and was forcibly dragged out by Alphisia. Left alone in the closed room, Cardi muttered his inner thoughts aloud. To think I'd live to receive thanks from my own daughter. He suddenly felt he'd made the right choice in taking Hart as his son-in-law. The marriage proposal had been a half-impulsive decision, but it seemed Alphisia's temperament had changed for the better during their time together. From childhood, she'd been so flawless that people heaped praise on her without a single criticism. That's why Cardi never bragged about his child, others did it for him. He often found this reality paradoxical. She was certainly praiseworthy in every way, but he never felt like boasting. There was a stark disconnect. She was his child, yet didn't feel like his child. Sometimes the feeling that she wasn't quite human sent a chill through him. Still, well, perhaps she'd grown to resemble her mother a bit. Her looks took after her mother completely, but her behavior had been the complete opposite. Yet just now, when she blushed in embarrassment, he was struck by how much she resembled her sleeping mother. She's grown up well while I wasn't looking. Cardi knew he wasn't a good parent. Of course, the ducal family was materially wealthy, so he could give Alphisia anything she wanted in the empire. But that was all. As a parent rather than a duke, Cardi had nothing else to give Alphisia. Or more accurately, he didn't know what else to give her. His late wife hadn't been much different in that regard. That's why Hart was so impressive. Not only had he changed Alphisia, but he gave and received trust and affection from all sorts of children. If he'd been even half the man his son-in-law was, perhaps Alphisia's changes would have come sooner. Getting old makes me dwell on the past instead of the future. How useless. It was fortunate. The current state of affairs was truly fortunate. Cardi sank into contemplation, ruminating on the current atmosphere of the household. The matter of the ceasefire agreement with the demons was decided after the conversation with Glenn ended. When asked if he wanted to meet his birth parents, Glenn, raised as a human, hesitated. But that didn't last long. The boy soon showed signs of growing curiosity. He seemed especially keen on demanding to know why they'd abandoned him in the human realm. If they were going to do this, there was no need to delay. Having made that judgment, Alphisia separated Tina and Echo, then summoned Glenn alone to her room. Glenn came to us with a look that suggested he'd already guessed the purpose. Hello, you two. Hello, Glenn. Alphisia returned Glenn's greeting. This too was part of the changed daily life. If it had been the old her, she would have just nodded slightly or answered with a curt, yeah. Still, the awkward atmosphere was hard to hide, and silence quickly took over. As a result, Hart had to clear his throat unnecessarily to break the ice. Ahem. As you've probably guessed, we called you here separately about meeting your birth parents. Yes, I'm prepared. Don't feel too pressured. If you're unsatisfied, you can always slap them once and run back here. The joke must have been too extreme, as Glenn laughed awkwardly. As the atmosphere lightened somewhat, Alphys slowly opened her mouth. By now, there should be talks at the Imperial Palace about making a ceasefire agreement with the demons. Did Julian help with that? At novel bin at. Something like that? But Julian lost his father to the demons. Glenn trailed off, clearly feeling guilty. Alphys continued speaking in an even tone. Not exactly. That child hated the Emperor. The Emperor was the one who gave him such a miserable childhood. This was from before the regression. Just once, Alphys had experienced a private audience with the Emperor as a Duke of the Empire. At that time, she asked the Emperor a question she'd been genuinely curious about. Did you not love the Second Empress? Julian had no backing. This was because the Second Empress was a commoner from an insignificant family with no proper background. If Court Counterwell hadn't taken pity on the Second Empress and taken in Julian, both mother and son would have met a terrible fate. Despite this, the reason a Second Empress with no strategic value became part of the imperial family. Alphys had guessed it was because she was the first woman the Emperor had ever loved. How would now be any different? This was the Emperor's answer to Alphys' question. His rather embarrassing confession that he still loved the Second Empress was delivered with remarkable composure. Why did you stand by and watch her die? Because I am the Emperor. That's not a very understandable reason. I suppose not. Just as others don't understand you, Duke, and you don't understand others. It was a cutting remark. He was implying that Alphys, who exploited people without an ounce of empathy for others, couldn't understand anything. Caught off guard, Alphys fell silent for a moment. During this pause, the Emperor set down his silver cutlery and spoke in a slightly cracked voice. An emperor wears a garment woven from the blood and flesh of his people. This feast, this vast imperial palace, the luxury envied by all nobles, it's all just a byproduct extracted from ordinary people. How dare I, with such a nature, try to become human? The seeds of kings and nobles are ultimately an illusion, and if I, no different from them, sit in this seat, shouldn't I fulfill my duty? If you preferred such a puppet-like existence, you shouldn't have taken in the Second Empress in the first place. I agree. It was probably the first and last mistake this puppet made in coveting a human. The Emperor readily admitted his own contradiction. Yet not even the slightest change could be detected in his facial muscles, making it difficult for even Alphys to read his true feelings. So, intending to test the Emperor, she offered advice. The first prince is incompetent. The second prince's health is concerning, and the third prince is clever, making him a suitable candidate for Emperor. Then, whether as a human or a puppet, hasn't the choice already been made? Let me ask you in return. Would you support that child? You're being mischievous. How long had it been since her relationship with Ascalon had soured? The Emperor nodded once at her expected response. No matter how much I try to protect him, it will only intensify the opposition from the Empress and yourself. Surely the impact of that will have to be absorbed by those below. In that case, my role should be to quietly transfer imperial authority. Even if Ascalon meets an unfortunate end, the empire you managed as a puppet will fall into the hands of an incompetent, you know. Even if the person at the top is incompetent, if those around them are wise, things can be sustained. Isn't that the case with the faction led by the Empress? By the way, seeing you worry so much, I'd say the empire will muddle through somehow. If things really start to look dire, you could always stage a rebellion. Your Majesty. If it comes to that, please spare the temple at least. If you turn your eyes in that direction unnecessarily, you might find your wicked eyes blinded. Alphys still found it difficult to distinguish whether the Emperor's parting words had been sincere or a joke. But she had to admit that his curse had been realized in some form or another. Indeed, in just a moment of looking, she had been blinded. She had experienced that. Thanks to none other than a foolish holy knight. Alphys, did I do something wrong? No. Okay. Your eyes just narrowed, so I asked. While this meaningless exchange took place, Glenn seemed to have steeled his resolve. If Julian is okay with it, I won't hesitate anymore. I'll take the chance I've been given. That's a good attitude. Hart ruffled Glenn's hair approvingly. Glenn smoothed his messed up hair back into place as he asked. But how can we meet them? Do we negotiate with the demons at the border and then enter the demon realm? There's an easier way. Glenn quickly realized what this easier way might be. He thought of the miracle Hart often abused. A miracle that folded space to move to a specific location. Using that power, they could step right into the Demon King's castle. But isn't this not allowed? Just as Glenn was about to express his concern, a golden radiance was already shimmering softly. It's okay. Hart smiled brightly. All of Glenn's worries had been within the expected range. Whether it was the principle of separation of church and state or the demon's hostility, it was all fine. This will be the last time I use miracles anyway. 5/5 enjoy the chapter. Illustrations, posted in Discord. Inside a room in the Luminal Mansion, a path of light unfurled, carved by a miracle through space. The heart of humanity's enemy race lay before them. Hart had effortlessly opened a way into the Demon King's castle, which he had once destroyed. This miracle wasn't for personal gain, nor could it be said to betray his sense of justice. Helping Glenn, a pure victim, allowed him to find a loophole in the restrictions. In this way, Hart narrowly avoided crossing the line that a baptismal name holder must maintain. Glenn, one step, and you're in your homeland. Director. Glenn gazed beyond the open space. He'd believed his connection to his parents was severed for life, yet now he could meet them so easily. It didn't feel real. Are you scared? Alphys asked bluntly. Glenn's lips tightened, as if deep in thought. As Glenn seemed to be reflecting on his current feelings, Hart realized the boy wasn't fully prepared. Of course he'd be scared. Though he'd decided to meet them himself, his parents were the Demon King and Letitia. They were the very beings humans were taught to stone on sight. They weren't people one could meet with half-hearted resolve. Glenn quietly nodded. Do you think they'll want to see me? You have doubts. Glenn responded to Alphys question with silence. It was essentially an affirmative silence. At this, Alphys turned to Hart. Hart. Hold Glenn's hand. Why don't you hold it yourself? I don't have the right. At least not in front of them. A shadow of melancholy crossed Alphys' face. She'd been harsh to Glenn since he was a boy. It felt too brazen to hold the child's hand in front of his real parents. Hart didn't push the issue. He simply took Glenn's hand as Alphys wished. Then Alphys offered an answer to Glenn's question. You just wondered if they'd want to see you. Yes. They'll want to meet you. They'll definitely want to see you, healthy and well. Driven by the sole purpose of bringing Glenn back, the leader of an entire race had periodically surveyed the human realm. Before the regression, when the Demon King missed a golden opportunity, he vented his anger fully on Alphys, who had captured Glenn. Then, knowing it was futile, he charged at humanity's last line of defense. Watching his actions, Alphys got the impression that rather than showing courage as the Demon King, it was the desperate struggle of someone with nothing left to lose. If Glenn truly meant nothing to him, he would have been more cautious in his words and actions. Unaware of all these details, Glenn carefully sought an answer. Why do you think so? Because they're parents. The kind who'd risk their lives for anything involving you. Like you, Director. Glenn recalled the past when Hart had willingly fought Bloody Dragon for Tina's sake. He'd secretly envied Tina ever since. Hart pretended to ponder for a moment, then grinned. This is a secret, you know. Yes, Director. Hart leaned in close to Glenn's ear, who had tensed up slightly, and whispered. They're probably just like me. For sure. What do you mean? I've lived a life full of mistakes and sins. Actually, thinking about it now, I suspect all novice parents are like that. No matter how much we worry, we make mistakes, but we can't show our kids how intimidated we are. We're just desperately trying to hide it. You two were like that. Of course, to the point where we could barely lift our heads from embarrassment. I can't believe it. To Glenn, the couple before him seemed perfect. He was certain that if a picture-perfect family existed, it would feel like this. But Hart and Alphys, the ones in question, knew this expectation was an overblown illusion. If they'd lived flawless lives without a single mistake, there would have been no reason for time to rewind. Knowing this better than anyone, Hart chuckled awkwardly. Shall we go, Glenn? What if I make a mistake? Glenn was making excuses, afraid to take the first step. It's okay to make mistakes. Look at Tina. But I'm not as cute as Tina. Get a grip, Glenn. You're handsome enough to rival Julian. You're well-mannered enough to impress the Duke. That's. Most importantly, you're kind. If Echo from her fragment days could see, there'd be no need for words. You're the best kid, Glenn. If Glenn had any flaw, it might be his low self-esteem. Sandwiched between the carefree Tina and the self-assured Julian, it was understandable. They were children with overwhelmingly strong presences, after all. No wonder he became dazed when trapped in a prison of praise. It's time to show them the world's most accomplished son, Glenn. Okay. And so, Hart obtained permission from Glenn, who had reached a state of mental weakness. The boy took a small step forward, his short legs filled with courage. It was just one step of courage, but that courage took him to a world beyond the horizon. To the homeland he thought he could never return to. At the top of the Demon King's castle's towering spire. From the height where the Demon Realm's capital could be seen at a glance, Hart spoke calmly. Maybe we should have brought Echo too. This was the first impression Hart voiced upon reaching the Demon King's castle. Glenn reacted sensitively to the unexpected name. Why Echo, Director? Since we've come so suddenly, the host might be quite angry. I thought showing them a potential daughter-in-law might soften them up. Kill two birds with one stone, you know? Have a meet the parents session too. What are you saying? We're not like that yet. Yet, you say. Planning for the future already, I see. As expected, a man should have some reliability. Director. Well, considering how often you sneak out at night because you miss her so much, it's only natural, right? They say the quiet cat conquers the kitchen counter first, haha, ugh. For a moment, Glenn empathized with Julian's feelings of getting riled up every time Hart teased him. He hadn't experienced it much before, so he hadn't realized, but Hart's wit was quite a provocative taunt. At the same time, he realized his nervousness had disappeared, until a thunderous sound rang out from somewhere. Boom, they're coming? Hart gripped Glenn's hand a little tighter and moved Alphys slightly behind him. In the material world, the Demon King was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if they had been making noise on the spire, the Demon King's keen senses would have detected the intruder's presence. Soon, the Lord of the Demon race leaped over the wall and arrived at the spire in a flash. He had the appearance of a boy, still showing traces of youth. Though he'd lived longer than anyone here, by the standards of the long-lived demon race, he was still in the midst of his growth period. The fact that he'd been chosen as the Demon King despite being in such an immature stage spoke to his talent. If my prediction is right, there should be one more guest. Hart's prediction was quickly proven correct. Crimson-tinged divine power filled the surroundings in the form of droplets. Then, as if on cue, the High Priest cut through space and revealed his weighty presence above the spire. What scheme brings you here? Using divine power, no less. The High Priest interrogated without even a pretense of courtesy. I have no intention to fight. Today, I'm here not as God's vanguard, but as the director of an orphanage. Hart responded without being intimidated by the pressure. Nonsense. Please wait, High Priest. The Demon King held back the High Priest, then observed the familiar-looking boy, the child who looked just like him, yet was almost hiding behind Hart. Your name? Glenn Baskhill, sir. The brief exchange was enough to silence everyone present. Even the High Priest, who had been full of hostility, stared at Glenn with a momentarily dazed look. In the midst of the suffocating silence, the Demon King released his bitten lip. I'll guide you to the reception room. At novel bin at. It was the High Priest who opened the passage from the spire to the reception room. It would be troublesome if rumors spread about humans being seen in the Demon King's castle. In other words, the reason for this unwanted miracle was consideration for the Demon King. As the warmth of life filled the quiet reception room, the Demon King broke through the tense atmosphere and spoke. What's your intention in bringing the child? When you find a lost child, it's only natural to return them to their parents. That was the truth. While they'd made excuses about Julian's achievements, the real purpose lay in finding Glenn's missing happiness. However, the Demon King didn't drop his suspicions and instead heightened his guard. Tell me what you want. Nothing. You didn't come here to waste time needlessly. Spill it. What are you plotting, using that child as a hostage? It was a statement openly admitting that they held the upper hand. In reality, the Demon King was anxious. The child he could call his life's goal was in the hands of those known as humanity's last line of defense. In truth, the Demon King's range of possible responses was narrow. He was trying his best not to show it on his face, but that was all. One wrong move, and not only the child but the entire demon realm could be swept up in a large-scale holy war. Meanwhile, Hart and Alphys were quite taken aback. They had anticipated hostility, but its intensity exceeded their expectations. I understand your caution, but we really just want to let Glenn meet his parents. How disgusting. To think that you, of all people, would use that child for such a pure purpose. Crack. The Demon King, in his boyish form, gritted his teeth roughly. His eyes narrowed as if looking at a faded landscape. The Demon King revived old memories as if dusting off an ancient frame. I know who you were before the world's time was twisted. 1/5 enjoy the chappy? Illustrations, posted in Discord. King Dash? The moment the Demon King revealed the truth, a thin barrier formed around Glenn. It was to temporarily block his hearing. The one who pulled this trick was none other than the Demon King himself. He didn't want Glenn to know the truth. Learning how he was treated in the world before time rewound and coming to hate them would certainly be a convenient situation. But more than creating an advantageous circumstance, he prioritized protecting the child from the cruel truth. It was the mindset of someone who, though he might be an incompetent king, refused to be a fallen father. For now, we'll take care of that child. All right. Alphys accepted the Demon King's proposal. Immediately, the High Priest used his divine power to isolate Glenn from the meeting space, as if they'd planned it beforehand. Glenn's figure vanished in an instant. Hart quickly guessed where the vanished Glenn would appear. Probably in Letitia Baskill's room. It was a mother-son reunion 10 years in the making. It would be impolite for an outsider like the director to interfere in their meeting. Now, they needed to focus on the Demon King, who had revealed an unexpected truth. You're not surprised. The Demon King remarked quietly, to which Alphys responded casually. Rather, it's the only way everything makes sense. Fate had changed dramatically. Though many factors had changed since Alphys' regression, it was ultimately limited to the human realm. There was no reason for the sabotage of the hunting festival, which hadn't existed in the original history, to happen. However, if the Demon King retained memories of the previous world, it made sense. All he knew about Glenn was that he had suffered countless abuses from humans. That's why he'd been so fervent in searching for Glenn. The vampire's rash actions upon discovering a Baskhill descendant were an example of this, as was the attempt to raid the hunting festival at the risk of war. The helplessness of having your only blood relative right before your eyes and being unable to do anything. You'll never understand. From the Demon King's perspective, Hart and Alphys were already in a deep relationship, just like in the original history. And Glenn existed under them, just as he had known. So it was natural for him to be certain that Glenn would be abused. But Glenn's attitude when they met at the spire was peculiar. The Demon King was shocked to see Glenn seemingly wary of him, his father, and hiding behind Hart. It was clear how much trust Glenn placed in a man who should have been his mortal enemy. This wasn't a shallow trust built over a day or two. They must have put in considerable effort. It was only natural that each of their actions in twisting time had been accompanied by plausible intentions. So tell me your purpose, humans. There must be a reason for your abominable change in attitude towards the child. At novel bin at. Meanwhile, Glenn was confused by the suddenly changed surroundings. Compared to the imperial palace and the ducal mansion in the human realm, even the decorative styles were different. The chandelier-like lights were carved to resemble bright roses, and the ceiling painted with oil painting-like patterns was magnificent. Until now, he had imagined the demon realm to be gloomy and eerie, but today, those rusty prejudices were shattered. The demon realm was also a land where intelligent beings lived. Where is this? Even at a glance, he could tell it was a bedroom for someone of high status. Not even Hart and Elphesia's master bedroom was decorated this lavishly. Yet this was just an empty room where only Glenn stood awkwardly. Unable to freely wander outside, Glenn found himself in a predicament. Click. Just then, as Glenn was trying to gather his thoughts, he caught the sound of a doorknob turning. If someone sees me, they might think I'm an intruder. Instinctively on guard, he closely watched the slowly opening door. There was nowhere convenient to hide. He just hoped the person coming in would be a manageable demon. Whew, I don't understand why he's in such a hurry to send a fire message. It's not uncommon, Your Highness. I'm sure he's sent a nice gift. I've scolded him so many times not to waste unnecessarily. It was a conversation between two women. At least they didn't sound like rough guards, which unconsciously made Glenn lower his guard. And so, a long-severed connection was re-established. Who are you? They froze. A woman wearing an elegant dress and the maid following her stopped in their tracks. Moreover, Glenn, who had been furrowing his brow in wariness, completely dropped even his minimal tension. The maid was clearly a demon, with skin color far from human. But the noble lady she attended was different. With her distinctly black hair and eyes, she was unmistakably human. Glenn instinctively realized. A bedroom fit for a high noble and the characteristics of Basque Hill blood. Letitia Basque Hill, the Demon King's companion, was the only human who fit these conditions. This can't be. Letitia Basque Hill let out a gasp. More than 10 years had passed, and he had grown unrecognizably. Yet there was no need to ponder who the child before her was. Glenn. Letitia rubbed her eyes. She doubted whether she was seeing an illusion out of longing. But no matter how much she repeated the process until her eyes hurt, Glenn remained unchanged before her. Having deduced that the woman was Letitia, Glenn tried to speak up to confirm. Mother. Mother. Just as he was about to utter that resonant word, Letitia rushed forward and embraced Glenn tightly. Seeing this, the maid tactfully stepped back. I'll wait outside the door. Please call if you need anything. The maid carefully exited, firmly closing the door behind her. In the private room that was created, a reconnected bond now resided. Should I call you mother? No. Mom is fine. Do you recognize me, Glenn? Yes. Though he gave a polite answer, internally he was just confused. After all, Glenn had been abandoned so long ago. He only had vague memories, with no clear recollections to speak of. Is she really my mother? All the circumstances pointed to this woman being Letitia Basque Hill. But the woman's youthful appearance stirred Glenn's doubts. She looked at most a year or two older than Hart and Elphesia. It was hard to believe that he was the fruit she had carried for 10 months, not an adopted child like Tina. You've grown so well, Glenn. Your hair and eye color are just like mine, but your face shape is exactly like his. How could I not recognize you? I see. How did you get here? If you had explored the demon realm on your own, I would have heard about it much sooner. The director brought me. The director? Who might that be? A human, I suppose. Yes, he's human. A bit special, though. I see. Well, a human would need to be quite special to come to the demon realm. I must express my gratitude. Glenn got the impression that Letitia was rambling, bringing up anything and everything. And indeed, Letitia was desperately trying to hide her anxious feelings. No matter how much she had longed for this, the baby she remembered had grown into a handsome young man. Even for a parent, it was bound to be awkward. But the more uncomfortable she appeared, the more uncomfortable Glenn would become. If that was the case, she'd throw away all shame and dignity. She wouldn't let go of this miracle she was witnessing after so many twists and turns, even if it meant proclaiming her clumsiness with her whole body. Come to think of it, do you remember my name? It's Letitia Basque Hill. Your father's name is Starkrizzle, and. Letitia hesitated, trying to think of what else to add, then covered it up with an awkward laugh. Haha. Is there anything you're curious about, Glenn? I've just been saying what I wanted to say. It's all right. Actually, I still have a mountain of things I want to say. I want to hear how you've been all this time, and I'm very curious about how you came here. Oh, I've kept you standing too long, haven't I? Would you come over here? When you were a baby, I used to put you to sleep in that bed over there, but that would be awkward now. Let's sit in these chairs. Letitia didn't know that Glenn was naturally reticent, so his passive and quiet responses made her feel like her throat was closing up. She sat Glenn down on the sofa and immediately took the seat next to him. Then she asked about one of the topics that had been bothering her. Oh, right. Who is this director you mentioned? He's the director of the orphanage where I was staying. Glenn's clear answer came immediately. Letitia quickly noticed that Glenn seemed to like this topic. Orphanage. Yes, of course. I see. But she couldn't help feeling guilty. Although the situation had been dire, the decision to abandon Glenn under the pretext of evacuation had been entirely her own. It was inevitable that Letitia's tone became more careful. It seems he took very good care of you. I must thank him. Even the clothes you're wearing look high quality. At first, I thought some noble boy had wandered into my room. The thanks, that's not necessary. How can you say that? He raised you so well and even brought you here. As your mother, I can't help but be grateful. Really, it's fine, mother. Letitia's expression hardened as she heard the subtle change in Glenn's tone. It might have been her imagination, but she felt a hint of resentment. Unfortunately, bad premonitions always come true. Next, Letitia had to face her son's resentful question. If you felt such a strong sense of responsibility, why did you abandon me, mother? 2/5 enjoy the chappic? Illustrations, posted in Discord. Glenn's accusation stabbed Letitia's heart like a sharp dagger. After all, she was the prologue to Glenn's misfortunes. Abandoned in the human realm, Glenn grew up in an orphanage. The director at the time was brutal and often beat the children. Whenever the director drank, the orphans would tiptoe down the corridors, trying their best not to be noticed. Then one day, Glenn overheard through a half-open door. The director had finally decided to sell Glenn, who had been strikingly handsome since childhood, to a noble with a taste for young boys. Indeed, blood will tell, Glenn's decision was bold and swift. He escaped from the orphanage with his small body. Glenn was 7 years old. It was during a harsh winter. After fleeing, Glenn became a beggar. He settled in back alleys and started begging, offering his meager earnings to thugs. He considered himself lucky to eat just enough to stay alive. At least until the security force investigating a murder case started combing through the back alleys. With nowhere left to go, Glenn wandered aimlessly. He roamed day and night, wherever his feet took him. When he was truly on the brink of starvation, he would steal. Once, right after snatching an apple, he tripped on a rock and fell. He was beaten within an inch of his life. The memory still haunts him. And so, barely surviving, he greeted the dawn of his 9th year. Glenn was kidnapped. The reason was his resemblance to the royalty of a fallen kingdom. Thrown into the slave market, Glenn underwent months of training. It was a process of thoroughly breaking the wild look in his eyes, gained from weathering the harsh world. He repeatedly practiced submitting to his future master. Later, when he was finally put up for illegal auction as a slave, Glenn saw a divine warrior descending from the heavens. God's vanguard, wrapped in golden radiance, judging evil. His voice recited divine words, and his hands held miracles that mended wounds. It was a moment of salvation unlike any other in his life. Following that line of mercy, Glenn had now reached this point. Face to face with the beginning of everything, the first severed connection. Letitia couldn't continue. The situation wasn't good. Back then, she had no choice. But such excuses felt too flimsy in the face of the heavy regret sleeping in those black eyes that resembled her own. Of course, the situation at the time had been an unprecedented political crisis. Letitia's tearful plea had resulted in the complete annihilation of many elite demons. The baptismal named child who appeared alone was strong enough to overturn the earth and split the sky. It was utterly overwhelming. Even if other mistakes were overlooked, the fact that the holy maiden who was to become the next high priest had perished put Letitia, a human, in a tight spot. It wouldn't have been strange if the demon's antipathy turned to hatred and directed their blades at Letitia. Even if she was the Demon King's only companion, Glenn had been a child who could barely speak. No matter how much she tried to protect him, it wouldn't have been strange if he died in an instant, caught up in some conspiracy. So she sent him to the human realm. Since he wasn't a demon anyway, he could never hope for the Demon King's throne. She believed it would be better for him to grow up among his own kind. Ironically, that one decision reversed the situation. The Demon King's companion felt threatened and abandoned her own child. Moreover, it was her firstborn son, conceived after countless women's sacrifices. The impact was huge because no one expected Letitia to go that far. Before long, the pressure on Letitia disappeared, and everyone was watching the Demon King's reactions. In a way, it was a twisted scenario where the mother benefited from her child's sacrifice. Therefore, it was only natural that Letitia found it difficult to even utter an excuse. I can hardly imagine how I should apologize to you. There's no need to apologize. Why? Whatever the past was like, I'm living well enough now, with people who care about me. Glenn's next words pierced Letitia's guilt even deeper. So I want to leave the past in the past now. From Letitia's perspective, Glenn had always been an ongoing concern. No matter how much time passed, he was always the precious child she had to reclaim in the end. But Glenn was saying he had already buried Letitia in the past. Letitia was no longer necessary for Glenn's happiness, which had grown surrounded by various connections at Novel bin Adat. Realizing this asymmetry in their relationship, Letitia could only groan. I'm sorry, Glenn. I told you, there's no need to apologize. But, to you, it's really okay. Glenn exhaled with a detached air, like someone who had let go of many things. Actually, I was troubled until I came here. I had a lot of worries about how to start talking, whether I'd be welcomed, things like that. Yes, somehow, I've forgotten all of that now. Right now, I just want to go home and rest. What? Letitia was startled. She was so shocked that she grabbed Glenn's sleeve. Go home? Your home is here. She tried to finish the sentence, but Letitia's lips wouldn't move any further. It was too shameless, even to her own ears. Given his hazy memories and weighing the parents who abandoned him against his current connections, it was clear which side would come out on top. Still, she couldn't let go of the sleeve she had grasped. How pathetic. She had finally met the child she had longed for every moment, and she didn't want to part ways indefinitely like this. Her desire was too strong to bury all her longing with just the fact that he was living well. She wanted to grasp even a sliver of opportunity. An opportunity to win the child's heart by raising him preciously, even if starting now. Mother. Yes, Glenn. I can't live in the demon realm now. No. That's not true. I'm sure things can change to suit you. At that moment, Glenn cut off Letitia's desperate words. It was an uncharacteristically bold move for the usually polite Glenn. I've found someone I like. In the instant Letitia's thoughts were colored with blankness, Glenn continued. There's someone who took me in knowing my entire background. And there are kids who are still my friends even after I revealed my secrets to them. And there are servants who always smile at me. There's also someone I respect endlessly. I like those people. And there's someone I like a bit more, in a special way, than the others. The place Glenn had to return to now was only one. A home full of people he liked in all sorts of ways was close by, unlike before when he wandered and suffered abuse. If he hadn't met them, Glenn would have taken Letitia's hand without hesitation. Couldn't you stay here even for a little while? If you'd give me a chance to change your mind. I'm sorry. Too much time has passed. I felt that way too. He had been alone for far too long. He had trudged through that pitch-black landscape like a night sea to finally reach the present, holding on to connections he absolutely couldn't give up. But your family is here. They're here too. Glenn quietly corrected her desperate plea. Suddenly, he remembered warning Rochelle Peter at the hunting festival. Why are you so kind to Echo? She's not prettier than me, and she's not family either. Glenn had answered that question without hesitation. She is family. With a gentle smile he rarely showed. Maybe someday, it could become even more real than it is now. Yes, they were family. Even without blood ties, they cherished each other and didn't abandon one another. Hart had personally defined that relationship as family to Glenn, who had been alone. From that point on, Glenn's place to return to was decided. Having thought that far, Glenn made a small sound. He imagined how Hart and Alphisia would think about this situation. Those kind people didn't come all this way just to destroy blood ties. It was Glenn's role to resolve his inner conflict and sever ties. And it was also Glenn's role to have the will to rebuild the relationship somehow. They came here to respect Glenn's choice. But if I cut ties completely, the director and vice director would be very worried. After all, it was they who brought him to the demon realm and gave him this chance to choose. It was natural for them to be concerned about a bad outcome. But he was conflicted. The moment he recognized this, Glenn realized that he harbored anger, that he resented the parents who had abandoned him, regardless of the circumstances. If he considered Hart and Alphisia's discomfort, it would be right to show a willingness to improve the relationship. There were countless ways to part on good terms without Glenn necessarily staying in the demon realm. The reason he ignored those methods and maintained a cold attitude was precisely because of anger. He had been sure he'd buried it long ago, but seeing her face in person seemed to have ignited emotions that had been gathering dust. As soon as he became aware of this, his head cooled down again. Glenn, now much calmer, spoke up. As I said, I have no intention of staying here. However, Glenn cut off his words with a firm tone and offered an alternative. I should be able to visit often, remembering Hart and Alphisia's other purpose. For that, I'll need your help, Mother. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Illustrations, posted in Discord. Meanwhile, in the reception room where the meeting was divided, Alphisia was eloquently continuing her speech. Though demons and humans are said to be enemies, at most there are only occasional small-scale conflicts. The wars with urgent exchanges have already become history book material. Of course, for most of you long-lived beings, it might just be a memory. The high priest, who had lived for a long time, twitched his eyebrow, but he kept his lips in firm silence, seemingly having no words to refute. Even if we declare a ceasefire, not much will change. Only the pointless conflicts will disappear. Neither race will lose anything. Will the humans follow the Empire's lead? The Demon King raised a question. Still, Alphisia's answer was refreshing. They will. Absolutely. The leader of the human alliance is undoubtedly the Empire, and as long as lines aren't crossed, public opinion won't waver. The Empire will endure forever. How can you be so sure? Though I hate to admit it, the child who's about to take the throne is wise. Probably one of the most notable in human history, short as it is. Alphisia wore an empty smile. It felt absurd to her, acknowledging Julian. It couldn't be helped. That was Alphisia's true feeling. Even if she hadn't been kidnapped by the Demon King in the past before the regression, she would have raised her hands to Julian's strategies. The adult Julian had sharply pierced Alphisia's expectations. That's why she had to acknowledge the cheeky brat who had beaten her as the victor of the era. I can see that your words are true. However, still, the Demon King furrowed his brow and rejected Alphisia's proposal. I see no compelling reason to mingle. There's no loss, but no gain either. Moreover, your proposal, coming from those bound to us by bad blood, rings hollow. I completely agree. What? The Demon King asked in confusion at Alphisia's immediate agreement. However, Alphisia didn't rush to speak her next words. She just waited, stacking her hands like a tower. If there's no loss and no gain, then I should create a situation where there's no loss but there is gain. Quite some time had passed since the substantial talk began. Alphisia firmly believed that the right moment was approaching. And as if answering her belief, the door to the reception room was flung open without warning. Bang! The intruder's entry was instantaneous. Ha, ha, Letitia. The intruder was Letitia. She had beads of sweat on her forehead as if she'd run through the castle, forgetting her dignity. Her disheveled black hair and trembling dark eyes spoke volumes about her state of mind. Good. Alphisia, certain of this, gave a soft-eye smile. Finally, all the main guests are here. What is this? While the demon side was experiencing bewilderment, Alphisia once again extended her proposal. Let's create mutual benefits. Dash. Inside the reception room, now reorganized with the addition of one person, Alphisia opened her mouth with a friendly smile. Did your reunion with your son go well? The Demon King made an expression as if he had goosebumps at her demeanor, which didn't have even a speck of hostility. But Letitia, who hadn't had a chance to look at her companion's face, responded with pure joy. Ah, so you're the vice director Glenn mentioned. I've been wanting to thank you for taking such good care of Glenn all this time. Letitia's innocent statement simultaneously struck the hearts of two beings. One was Alphisia, who had mercilessly abused Glenn, and the other was the Demon King, who knew of Alphisia's past actions. In truth, the Demon King had hidden the memories of the time before the regression, not wanting to upset Letitia. So from Letitia's perspective, Hart and Alphisia were nothing short of lifelong benefactors. There's no need to thank me. The one who actually took Glenn in was him. Alphisia glanced sideways at Hart. At this, Letitia brightened and directly offered Hart a handshake. Oh, so you're the director? Glenn spoke of you so proudly. Thank you so much for saving our child from danger. It was nothing. Hart hesitated but shook hands with Letitia. Since Hart wasn't involved in Glenn's suffering before the regression, the Demon King didn't feel his insides burning up. I was truly surprised. Not only did you hide him knowing his background, but you even raised him like a minor nobleman. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Letitia, there's no need to be so deferential. They only took him in because they knew. What are you saying? If they took him in knowing, that's even more reason to be grateful. Considering what royals of Basque Hill go through in the human realm. What I mean is, how should I explain this? Letitia's reaction, unaware of the truth, was reasonable. If anything, it made the Demon King, who wanted to treat Hart's group coldly, look like trash. But he didn't want to reveal the truth from before the regression and plant bitter guilt in her. This only deepened his dilemma. By the way, what brought you rushing here? I thought you'd want to talk more with the child. I have a favor to ask of you. Judging by how urgently you came, it must be an important matter. If it's not confidential, please tell us. The ceasefire between the two races, which originally should have been negotiated over a long period. Letitia breathed a huge influence into this delicate meeting. I want to interact with humans. Letitia. What? It was like a spark in a powder keg. The Demon King and High Priest groaned simultaneously. On the other hand, Alphisia revealed a moment of joy while covering her lower jaw. That's not impossible. This is ridiculous. Stark. Letitia almost forcibly covered the Demon King's mouth. Then she began to recite her conversation with Glenn. Our child says he can't live in the demon realm. What? He says he has too many precious people in the human realm now to move to the demon realm. He can't give up those people. That's a problem. Just as he was about to say it's not a problem, the Demon King realized it was indeed a significant issue. Normally, Glenn's residence could be forced by the Demon King's will. That's how royalty works. In exchange for vast authority, there's also an undeniable loss of freedom. Nevertheless, there were two reasons why Glenn couldn't be bound. First, the man protecting Glenn was humanity's last line of defense. Second, he too was a husband and father to a woman. Though he pretended to be firm, not wanting to make Letitia anxious, in truth, the Demon King was also a parent who wanted to run and embrace Glenn the moment he saw him. Such a person wouldn't want to incur resentment from the blood relative he had just reunited with. But reality was always harsh. Letitia, I'm sorry, but even I can't do anything about this. Even if we officially declare a ceasefire, interaction is impossible. As Letitia let out a sigh, Alphisia quickly interjected. It's possible. It'll just take some time. Really? Alphisia nodded firmly to the brightening Letitia. First comes the ceasefire. Then, after a certain interval, if the demon side proposes interaction first, extremely limited exchange might be possible. This was a loophole in the human defense agreement. While it was a violation for humans to express intent for interaction first, there was no clause about the opposite. If demons were to open the channel first, agreement among the heads of state would take priority. Alphisia believed Julian would handle that coordination well. How long of an interval? At least 5 years. Generously speaking, you should look at 7 years or more. This is just an intuitive calculation, so I'll need to analyze it further. I see. Trust is like sediment, you know. It can't be helped if it takes a long time. Of course, it only seemed long from a human perspective. For demons with their sense of time, it was just a moderate period. In other words, to the Demon King's sensibilities, it was as good as saying he could properly face Glenn in a short time. Though there's high variability depending on their political capacity, the plan itself is plausible. However, the Demon King was conflicted. As Alphisia intended, there was no loss and there was gain. But this time, the problem was the lack of justification. Any policy needs a justification to be implemented, but it was difficult to push for interaction with humans solely on the grounds of wanting to see one's blood relative. Moreover, the gain was close to a bitter pill to swallow, so it was natural for his inner thoughts to be complicated. Your Majesty, At that moment, Hart, who had been quietly observing, called out to Letitia. Did Glenn talk about me a lot? Startled by the sudden change of topic, Letitia hesitated before speaking. Yes. Half of his talk was about the director. Though our conversation was brief, it was clear how much the child respects you. Is that so? Hart turned his gaze to Elphesia, and Elphesia immediately recognized Hart's characteristic look of sheepishness at novel bin at. Her husband was about to do something impulsive. By the time she noticed and tried to stop him, Hart's lips were already opening of their own accord. High Priest. What is it, youngster? Resolving to honor the weight of respect he received from the child, Hart didn't hesitate. I will engrave the baptismal name vow. 4/5 enjoy the chappy? Illustrations, posted in Discord. Hart. Elphesia instinctively shouted. What was the baptismal name vow? It was the highest form of binding that never allowed for non-fulfillment. In fact, in the erased history, Hart had no choice but to die no matter what option he chose, thanks to the baptismal name vow. It's all right, Elphesia. Hart calmed Elphesia with a gentle voice. Though he might be dull-witted, he wasn't lacking in learning ability. The baptismal name vow doesn't always create extreme bindings. That's true. Even if the content is trivial, you must keep your word without fail. The High Priest readily agreed. At this, Elphesia shot a venomous glare at the High Priest, who seemed to be strangely encouraging Hart. Of course, the hostility of a young commoner had no effect on the High Priest's actions. So, let's hear it. What's your intention in declaring that you'll take on this binding at this point? It's to provide justification. Justification. If it were just between individuals, this conversation would end quickly. But your leader needs to explain to the other demons why you should interact with humans, doesn't he? What can you do? The High Priest's eyes narrowed to threads. Hart judged that he was showing considerable interest. So he decided to fit in the last key to the negotiation. The achievement that the demon race will gain from interacting with humans is the sealing of my divine power. You can spread the rumor however you like. It doesn't matter if you say I begged you to open the channel, promising to seal my divine power. This wasn't an exaggeration of self-importance. Sealing Hart's divine power was a security benefit for the demon race. The balance between humans and demons was severely tilted due to Hart's existence alone. Above all, from the demon's perspective, the incident of Hart killing the Holy Maiden would still be deeply engraved in their consciousness. Of course, we have conditions too. I'm listening. You won't lend your strength to conflicts. In other words, even if a holy war breaks out, as long as the High Priest doesn't intervene, Hart's divine power seal would remain valid. It was essentially giving with one hand and taking with the other. Even if a holy war erupted, if the High Priest was absent, the advantage would still be closer to humanity. He probably knows this, but he'll accept it. As long as Glenn was alive, the Demon King couldn't make the decision to invade humanity. Moreover, barring any mishaps, Hart was destined to age and return to the Earth earlier than Glenn. In other words, it was a contract where humanity had nothing to lose. After brief consideration, the High Priest let out a heavy breath. If I don't accept here, I'd be admitting that I'm always plotting revenge. There'd be no problem for either side. For humans or demons. It's just a promise to return to the Earth in a few decades if peace is maintained. Human lifespans are short. Even anomalies like you succumb to the natural order. I'm just a human who was luckier than others. He really could only describe it as being lucky. From birth, he had received the name of a great god and was taken in by the comfortable temple. As time passed, after many twists and turns, he met Elphesia, and thanks to the divine blessing he received at that time, he had overcome various incidents to reach this point. That made him purely happy. He could protect the happiness that continued every moment by giving up pure coincidence from now on. Your Majesty, speak. Let it be as you wish. The temple will follow the decision of our Lord. The High Priest handed over full authority. Now the decision rested solely in the Demon King's hands. The justification had been established. Moreover, neither side had anything more to concede. Therefore, after a long silence, the Demon King gave his answer. The ceasefire agreement. I'll accept it. The first person to exclaim at his declaration was Letitia. She had been anxiously wondering if the Demon King might express a different intention. If our Lord has made such a decision, we must fulfill our part as well. Of course we should. The moment Hart and the High Priest's eyes met, golden divine light brightly illuminated the reception room. The particles moving as if pushed by water currents resembled a cluster of stars pulsating in the Milky Way. The baptismal name vow had begun. From this moment on, I swear to seal the power of the sovereign god. Elphesia felt uneasy. Though it was a vow that had undergone sufficient review, bad memories plagued her. Hart reassured her with a gentle eye smile. I engrave before the sovereign god an eternal promise that, unless the High Priest of the demons uses his power to threaten humanity, this vow shall persist. The divine power that had been rippling like a river formed a ring like a Mobius strip. Then, it entwined Hart and the High Priest, the subjects of the vow, engraving an absolute binding. I really can't understand. The High Priest muttered. I get that you're trying to be considerate of our Lord's bloodline. But why sacrifice yourself by taking on such a one-sided burden? Your question is wrong, High Priest. What? More precisely, the question doesn't make sense. Hart refuted his doubt with a detached smile. You can't call doing what's right a sacrifice. Though they might not be Glenn's parents, they were family. That's why he wanted Glenn to recover even a little more of his lost happiness. He was also Alphesia's partner. He wanted to share the weight of the guilt she carried. If he could lighten his wife's burden even a little in exchange for his divine power, it was an incredibly cheap price to pay. Surely the sovereign god had bestowed the baptismal name for this purpose. The name Messiah, which was too grand for him. I don't get it. Everyone has their own way of living. I won't force you to understand. The high priest shut his mouth as if he'd been hit with a comeback. Seeing this as an appropriate timing, Hart spoke up with a somewhat brazen face. From today, I won't be able to manifest miracles. So what? Could you open a path for us to return? Ha. He sighed as if exasperated. Though he didn't explicitly say it out loud after that, Hart took this as a sign of acceptance. Snap. The high priest snapped his fingers. Instantly, Glenn's figure appeared in the reception room. Whoa. Glenn groaned at the sudden change in his surroundings. But that was only for a moment. He soon exchanged glances with Alphesia. Sensing that the negotiation had been successful, Glenn quietly curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. Ahem. At that moment, the Demon King made a natural-sounding fake cough. It was just enough noise for Glenn's gaze to linger on him for a moment. Thus, father and son's eyes met directly, but neither of them exchanged even a simple greeting. An awkward atmosphere persisted to an almost troublesome degree. This is so awkward. Glenn cried out inwardly. He was facing a father who didn't even remain in his memories at the onset of puberty. With Glenn's personality, it was inevitably difficult to lead the conversation. Even without the buried years, there was a barrier. More than that, he's too young. Calling him young was a polite expression because Glenn himself was young. If Glenn had met him as an adult, it would have been replaced with the expression looks young. Even now, his appearance suited the title of older brother more than father. It seemed more natural to call Hart father instead. Mother is young too, but father is excessive. At best, he looked about 17 in human years. For 12-year-old Glenn, it was difficult to address him as father. Enough. Stark. Squeeze. Letitia gripped the Demon King's wrist with all her might. Then she showed Glenn an unnatural smile and made an excuse. Your father isn't good with words usually. I'd appreciate it if you could understand. I'm the same. You take after him in that aspect. Is that so? Of course. Hart thought it was quite a spectacle watching them from a few steps away. Certainly, except for the color of their eyes and hair, he could see Glenn in their features. He felt a bit sorry for thinking they looked more like siblings than father and son. Glenn, could you come here? Yes, mother. Glenn readily complied with Letitia's request. As the distance between them closed, he soon received a rather difficult request and broke into a cold sweat. Give your father a hug. At this rate, it seems he won't be able to say a word until you leave. Just once is enough, please. Glenn took several deep breaths. It seemed to be quite a challenging request. Letitia's eyes were too desperate to refuse, and it felt like betraying the bonds of family. After a moment of mental preparation, Glenn closed his eyes tight and hugged the Demon King's back. Small and soft. That was the Demon King's first impression. The reality that the child who could barely walk had grown up and was now giving an awkward hug felt dreamlike. On the other hand, he felt afraid, sensing that the years he would have to endure from now on would pass very slowly. In the midst of this, Letitia embraced the frozen father and son together. It was truly a dreamlike scene. But dreams are meant to be woken from eventually. The time for farewell was steadily closing in on them. Your Majesty, it's time to send them off. The Demon King let out an empty sigh. Letitia was no different, having woken from the sweet dream. It's too frustrating. If we part now, I don't know when we'll be able to see each other again. It's my fault, Letitia. In the past, he had made a hasty decision. The Demon King, with memories from before the regression, only knew that Glenn was being abused in the human realm. So he sought ways to retrieve him somehow. That was why he had raided the hunting festival, accompanied by the High Priest. However, the fact that the Demon King's memories from before the regression were limited to his lifetime led to a misunderstanding. He had presumed that the High Priest would have punished Hart after his death. Moreover, even the High Priest had asserted that God's vanguard couldn't defeat him. The surprise attack on the hunting festival was indeed as close to a perfect plan as possible. If only that incident hadn't happened, we could have opened the path to interaction faster. But no matter how much he regretted it, the clock of the mortal world would no longer rewind. As the Demon King resigned himself and steeled his patience, Glenn sprinkled rain on him. I'll see you again. That rain was clearly tinged with shyness. Father. Yes. Though the conversation between father and son ended there, Letitia expressed her lingering attachment with her whole body. Go to bed early and wake up early. Eat hearty meals, and stay away from bad friends. Listen well to the director and grow up strong. And so on. She poured out a flurry of nagging as if unleashing 10 years' worth at once. When Hart took charge of the paralyzed Glenn, the High Priest lightly opened a spatial rift. Hart sent Alphesia and Glenn ahead first, then followed their footsteps. The moment his feet stepped towards the boundary of space, the world turned black and white. Moreover, the scenery visible to the eye slowed down infinitely. In this world that seemed as if time had stopped, the High Priest's voice was heard. Youngster, do you have something left to say? There's something I want to ask. Go ahead. The High Priest twisted his lips. He maintained a long, sticky silence as if hesitating. Then, what he asked was, who won? It was a foolish question. Pardon. I don't know the erased history. I only know what I heard from our Lord. the confrontation between you and me must have been inevitable. Despite having the face of a veteran of 100 battles, he asked a very childish question at Novel bin Adat. You and me, who was the winner? Would you believe me if I told you? Ha! The high priest exclaimed, expelling all the breath from his lungs. It seems I've heard the answer. The high priest turned his steps. At the same time, the world's scenery was restored to its original colors. And so, Hart returned to his world, full of precious people, having become human. Illustrations, posted in Discord. A week had passed since their visit to the demon realm. Though the meeting had produced results worthy of historical record, the public remained unaware. Most of it was kept secret until Julian completed his coronation and ascended to the throne as emperor. In one corner of this peacefully unaware society, someone was recounting a part of that history. It was Hart, visiting the temple to report on recent events. So, you exchanged your divine power for peace. Yeah, something like that? My goodness. Ibria couldn't hide her astonishment. Hart had pulled off something unbelievable, despite having only recently awakened from a coma. What's there to regret? Actually, divine power should be sealed away for life. Well, that's true, but it was abnormal for Hart to have used miracles so freely after leaving the temple. The more peaceful the world became, the more divine power should have faded from people's memories. Anyway, I'm glad. I'm satisfied just knowing that Hart didn't give up his baptismal name. The Pope gently defended Hart. Surprisingly, Hart doesn't seem to value his life much, does he? I do now. Oh, because I've become human. Probably for quite a while now. God's vanguard, who had intended to use his life's worth, had established his identity as a human while walking the path of life. Now, he was just an ordinary person who wanted to watch over his precious people for the rest of his life. Erheit. Yes. What makes a good family? Hart thought Glenn's situation resembled his own. Especially similar was how they had both been abandoned somewhere when their sense of self was vague. Of course, unlike Glenn, the place where Hart had been abandoned was the doorstep of the temple. That's why the concept of family had been vague to the past Hart. Perhaps it was because this concept was so faint that he had accepted the children as family without resistance. Sometimes I wonder about that. In any case, Hart had formed a family, so it was natural for him to ponder what made a good family. I think Erheit is a good parent. That's why I want to ask for advice. How can a human who can't handle miracles become a good parent? Oh my. Erheit's eyes widened as if surprised. Then, with a slight snicker, she responded cheekily. Hart, you really do give compliments that even Ibria has never given. You're such a good son. I might not know about being a good parent, but you're certainly a good son, aren't you? I can give compliments too. Oh my, Ibria. There's a world of difference between being able to do something and actually doing it. Erheit sneered at the indignant Ibria, then somewhat forcefully changed the subject. First, thank you for seeing me as a good parent, Hart. It means a lot to me. It means the past years weren't in vain. What do you mean? As you know, I've lived for quite a long time. I've dealt with many children at the temple, though it's only been 200 years since my first child-rearing experience. That's surprisingly short history. Hehe, indeed. Erheit narrowed her eyes as if projecting the past onto a distant mountain. Her cheekbones were slightly raised as she immersed herself in memories. At first, it was no joke. I'd grab a 2- or 3-year-old child by the ankle and lift them upside down. Picky eating is bad for the body, so I'd grind up grass with goat's milk and pour it down their throats. Erheit did. For your information, this is about His Holiness the Pope. What? Hart never dreamed that even the Pope had been raised by Erheit. And with such harsh treatment. Without a baptismal name, I would have died for sure. Young humans are quite fragile compared to dragons. I didn't know they were that delicate back then. Faced with this attack laced with vocal techniques, Erheit avoided eye contact and made excuses. Meanwhile, Hart found it hard to believe that Erheit had a history of such incredible child-rearing at Novel bin Adat. Anyway, after several experiences like that, I received praise from Hart as a good parent. Humans often seem to forget, but becoming a parent is a first for everyone. No matter how hard you try, you can't be perfect. I see. Of course. So don't be impatient. I'm sure Hart can become a good family member. A good parent, guarantee it. The scriptures say not to make guarantees. Oops, how careless of me, being a divine dragon and all. Then shall we believe? After all, as you know, our job is to believe. Yay, our job is to believe. You're right, Erheit. Hart admitted he had become anxious after seeing the example of the Demon King and his companion. It seemed his uneasiness had grown because he didn't want to face an outcome that forced unwanted patience due to a momentary mistake. Looking back, all he could do was act according to his beliefs. Right. I should believe. Believe that I can be a good family member to the children and Elphesia. He had gained a satisfying realization, just as he thought it might be okay to get up and leave. That's right. Would you come with me for a moment, Hart? A rainbow flickered in the Pope's eyes as he called out to him. It was early evening, with the sun setting, when Hart returned to the ducal mansion. The trees and buildings casting long shadows somehow felt new. How could a world covered in twilight be so surreal? As he opened the front door of the mansion, taking in the fresh air, his eyes met Tina's, who happened to be passing by. Oh, Dad? You're back. Yeah, where's Elphesia? Mum's still working. Same as always. Hart glanced at the large clock hanging in the mansion. The hour hand pointed to 5 o'clock. Coincidentally, it was the same time Hart used to come to meet Alphisia in the world before the regression. She always greeted Hart in her office. She would furrow her brow, moving her pen over stacks of documents managing the vast ducal estate. The Duke must be dumping work on her, saying he's preparing for retirement. Soon, if Julian established his reign, Alphisia's investiture ceremony would also be held. Then, as the Duke wished, Tina's family register would be adjusted too. Hart imagined Tina as a princess. He imagined his daughter receiving the name Tina Luminal and charming all the young nobles in the world. This won't do. Just thinking how being a good dad is really difficult. He knew future Tina would grow into a truly beautiful woman. Moreover, since she was now growing up preciously with less hardship, her beauty would shine even more. Hart already wanted to set up curfew regulations. Considering that noble socializing took place at numerous night parties, it was an idea that would make Tina an outcast. Tina tilted her head at Hart, who was smiling faintly. By the way, Dad, is it true that you can't use miracles like before anymore? Oh my, it seems there are no secrets among you kids. Hehe. Tina adorably averted her eyes. That Julian, he just can't keep his mouth shut. Given the nature of the matter, Hart had told Julian the truth. After all, Julian's side needed to know what was used to negotiate with the demons so they could prepare. But to think he'd tell Tina straight out. And if Tina knew, Glenn probably knew too. No wonder Glenn has been strangely watching me since yesterday. It seemed Julian deserved a light knock on the head to feel less wronged. Just as he was about to brush off this thought as a joke, Tina's lips carried disaster. Actually, Julian was quite serious. He said that now that you don't have miracles, he can train hard and beat you up. He said he'll learn swordsmanship diligently from now on and definitely avenge all the humiliation he's received. I see. Shouldn't a man dream big? And an adult who denies a child's dream is surely a poor adult. He understood it all. He understood everything, but an adult who doesn't do their best is just as bad. Hart vowed before Tina to respond to Julian's spirit with all his heart and soul. Alphisia, I'm sorry. I promised not to draw it again. Cry, oh Hellblade. Anyway, he needed to go get the sword he had abandoned at the temple long ago. Hart deeply engraved this future schedule in his heart. Thanks for letting me know, Tina. It's nothing, Dad. Good luck. If my daughter is cheering me on, I should start warming up right away. But Mom seemed to be waiting for you. As much as he didn't want to change his words right away, he had no choice once Alphisia was mentioned. The only thing more urgent than this would be the High Priest invading humanity. Go quickly. Hart turned his back on Tina, who was waving with a beaming face. As soon as Hart climbed the stairs and turned the corner, Tina spotted Glenn watching from a distance and ran over to him. This is the 3rd floor, but she sensed me from the entrance. Glenn was shocked. The talent of half-dragons was truly frightening. Without particularly dedicating himself to training, witnessing her reach the 3rd floor in just a few leaps made him keenly feel the unfairness of the world. Soon after reaching Glenn, Tina opened her mouth with clear eyes. Did you hear? Dad said he'll do his best. This will help Julian more, right? When Tina spoke, Glenn had just witnessed Hart's cheeks twitching unnaturally. That alone gave him a very clear sense of Hart's state of mind. Yet Tina, who had observed Hart up close, spoke confidently. I hope Dad gets much stronger. Then Julian can get stronger too. I'm so excited. Don't you think so, Glenn? Tina was the epitome of pure innocence. Faced with this, Glenn defined the pure girl with one word. Villainess. Illustrations, posted in Discord. In the office of the Luminal Ducal Mansion, twilight crept in. Alphisia Luminal furrowed her brow at her desk. Hart felt a pang of nostalgia seeing her wrestle with paperwork, reminiscent of a future that now existed only in memory. The difference from before was the cute round-framed glasses she wore. The parabolic curve of the glasses cord gave her an intellectual air. I'm back. You took a while. Something came up. A moment later, Alphisia, who had been sitting as straight as if measured with a compass, pushed her chair back. She set her pen down on the desk and gestured for Hart to take a seat. Sit down. In front of the work desk were sofas arranged in parallel lines and a table for casual tea talks. Hart simply chose a sofa to sit on, but surprisingly, Alphisia took the seat right next to him. Despite knowing full well that the norm was to sit facing one's conversation partner. Alphisia. Don't be shy, just say it. It's nothing. You're such a contrarian. Alphisia snorted at Hart, then muttered as if to herself. Being like this makes me feel like we've gone back to that time. You mean that time? Yes, that time. When you'd yell at the top of your lungs and scold me as naturally as breathing, right? At that moment, Alphisia's crown seemed to shoot up. It was an optical illusion created by her body trembling. What nonsense? That was because you kept doing stupid things and it was frustrating. Yeah, just like now. You. Alphisia's lips moved furiously, but no sound came out as if her vocal cords were blocked. She seemed to be writing and erasing arguments in her head. You idiot. But the words Alphisia finally spat out were just that. Her face, of course, was close to bright red. You must miss that time, Alphisia. Why would I? Because we've known each other for so long. I can tell just by your voice. Suddenly, an interesting idea flashed through Hart's mind. After considering it internally, it seemed like something Alphisia might actually like quite a bit. So Heart put away his sly expression and recalled his time at the temple. Did I upset you? Don't be angry, Alphisia. What? I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore. What's with this stupid act all of a sudden? Alphisia was so dumbfounded she couldn't finish her sentence. For a moment, she truly thought Heart had gone mad. She should slap his cheek right away to bring him back to his senses. She should, but... Ugh. Click, it felt like a switch had been flipped somewhere inside her. It was hard to shake off Heart's puppy dog eyes, which she hadn't seen in so long. Alphisia became acutely aware that she had indeed been longing for the vanished past. After all, she had lived for nearly 10 years holding on to memories from before the regression alone. During that time, the reality without the Heart she knew had been incredibly lonely. This remained true even after encountering Heart as the director of the orphanage. The density of their shared years had been reset, and she had to build a new relationship while holding on to memories alone. That was certainly the case, but when he stimulated her old nostalgia like this, damn it, she could only bite her upper lip and avert her gaze. She felt like she was falling deeper into this ridiculous act. Don't look away, please look at me, Alphisia. Stop it. Really? Are you sure? Ugh. The Heart I knew would understand when I said something. I'll always listen carefully to what you say, Alphisia. Damn it. Heart opened his round eyes innocently. He truly deserved the title of a great actor. At least, that's what Alphisia could assert. If that's how you're going to be, I have some thoughts of my own. Huh. Alphisia gripped Heart's temples with both hands. Then, her strength forcibly pushed Heart's face down onto her thigh. The moment Heart's head made contact with Alphisia's softness, the fine hairs on Heart's body stood on end. You like this kind of thing, don't you? You, perverted holy knight. Who's a pervert? I can't believe you dropped the act so quickly. Even as Alphisia berated Heart, she didn't release her hold. Looking at her husband sunk into her lap, she soon wore a sly smile. You talk big, but you're not resisting at all, Heart. As the only daughter of the luminal ducal family, her level of training was high. However, compared to Heart, who was unparalleled throughout history, it was nothing. If Heart had truly insisted on being gentlemanly, he could have easily broken free. In other words, Heart had succumbed to desire. Finally, his body honestly acknowledged it. Do you like it that much? Just like that pervert holy knight commander who groped my thigh at our first meeting. Ugh. Heart faced a crucial crossroads. If he said he liked it, he'd be admitting his weakness to lust, but if he said he didn't, it might hurt her feelings. No, even this was just an excuse. There's no way I could push her away saying I don't like it. Having honestly admitted this to himself, Heart suddenly remembered. They weren't lovers, but husband and wife. There was no need to feel burdened by an act as simple as a lap pillow. I like it. What? I want to do this every day. Now it was Alphisia's turn to be stunned. She rubbed her ears with the hand that had been holding Heart, as if she couldn't believe what she'd heard. Her conclusion after doing so was that there was nothing wrong with her hearing. Is this a dream? It's reality, Alphisia. The Heart in reality wouldn't say such lewd things. I guess the Heart who's not a holy knight can. Heart thought that perhaps the sovereign god had wanted him to live a more honest life than before. He always had a question. What point in his life was his previous life? What was the true reason for the return of those memories that triggered his escape from the temple? Today at the temple, the Pope had guided him to a place where he could find that answer. It was the hall where saints or holy maidens received baptism to continue their lives as vessels of the sovereign god. As soon as Heart set foot there, the Pope nodded. As I thought. Heart was once a vessel inhabited by the sovereign god. Your Holiness, what do you mean? This is a sacred area that can't be entered except by the sovereign god's proxy and candidates. But Heart stepped in quite naturally. That's... Heart instinctively recalled the erased history. The moment when the overwhelming raw power unleashed by the high priest had nullified the divine power Heart had squeezed out. At that time, his mind was filled with only one thought, to save Alphisia. So he prayed. He asked for the sovereign god's world, beyond the frame of the material world, to descend here. At the same time, rainbow light drove away the high priest's power. It colored the dawn with the same hue as the Pope's divine power. Thus, Heart had temporarily become the sovereign god's avatar. Well then, I'll see you later, Heart. Your Holiness? What am I supposed to do here? The Pope closed the door to the sacred area without even listening to the end of Heart's question. In the utterly quiet, pure white space, there, Heart heard the voice of God. At the end of a fate that had rushed towards tragedy, that beautiful timber that had been testing him. Thanks to this, he understood all the truth. The sovereign god had lowered their rank as a god in exchange for rewinding time. Originally, they should have borne the price of annihilation, but they avoided the crisis by binding the memory to the leader of the enemy race. And while the world was being reconstructed, Heart's soul, having lost its body, had no choice but to take refuge in another world. That world was the previous life where he had observed the current life through the sovereign god's arrangement. Therefore, the premature death in his previous life was inevitable. When the world was completely reconstructed, Heart's soul had to find its place again. This was the truth Heart came to know. Are you satisfied, my sovereign god? How were they viewing this outcome of the fate they had stirred up? He was deeply curious about that, but it was impossible to get an answer. So Heart came to one conclusion. If he lived his current life faithfully and came to face the sovereign god, he would surely press them. As a beneficiary of that mercy, as a lucky one who had gained the chance to make his precious people happy, he would express his gratitude. I'm wrapped in quite an undeserved happiness. Is my lap really that great? That's not what I meant. Ahem. Hart sat up. If he stayed surrounded by Alphesia's warmth and scent any longer, he didn't think his thoughts would function properly. I just felt like I've been running busily until now. I suppose we have. It might be an illusion caused by inflated emotions. Life is like a race towards the end for everyone. It would be unusual to look back now and get lost in sentimentality. So, Alphesia decided to urge her stopped steps forward. Let's make a promise, Hart. A promise. Yes, a promise. Hart smiled gently and asked. How many clauses? 3. Just like when you came to the orphanage. They both chuckled softly at the casual joke. It was hard to gauge how long it had been since they had a conversation like this, looking at each other intently. Especially for Alphesia, who had endured Hart's absence. Finally, she opened her mouth. First, we'll fulfill our duties as husband and wife. That's exactly the same as before. Ignoring Hart's quip, Alphesia continued. Second, more than anyone else. As the silence lengthened, Hart called out to her. Alphesia. Only then did she speak, her lips trembling, her voice barely crawling out. More than anyone else. I'll love you, at novel bin at. Alfie dash. I'm not finished yet. Okay. He was about to add something, finding it cute how she was blushing but still determined to say what she needed to say, but Alphesia cut off his intervention sharply. In the solemn atmosphere that had returned, she proposed the final clause. Third. Silence again. After about 10 seconds. Having steeled herself, Alphesia spoke with a face that looked like it might burst. I'm the only woman in your life. In this life, the next life. From now on, always. It was a clause that left no room for jokes. Hart immediately embraced her as if handling a precious treasure. He answered his first and last love, who he would protect by his side forever. I swear by my name. That he would become a man she could rely on for life and support her. That he would share a life without regrets. Today, tomorrow, and the day after. Engraving each other's lives in their own time, cherishing even the daily life where years etched wrinkles. I will love only you, forever. The Villainess proposed a contractual marriage, and dash. Hey array I here? I hope you all enjoyed the story, as short as it was, sad face. The last 2 chaps after this one are author notes, so I've attached them below, and then, my own note below that, dash. I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you who have followed The Villainess proposed a contractual marriage to its conclusion. I imagine many readers felt pushed to the limits of their patience. Due to personal circumstances, the release schedule often stretched out in the middle and latter parts of the series. Still, I'm happy we were able to reach exactly 100 chapters and add the completed tag. Including this one, I've now written 4 post-completion reflections, but as I sit down to write, I'm not sure where to begin. I suppose it's most natural to start with talk of epilogues and side stories. I believe the standard for stories about raising children is to show them grown up and living well at the end. The content of the epilogue will probably focus on that. I'd also like to write a bit more about the supporting characters who got less attention. People like second Prince Rainers, Airheight, Alphesia's mother, the Duchess. However, I'm not sure when I'll be able to do this. It saddens me, as I enjoy writing. Next, let's talk about my next work. Of course, given that I can't even write an epilogue, I wonder if another work is even possible. Personally, I really want to write about the concept I've been developing. It's a story set in a rumor page that's also a death game, but with an in-game live streaming function that allows communication with the outside world. Time will be the issue, of course. Plus, the concept for the next work might change entirely, as it always has. I really need to write 1 chapter every 3 to 4 days and build up a backlog. I've gone on a bit of a tangent. Once again, thank you to all the readers who enjoyed The Villainess proposed a contractual marriage. And to those who have followed me since my previous works, I truly adore you. If you have any questions about the work, please feel free to ask in the comments. I'll make sure to answer them diligently. I'll see you next time. I'm always grateful and I love you all. Dash. Hello, dear readers. I'm back with some news after about a month. As you can tell from the title, I'd like to talk about my new work. I'm currently serializing a new story called I Became an NPC in a Cursed Mansion in the free serialization section. I want to show you a heartwarming tale about a pitiful, imperial princess who's also the protagonist of a horror game, stumbling through a mysterious haunted house full of intrigue. Without further ado, I'll drop this illustration of our main character, who's bound to go through a lot of trouble, and step back. Oh, and for the part that readers will surely want to know, it's a pure love story. Thank you. I'll see you in the next work. Dash. Hey array I again? I've decided to pick all of this author's works, his current ongoing one, and his previous completed ones. Thanks for reading till the end. I kinda wish we had some more slice of life and explored their relationships a little bit, but better this than 400 plus chaps of nothing. His other works are also quite short, but I hope his writing is as enjoyable to read in those as it was in this one. Anyways, see ya next time. Feel free to come discuss in the Discord or in the comments. Enjoy the chapit.